I'm getting over my fears. I'm not afraid of showing it. Tears that lie, is your mind, baby. Now I see what's going on in my life. oh girl, you came and left me hanging. And who ever thought you'd be the one to break my heart? I gave you hope at night, oh girl, you came and left me hanging. And who ever thought you'd be the one to break my heart?
It's a game of Riot Games, as we have not only League of Legends, but Valorant on the cards for today. This is a Valorant stream for all of you who didn't look at the title, but, of course, League of Legends on twitch.tv/BigEastEsports and official EGF2. If you're sticking around here for a while, we have 3 best of 3s in front of us, our first of which is University of Cincinnati taking on William & Mary. I'm timed like that right there is Zohan. Zohan, coming into this matchup, what do you got for me?
You know, it's kind of interesting to me, mostly how different they picked these maps. We have one side picking Haven, the other side picking Icebox, which tells me they want to play this game a bit differently. You know, Haven tells me slow, methodical play with a breach, with an omen, with a fade raise, just, you know, slowly pushing onto site. Icebox kind of seems a bit different. You know, you can run triple sentinel, you can kind of just do whatever, or excuse me, Fracture. Why did I say Icebox?
You saw it first.
I don't know why I just said. I saw that. You know, Fracture tells me aggressiveness. It tells me you want to just push in as fast as you possibly can, even though you're running a breach. You're gonna have a neon now. You're gonna have a brim now. You know, there's still some of the same characters, the agents you might play, but Fracture is just, you know, you press go and you don't stop. Haven can definitely slow down.
And Bind being the decider, a little bit more of the conventional, unconventional map, considering how much it's played, but how different to almost every other map it is. I feel like the closest relation to Bind may be Fracture with the zip lines, and that's really pushing it. Other than that, I don't really draw any conclusions because of the teleporters. Nonetheless, we'll move on from that conversation and open things up with Haven, the only map in Valorant with 3 sites. That's been the case since not only beta, but since release overall. Coming into this, anybody you specifically favor? Any agents you're really looking to see that may be out of the ordinary? What do you got?
Out of the ordinary, I mean, Phoenix was played on this map in Champions to somewhat decent success. I mean, I think this is basically the only viable Phoenix map, just due to the fact that, you know, just kind of the way everything's structured, Run It Back makes it, you have to have Run It Back be in a safe spot to use it. And so Haven can do that. Am I necessarily a huge fan of Phoenix? No. Kind of an unconventional pick. I would actually, if they run like a Euro Cypher comp, that would be very, very interesting because they kind of play close to the meta comp, say like of a Raze and like a Killjoy, but they just do it in kind of a tinkering way. But I think that is way harder to play. So I would prefer them to stay off of it. I want them to just play a breach and a fade and a raise and an omen, KJ chamber, whatever they want to play. Just keep it safe, keep it meta. And I think both of these teams could succeed.
Well, both of these teams already have succeeded. While we have a second, because the Valorant lobby decided not to like us for a minute, it crashed while we were trying to get things started. Let's take a look at last week. I'm looking at our giant Google Sheet of all the data from last week, and it was a wild week to say the very least. UT Arlington, of course, got the bye, but really up to these two teams. William & Mary took on the University of Delaware and then beat them 13-8 on Bind and 13-10 on Icebox. It was a quick 2-0, albeit a difficult one, but a 2-0 nonetheless. University of Cincinnati, however, not as simple. They were dead even in terms of round differential, even though they won the series 2-1. That's because they won two different maps by just 2 rounds. They lost the single one they did indeed lose by 4. Map 1 was Ascent, Map 2 was Haven, Map 3 was Fracture, and in chronological order it went 15-13 Cincinnati, 13-9 RIT, and 13-11 Cincinnati again. We'll see if that plays into their favor this time around, because they've already played Haven, as we speakingly of which head into Haven. We will see what our two teams bring into the fray. William & Mary will start off on the defensive side. The attacking side, however, belongs to the Cincinnati Bearcats. We'll see if it plays into their own favor as the game develops. Break down some of these agent comps. I see a fade. 2 fades, actually. That's relatively meta, but Sova on Haven, I feel, is a little bit more favored nowadays.
Dan, you don't play Sova on this map at all.
I used to play Sova on this map, albeit not very well, but
this is a terrible map for Sova. If you want to know, at champion, he had a 6% pick rate. I'm just basing that is obviously the last pro game thing. No, I love Fade. I think Fade is broken on this map. I think Fade is unbelievably broken. And actually, from what we're seeing from William & Mary, that is exactly the composition I wanted them to see, that I wanted them to play. Maybe a KJ instead of the Chamber, but nonetheless, that is a great composition. This Neon KO is giving me some weird, interesting vibes, though, because this is going to be a lot quicker. So it's going to be slow, methodical play versus quick aggression from Cincinnati.
Hey, I'm a fan of aggression, to say the very least. We'll see if it works out for them. Because holding W on the attacking side, usually a good idea. I don't see a single set of shields on this attacking side, by the way. We'll see if it plays out in their favor. Winovi pushing forward and trying to gain some early aggression, but there goes the entirety of Cincinnati. There's the aggression we were talking about. The shields, lackluster, non-existent at that. Well-placed taunt will find the information towards the back corner of sight as that chamber is cleared out of position, and no rendezvous available for them to get the heck out of dodge. They'll try the spike plant. They'll continue with this aggression, though. That may indeed be their downfall. It's a 3v2 without that spike down. Mize gets a kill back of their own, down to 2v2.
Yeah, kind of a massive mistake right here. Look, Chamber and Omen are now on site, but they're all 2 HP. They could have been pushing on site already. They could have been with their teams to trade it out. And now with Guacamole against a 10 HP, I don't know what to really call them in game, but it's going to just be a quick round win for them.
Surprising one, to say the very least. A round victory nonetheless, but one they probably shouldn't have been given the opportunity to pick up. A quick question to our observer: could we ask the Omen on Cincinnati what they want us to call them? Because we don't have pronunciation lists from a lot of these teams, and I have no idea.
Yeah, no, I mean, it kind of just before we go into this round, that was great aggression from Winabi and from the Fade, but they didn't. The rest of the team didn't follow up on it. Neon was already behind the box, and no one was there with them.
Fortunate, to say the very least. Nonetheless, still a round victory for William & Mary. Aggression here from Guacamole. They are looking for the kill and will indeed find it. Well-placed Aftershock to clear Senato out of position. Will push them straight into the line of fire. Another there for Guacamole, looking for a fourth as they swing. They walk straight into Shorty and Classic Spray, but stay alive. The second attempt, however, from Waldy will indeed take them away. Almost a flawless round for William & Mary. Nonetheless, 4 players stay alive, and a relatively clean second round victory from them. Not too bad.
I mean, and this is, I think this is why I was a bit worried about the fact that they're running a Neon and a KO. You know, Fade has to play a bit slower. You know, plays well with that breach, plays well with that raise. Neon and KO work a lot better with like a Sky. If there was a Sky instead of a Fade, I think that is a great aggression comp, because you can follow up with that Sky flashes. But right now, they're having I can hear myself twice. They're having a Chamber and KO and instantly going in. and then the rest of the team just kind of stays back.
Unorthodox. Feints, clean first shot, looking for more with the Guardian. Relay Bolt misses. The Paranoia not so much. Shut down from that close corner. Shogani, by the way, or Shogunai. I'm being kind of hinted at by the Omen. Hopefully that's correct. If not, hashtag my bad. But Cincinnati bring a 2-for-1 opening.
Yeah, so far, and I mean, a great trade regardless. I mean, this is William & Mary's bonus, and they still have a couple of tools to be able to do any sort of retake. And with the fact that Cincinnati has been kind of playing so spread out, they may be able to isolate it where it's like a 3v2 and then another 3v2, and then that could make them win their bonus. They're starting to play together though, which is a great sign for Cincinnati.
Well, they already have the spike down. The question now for William & Mary, can they retake up against a well-put-together attacking half? They don't clear out the back box. However, Mize, I believe, saw it, walking straight through the fast lane. Unfortunately, has slowed the heck down as they're cut away by Winobi. A 1v4 here for Bebo, or Bebo. Either way, the Breach is going to save.
I wouldn't. I'm a bit perplexed. I think they might actually just be going for some picks off of the bomb, or even dying to the bomb. That would actually be a fairly decent idea. You give nothing away to the team, and honestly, there's no point in saving because this is already your bonus round. It's way better to get a Phantom, to get a Vandal with the rest of your team. Why save that Spectre? I mean, I liked that play there. I liked Wanabi's wall there, Dan, because that allowed them to kind of cut off any of that garage aggression from anyone coming from that CT link area. And so it was a great play and a great first round for them. It's effectively right now it's a duel of the duelists, if I could make that pun.
I like it. I appreciate puns all the time because I make puns way too much, and usually they're bad, but that's neither here nor there. William & Mary do indeed get denied their bonus round victory, and University of Cincinnati will pick it up. It's now down to William & Mary to try and continue to contend, this time with rifles across the board. Of course, that second round victory relatively cleanly allowed them to keep a clean economy into this fourth. Cincinnati, playing aggressive though, already Winobi walking forward, trying to clear out the chamber, looks down, just not high enough. On top of the boxes, will be able to find it. The showstopper actually doesn't go out! No! Feint finds a double because of it. Waldy does only find a double at that, but University of Cincinnati should be counting their lucky stars. That showstopper should have and probably could have found 3, but a well-placed Paranoia and a quick pull of the trigger from Waldy make sure that's not the case.
Yeah, and actually, I really liked how Cincinnati started this round. It was kind of like a 2-2-1 default. But the key thing that I noticed was Chamber was so far back, they weren't able to catch anyone pushing up aggressively down garage or even down long. So they need to make sure that they take long control, even if they're defaulting, because of stuff exactly like that. They're going to get a plant down regardless, but this can't. I highly doubt this is going to be a round win for them.
0-point shot out. They will move from the ninja box. Waldy will vacate the premises on that one. Well-placed aftershock would have killed them. It does not. Trading 1-for-1. Looking for more. Unfortunately, not going to happen. Actually does find a second. I thought they got taken out. That wasn't the case. Nonetheless, Little Banana Duck will indeed find the kill. And William & Mary will find a third. They will shut down the after bonus gun round. I don't know what to call round 4. What do you call round 4, Zohan? Because it goes pistol round, conversion round, bonus round, gun round?
It's the first rifle round, effectively. Like if you're kind of equating it to CS, it's just the first rifle round.
That's fair.
It's if they play it correctly, because some teams don't play it correctly, which is very they force and then they like have like a 5th bonus and then you're like, what's going on now? But I like this. I like how the economy of Cincinnati has been going. And they're just gonna do a C split with a very slow chamber push against this mid aggression.
Well, There's the aggression. Sunito finding an opener is immediately traded upon. Overdrive pop by Winobi to make sure that the spike can indeed be defended this time around. Man equalization found with a doubled up flank at that. They smoked off the trip, however. Actually, the trip wasn't even an effective part because the fact the chamber went down. The overdrive misses off the back of a very well placed flash from Bebo. The aggression even further up the C-long position, and they want the Rolling Thunder, and they will find it. It's not going to find anybody, but it doesn't have to. Lil Banana Duck lining up 3 on the backside from CT. Well split from William and Mary on that defensive retake, and a 4th now found by the tribe.
A beautiful retake there. I really want to highlight the fact that the timing was impeccable there. Guacamole, you know, they were still pushing for that flank, and they were able to get Winobi attempting to hold them there, which I think might have been a small mistake. You already had confirmation that 3 had been pushing down mid, maybe even 4. So why only send 1 person back to try to hold flank? You had it planted for long. Why are you holding on site? Hold back. Yeah, you might get breach ulted there instead of on site, but I think if they had spread out a bit on long, they might have had a better opportunity.
Unfortunate, nonetheless, still indeed occurred. Guacamole making sure the paint shells will allow them to pick up the ultimate orb. There's the opener they were looking for. Faint seemingly aware of some aggression here from A. The spray misses though, and they're actually headshots. So trying to use the Prowler to get out. Maybe a human or meat shield, I suppose. An animal shield, whatever you call the Prowler, I suppose. Faint finds an opener and will back away. Olive will fall, unfortunately. Their doppelganger no long for this world. Winobi, however, with an immediate return. No way they should have picked up that kill on a little Banana Duck. But the wall bang does indeed come through, and Cincinnati bring it right back. They have the weapon disadvantage. The man disadvantage, however, now in their favor, twice over at that.
Yeah, and beautiful, and they didn't even go for a one-way there. There's a very, very good one-way for Omen and Garage, and they didn't even need it. They just got 2 instantly with that aggression. And this is kind of a save here for Cincinnati, so they should be winning this, especially Shogunai going down. I mean, I've seen the incredible happen, and already that's a start, but a 1v3 is going to be hard.
I was going to say certainly a possibility. Unfortunately, Winobi does indeed scope in and misses that first burst from the Bulldog. If you miss that first burst, you're basically immediately dead. Not many people miss a full 15 shots, or 10 shots, I suppose, from the Vandal before you are able to bring in the next 3 in succession. It's another William & Mary round, and the University of Cincinnati just seemingly do not have an answer thus far.
Yeah, and I think part of that comes down to the fact that William and Mary are having great aggression, but it's also understanding how their composition plays together. They are playing it well. I mean, they're going to be going for a set play right now, I think. I think they just stunned, and now they're waiting to maybe throw something, which is great. And I mean, look how Cincinnati are setting up. They're wanting to play aggressively. They have 4 stacked, but they're playing slow. Why have a Neon and why have a KO if you're going to be playing slow with a Fade? So I definitely would have preferred to see a Sky here. It's still going to work out, especially with this execute, though.
It's back-to-back Nightfalls. They use that from the shadows to try and get up to heaven. It's a defensive from the shadows to indeed get up towards the heaven position. Winobi takes a decent bit of damage from a well-placed Roomba. Bebo, however, isn't cleared on the backside of the fast lane, and Winobi does indeed make up for their utility-based death, but the tour de force popped on the defensive side does come into fruition. They seem to be relatively aware of the fact there's a flank, Sunito defining that as they jump around the corner, but with no spike plant, the objective timer still against University of Cincinnati, they have to take site control, and they've done so. It's a 1v2 for Lil Banana Duck. They're still aware of the flank. The shot just barely missing, though, as Sunito just barely ducks under the shot. Call him Keanu Reeves, because that was a Matrix-level play. William and Mary finally are cut away from their streak.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not going to fault them too much. That was just some incredible shots from William and Mary, and maybe they're not from William and Mary, from Cincinnati, and maybe a couple of missed shots there could have been the difference. But you know, I really want to see Cincinnati maybe play a bit more aggressively if they're going to really want to utilize this Neon and KO. And have you even seen a KO flash yet?
A couple, but not very good ones. They were basically just willy-nilly thrown towards the back corner of site. In that specific round as well, from long just towards the back corner of site. Oh yeah, hey, let me see if this works. It didn't, by the way. And the
and
K
I mean, why not just flash into there? It actually like, goes down the hill. Like, I would have liked that. And that's where a breach comes in, because it's so hard to flash well with KO on this map. And so, or Sky. A Sky would be so much better. Like, I love Sky right now. I think Sky is the most broken initiator now with the new flash changes. I'll be completely honest.
I thought she was broken before. Now I still think she's even more broken. But that's besides the point. Dark cover towards Heaven. Aggression again from Cincinnati. It's a 4v4 as it stands, by the way, for all of you who haven't looked in the screen in the last 20 seconds or so. Paranoia alongside the dark cover towards the back corner of CT. A very errant Roomba having an epileptic seizure as it tries to drop out at Heaven. Nonetheless, doesn't really find anything. Winobi, however, not so unlucky. One found. It's an immediate trade, but 2 for 2 overall. Down to just a 1v1 as it stands. And it's the Chambers up against one another. The spike planted, but a dark cover between one and the other. It's Sanito as the dark cover falls to send Lil Banana Duck to the shadows, and University of Cincinnati will pick up another.
If I made a Yu-Gi-Oh reference, would you maybe understand it?
I could certainly pretend that I would understand it. I took a few drama classes.
That works.
I was gonna say send them to the Shadow Realm or something. I don't know.
I even
That
say
was,
send him to the Shadow Realm. Just I have no idea what the hell it means.
It's like it's some weird thing in the show where like if you lose in the card game, you lose in real life, and there's just like this dark dimension you get sent to, and I don't know. But anyway, what I like how William and Mary have been switching up how they've been playing these defensive rounds, because I think a lot of the times it does catch out Cincinnati. I think they've been miscalling them a few rounds, because look at this, A is going to be completely clear, but they might be able to get an early pick, which could make that retake a lot better for them.
The other note here is the fact that they just completely gave up the site for free. They're completely avoiding seemingly every semblance of utility here for Cincinnati and making them waste it just to get onto the site. That null command found nothing. Let me re-emphasize. They used an ultimate. It did absolutely nothing because William and Mary just were not in the vicinity. In all fairness to them, they also have a weapon disadvantage. Winobi waiting towards this A link will be able to find one, playing Trigger Discipline for a second. Should be able to find both. The first and the second for the swing, both landed by the Neon. Lil Banana Duck does get a return and a jump onto the site using the Showstopper. It's down to a 2 versus 2. A Dink is found, looking for more. The relay boat avoided alongside the C's thrown through. 1 HP as it stands for the Omen on the backside of site. Winobi's still there, but the usage of the Shrouded Step towards Heaven will be their undoing. Winobi, however, will be the Tribe's undoing, as a 4K is found from the Neon, and Cincinnati find their 4th round.
Yeah, I mean, if they're picking KO to just help Winobi a little bit, then I'm all for it, because this is the Winobi show right now for Cincinnati. I mean, great play. Always check your corners, especially if you've left site completely exposed, because of situations like that. Because it's so easy for them to push out a little bit. There was no sign, there's no checking, and that was a little bit of a mistake, but it's fine. But now look at how fast they're starting to push now. They're starting to really play with this Neon.
Hey, they're playing to their strengths. Unfortunately, the Neon now dead leaves it right back. A Nightfall used will only find one, and that towards the long side should at least give some information, just not all that much. A 3v3 as it stands, the Nightfall utilized, and the tour de force currently underway here for the attacking side. Means they can find something, but really long angles not being contested with. Bebo doesn't want to take this. You could see one playing towards the boosted ninja spot in the close left corner just past site itself. That's Feint, waiting for anybody to push through, and Baldy walking through. B is actually being held. Guacamole finds the kill. The fault line will stun out Sanito, who's trying to get a kill and almost does. Finds a dink, just not a kill itself. Olive, however, will indeed find just a single kill. A 1v2 now for this Fade, who does still have the Nightfall available. A flash around the corner, though, and a double swing. A few extra shots than probably it should have, but a kill nonetheless, and William and Mary will break their cold streak and win once more.
That kind of went down once against what I mentioned earlier in I think the 3rd round, where Cincinnati, I mean, look at, Shogunai and Winobi. They're on site. They're already basically walking towards CT. The rest of the team is kind of just on long, just kind of looking around, and they're like, we're gonna watch right here. You need to take site first and then set up for post plant. It seemed like they had 3 ready for post plant, and only 2 on site to to plan, to take side, to clear corners. So yeah, I think a kind of a small mistake there, but one that cost them.
Hey, small mistakes can compound into big issues, especially in Valorant, where you really see man advantages turned into doubled up ones at that, Vivo finding an opener, but it's a weapon disadvantage here for University of Cincinnati. This is a round they should lose, but next is the final round of the half. This is where they can bring things back. Lil Banana Duck and Mize playing pokey with these swings, and Lil Banana Duck will find the final kill. It's William Mary with a relatively clean round, and a flawless round at that. They will have a fully clean and clear economy going into the final round. Everybody will be able to buy up the rifle of their choice, other than Mize apparently, but even then they'll probably be bought up for. On Cincinnati, they're buying up everything. This will be our full final round.
I mean, yeah, regardless, I'm glad that it seems that they're kind of changing up. It seems like they're going for like a 1-3-1 default, which I think is needed. I think they need to slow it down just a little bit until their executes are ready. They need to make sure that no one is trying to push them aggressively, that they are able to take at least some map control away from William and Mary, because right now they have all of mid, they effectively have all of long, and they're giving up a long and a like sewers control, but I don't think it's needed because they have actually I was gonna say they have that, but they don't have any ults anymore.
They just lost a probably clean and clear fight. That was one of the better fights they probably have taken. Guacamole does actually find at least a single kill, though back away as the decay effect falls off. A 3v, now 2v4, as they try to reinitiate. This is a wild round. Well-placed Roomba will force the Oma to shoot it out. Wanobi on the back side of sight has been detected towards Gong, and even with a Prowler going towards them, they'll find the kill. Zenito will find a kill of their own, and University of Cincinnati will make it a close half, just not dead even, 7-5 favoring the Tribe.
Which I mean, Haven for being a 3-site map, I still think is CT favored, so I think that was a very good half for them in a way. I mean, I think anyone wants to see 8-4, 9-3 or higher, but I think 7-5 at least shows that they were able to capitalize well. I desperately hope that William and Mary play this a little slower, because I think Neon has to be aggressive on defense. They have to go for set plays in order to really capitalize on the use of the Neon. I don't think that Cincinnati has a setup or the retakes with the Neon are going to be as effective if they had like a Sky or something. So I definitely like it. Oh, I don't like this over rotate. They're over rotating off of a single piece of util, and they've effectively already left C there, Dan.
No, and the Chamber's going to rotate back, but this may actually be their downfall. The very early rotate. A flash in, Cincinnati can't see a dang thing, they can't do a dang thing as they're marked. Well-placed utility here for William and Mary right off rip. And this is what they've been looking for in opener. Well baited over towards that A side, and a single piece of utility usually is a pretty good indicator of a push for a team, especially considering it's pistol round. But in any other round, that's an over-rotation, and honestly here as well, that may cost them.
I mean, I just want to highlight, I mean, look at how much utility they used to take site. There was a Raisinade, there was a flash, there was a stun, there was so much that goes behind it. And they over-rotated off of a Prowler. I'm getting, a great play for them. What? I mean, okay, that's...
You know, considering how this match has gone, I feel that pistol round's par for the course. William and Mary take a round they probably should have won relatively definitively and only narrowly pull it off. Nonetheless, it is a round victory for William and Mary. They win the second half pistol just as they did in the first. They're looking to now pick up the conversion, and given the fact that Cincinnati's on the defensive side, they will buy up significantly less than you'd expect. A shorty is all I see in terms of purchasing power.
Yeah, I really want to highlight, I loved that push from William and Mary. When they were going towards site, everyone was going towards site. Sure, some of them split off into garage very, very quickly, but I think that was because they understood that C was open. They were making sure that they were pushing. And look at this, Wanabi's trying to play aggressively, and I don't know if it's working out for them.
Duo finding a double right off rip, and this round's basically already over. The rest of it's really just a formality. It's depending on whether the spike plant goes off or they actually just kill the rest of this Cincinnati half. At least a first and a second found. Not too surprising of a round. I'm not going to beat around the bush. That's a round William & Mary should have won flawlessly, and they did. So winning the rounds you should pretty good for the attacking side.
Definitely, and I actually liked the fact that Feint bought up a little bit because now they have a chance in this bonus round for them. This is a team coordinated way of playing. Is what you're effectively doing is you're taking that risk by buying up to maybe have a chance of converting this bonus, because now Feint can still buy up next round, right? But they might be able to win now.
I prefer winning now, thank you.
Exactly. And I absolutely love this, Dan. They are making sure that A long is under their control. They are smoking up. They're pushing together. I really like this composition, and I think they're playing it very well.
Playing around their strengths, and that's something we've seen from William & Mary consistently around here. University of Cincinnati picked up that mantle a little bit towards the later stages of the first half, but it was a little bit too late considering their agent composition. They were really playing just a little too slow for what they had on the board. Neon and KO should have been playing significantly quicker. Now for the attacking side, it's William & Mary trying to play about as quick as they can. Guacamole smoked off for the time being. The 0-point lands, so no double satchel into heaven, but they don't need it. A spray down in through the dark cover finds a double as Winobi will fall just alongside the Omen. And there's nothing that they can do on this defensive side. They have full weapons, but this is a bonus round they're going to lose.
No, and I mean, Winabi was trying to come in and do a fast retake, which is what you want to do with the Neon, but the fade haunt showed where Shogunai was, and because of just the spray that it cut to, damn, this is tragic. This is not what Cincinnati wants right now, and yeah, winning their bonus, going to double digits, I don't see them losing this round right now.
No, and they on paper can't either. How far gone that spike is. A well-placed flasher on the corner, but Olive will make it out alive. A hunt to make sure that at least the information's gained, but I don't even know if they're going to stay alive in this close corner. Luckily, they have the redundancy. A well-placed fault line, though, into both. No, Sunito finds the kill, and William & Mary do still pick up 10 rounds, just not everybody saving over what they had. I don't think they really care, though. That was their bonus round. They won it. Now they could buy up rifles and not care.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. I think this is, and as you mentioned a couple, on their defensive side, when Cincinnati didn't buy up completely, William & Mary, I don't think they've ever lost an anti-eco round. They've been doing incredibly on their anti-ecos, and I mean, look at how safe Cincinnati want to play this, and they're already getting caught out with so much utility that they're giving space where William & Mary aren't even trying to go for.
The whole lot of space that Cincinnati really can't give up. That's the issue. If you have space to work with, you have to play off of it, and with their composition, they really just haven't on the defensive side. Now, in all fairness, they've played 3 rounds, one of which they probably should have won and unfortunately didn't. The other 2 really against them, especially with their own few decisions in that round, or those rounds, I suppose. Winobi dropped as it stands. Down goes the Omen, or the Neon, sorry, and William & Mary already finding that opener. I don't see them slowing down by any means, but there's a flank they have to worry about. In through a main.
They know it. They know it. They're looking for it. They're waiting. And it has a shotgun, so it's going to be a hard flank. But did they forget it? I don't think they're looking away.
Well, they forgot about it for the time being. The KO ever so slowly walking in through mid. Feint being flanked will get the heck out of garage and get the heck out of dodge at that. A 4v4, but Waldy looking to aggress and will do so. A flash through will only find one. The right clicks from the Bucky, though, do a whole 4 damage from that far of a range, and nothing will be found by any means from that KO. A 2v4 here for the retake of Cincinnati. They have a Marshal and a Vandal. All that remains, and Lil Banana Duck will line them both up and knock them both down. William & Mary 2 away from closing out Haven.
Yeah, and I mean, a great round for them. I definitely think that this timeout should have been after they lost their bonus. But I'm okay with this. I think this is just okay. It's our first It's our second full buy round. What are we going to do to deny William and Mary? I think that they can play a little bit more aggressively. I'm a bit worried that they maybe haven't practiced these set plays though.
It seems to be the case, and you could see that Cincinnati's calling a timeout to figure out what's going wrong. And the main answer is the fact that they are either A, not playing on the site specifically, or B, playing on them too much, losing an opener maybe two, and then not having enough for a retake. It's really that limbo of, oh, we don't really know what we want to do. On William and Mary, they were consistently saying, we are either holding this site for dear life, or we are giving it the heck up and then playing for a retake. There was really no in-between about it. For Cincinnati, they seemingly have no idea what they want to do between those two options, and that's really what's cutting them away in the earlier or later stages of the round, depending sometimes on the round.
No, and I'm 100%. It's something I have noticed is, I mean, I didn't notice either side doing this, but if you have Fade, you have a lot of retake haunts that reveal a large space of ARC, and I haven't noticed either side using them. And I think, you know, if you're not going to use them, why play Fate? Just go Sky. I mean, in the case of William and Mary, I like it because they're using their prowlers to absolute perfection right now. But Cincinnati could be doing so well with Sky flashing over and Neon fading in. And I mean, look at this. They're checking everything right now.
Just did with Guacamole Showstopper. Luckily, getting out of dodge is that chamber, but it's now a 5v5 retake. From the Shadows is available here for the attacking side of William and Mary, but Feint playing so aggressive on the Fade, already finding an opener. A second, not so much, so the over-aggression will indeed punish them. Bebo in the back corner of sight may not be cleared, though. Zenito aggressing forward will at least find one. Guacamole on the other side of a close box needs to be cleared out, but they're looking to aggress. A flashbang through has been avoided. Guacamole playing off the back of it will find at least one. Mize with a kill of their own. A 2v2 with both attackers playing around the long side. The spike is planted for them, so they have the advantage, and the paint shells to make sure they can't hop on the spike directly because the dark covers between them and the spike itself. They don't know both players are in that close corner, though. Mize has to swing it, and does indeed! Finds the kill he needs! No way he clutches it! He does indeed! What a play from the Omen! William and Mary find map point.
Great target prioritization. That was absolutely critical that you take out Shogunai right then and there, or else I think they're obviously going to clutch out that round.
Oh, easily.
Yeah, match point, and I mean a mostly full buy. It's a bit ugly, I'm not gonna lie. Two Bulldogs, and there should be the Tour de Force used. I'd actually preferably see not using the Spectre because there's no KO on the other side, so you're gonna be able to use your Tour de Force. I'm really hoping that Winobi does not get caught out. But actually, no, they catch Guacamole, so a great mid aggression there. I lost my point, honestly.
I don't blame
I'll be completely honest.
That's how chaotic some of these rounds can get. Nightfall lands onto just one player, that being the Breach close inside of B main. They will clear themselves out of position, though. Still the deafening effect affecting them. However, a trade is still there. Winobi finding a 3k on the round, aggressing still and still finding the kills they're looking for. Olive playing in the B cubby, looking to just wait as it stands. But the question now remains here for William and Mary, what do? You have Rolling Thunder. You have From the Shadows. You've already used your Nightfall of the Fade that's fallen. But, you know, you really didn't find all that much with it, because you didn't push off of it. You just waited for them to use their own utility and then just delayed your own inevitable.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big thing with this round is, they have to play kind of unorthodox right now to maybe clutch out, and so I like that they were doing that. But I think a big thing right now is, I don't think William and Mary realized, wait, this is match point. Cincinnati are going to have a weird bye. So they're going to have to play aggressively. They're going to have to take a risk to do something. And I think it caught them out. I'm surprised that even after Guacamole, they didn't do it. But, oh no! Dan, this might be over.
It's Waldy in a 1v2, swinging towards Garage alone. The 0 point will land onto just one. The Rolling Thunder, however, thrown through before that happens. Waldy, even stunned and thrown into the meat grinder, still finds the kill. A perfect reposition, though, from the Breach is catching Waldy off guard. Waldy has absolutely no idea the Breach is around long. Do they have the time, though? The swing is there. The headshot is as well. William and Mary will take map one.
Wow. That was a fun round if I've ever seen one. Definitely, honestly, a round Cincinnati shouldn't have lost after the incredible 3K there by Winobi. It's effectively one and done. I really liked. I think a big thing was that off angle where they were holding in garage. It was definitely a risk. If someone had been flanking from long, they could have had an easy 2K there and the round win for them. But a risk that paid off incredibly for them. Garage just being the downfall there for Cincinnati. And I mean, yeah, as we said, I liked Winobi. I think they were honestly map MVP for me. An incredible performance by them, but the team didn't play with it. They didn't play with the neon, and they didn't form a team around that neon. And I think eventually, the cracks just started to show.
And they only played really to their strengths in the later stages of both halves. The issue is, in the second half, they were just too far gone for that to really take effect. You could see the Neon, Aggressed found a 3K in one of the rounds, yet it was still one they lost, remember? That was the same round, if you all forgot about that. I honestly did for 2 seconds while I was making the point itself because of how drastic the early versus late stages of the round looked. Nonetheless, it's a round and map victory there for the University of William and Mary. We'll see if it works out for them heading into map number 2, of which is their own map selection, I will remind you, that being Fracture. Cincinnati need to come back on the more unorthodox maps in the pool. Hopefully it works out for them, because a third may not be a requisite here in our first series of the day.
never before. Will we meet? I don't know, I don't know. Do you want to feel the same pain like I do? I do, baby. I can't imagine the summer without you. Na na yeah, la la la, na na yeah. The summer without you. Na na yeah, la la la, na na yeah. The summer without you. Soon it's summer, insecure like never before. Will we meet? I don't know, I don't know. Do you want to feel the same pain like I do? I do, baby. Can't
you, baby. I wanna feel you and I wanna touch you, baby. Come, yeah. Do you want to feel the same pain like I do? I do, baby. Can't imagine.
William and Mary pick up Cincinnati's map selection of Haven. Now to our more unorthodox map pick. It's William and Mary's, and it's Fracture. The Bearcats need to be able to come back against the Tribe on the second map of play to even force bind, much less win the series. I'm Time to Late. This is Zohan, and into EGFC Season 4, Week 2 of Valorant. It's our second map of the day, yet the first relatively convincingly in the favor of William and Mary.
Yeah, and I mean, I think part of it is that they understand, hey, let's pick agents that not are only good for the map, but good for us, because, they knew how to play it together. They knew how to retake when they pushed site, they all pushed together. They used util to make sure that they cleared every corner. And I think there's just a slight disconnect with the Cincinnati side is, running a KO, running a Neon is fine. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love those picks on Haven, but they need more around it. They needed something else that wasn't a fade, that maybe wasn't a chamber, that would have allowed them to play way more aggressively. But as we go into Fracture, I absolutely loved Wanabe on that Neon for Cincinnati. And Fracture is, Dan, I don't know how to tell you this, is Neon's playground, in my opinion.
Agreed. By a fairly large margin as well. We'll head ourselves into the game as Fracture kicks underway. William and Mary up 1, I believe side switch though, so I'm totally going to just casually change that on your screen. We're going to pretend it's not happening while they make agent selections. Anything you catching out of the ordinary already, because most teams are locking in.
They have a jet. I'm already disappointed. Oh, all right. I have something to talk about. William and Mary are going for the FPX Fun Phoenix play. I love this. Bebo is going to be running a one-way on a main, and if they play it right, Cincinnati will literally never be able to push a main, especially with the changes to Dish. They are running the FPX Cup exactly to the brim. They are running. So what they're going to be doing?
Not to the brim. They don't have a brim. That's Cincinnati.
All right. So what they're going to be doing, if they are playing this right, not on attack, they should be playing like a split default on one side of the zip lines. On defense, what they should be doing is they should have Viper and Chamber shutting down B site, with Viper Wall kind of shutting down whatever side they want to go to, and then this Omen raised Fade combo just shuts down any aggression towards A. And so I'm actually really excited for William and Mary's comp. If you can't tell, Dan, Cincinnati's, I'm a little disappointed they didn't.
I'm a lot disappointed.
I'm really disappointed.
I like the Brimstone pick. That's the only to the brim thing I'm going to bring up. But the Breach Fade combination, I'm not going to say I'm too surprised about. We talked about this during the break, off stream, obviously. We were expecting the Fade, we were expecting the Breach. Chamber is like 100% pick rate or something like that, so unsurprising there. Olive going on to the Jet, though, is really something I'm a little upset about, especially considering they still have a Fade, just not on the same agent or not on the same person, and they're playing Duelists on a different role as well. Of course, sometimes it just depends on the day or on the map, but this is one of those, it could have been better.
It could have been better, but I like this aggression. They're doing a bit of a different play, but that blind caught Waldy out right at the perfect moment. And yeah, I think this has to be a safe plant unless Wanobi wants to go, for the hero play right here.
Wanobi does. Aggression alongside Olive, however, Feint from the other side will aggress in. 2 found there by the Fade. Guacamole and Lil Banana Duck find 1 apiece to close it out, and William and Mary are 3 for 3 on pistol round victories thus far in our series.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I'm kind of sad that they're starting on attack, because if they get way too many rounds on attack, I can't fanboy enough about what they're going to be doing on defense.
They're one way.
So the one way, just the way it just shuts down A, because the whole idea, of Fracture is that A is way harder to retake than B is. but A is also harder to take. So if you shut down any A aggression, you know, what are you going to be doing? So I hope it gets a little bit closer, but at the same time, I think both compositions are very close to being meta, except no Neon.
Yeah, I
Ooh.
think it's close enough, especially with the double controller here for the attacking side. William and Mary walking straight to a stack. They will clear the first. Oh no, Baldy walking straight into the snake bite will indeed die. Does damage and finds a kill on a V-boat. Not the end of the world though for this attack, and Guacamole just sending them to the Shadow Realm. There's your Yu-Gi-Oh reference again. There's no way to survive that, unfortunately. And William and Mary should get a relatively clean spike plant. And again, this is a round they should win. Cincinnati really can't do all that much about it because you see a shorty, another shorty. This round's over.
Spike planted.
Yeah. Hello, Dan's
bad.
screen. I was like, oh,
Last player
you know, this is where I am a bit disappointed there's no Neon, because Jet can play aggressively. Like, if they really want to, they can stack Jet, Breach, and Brim right now on B main and just full push it with, you know, aggression that people have seen before. But the issue is that Neon provides a bit of utility. Those stuns are actually critical with a lot of these aggressive plays, because, you know, you breach stun, but then what if you already have a player pushed out enough and then they go hide? Well, then you have a Neon stun to catch them out.
there.
So I'm a bit disappointed, because I think it tells me that they don't want to be aggressive, and I think that is a critical loss with their composition, because on defense they need to play aggressive. They need to deny Cincinnati space, because otherwise Cincinnati can just take site and then shut down any retake attempts.
Some of the changes of Fracture playing into this composition for William and Mary, notably around towards Dish. They want to play a little bit more aggressive on that side. There really is only that single avenue of attack rather than the two there used to be, for all of you who are new to the changes of Fracture. I don't know what the heck the University of Cincinnati's doing. They're entirely rotating towards B site for absolutely no reason. And now they're rotating towards B site correctly. I don't know if they know this. This is such a weird... What is going on?
They're not playing their composition right, Dan. I'll say it again. They need to be aggressive, and they're not being aggressive.
This is why we can't have nice things.
A away. I mean, and this is why double controller can work against a team that might not be able to play aggressively. Aggressive defense could actually deny William and Mary a lot of maneuvering, a lot of, you know, space taking. I mean, and yeah, sure, you get a nice shot off or two, but it's still going to be a really hard retake.
Well, Nobi still trying to aggress. The C's misses, and the Feint swing will find one. Feint throwing out a haunt of their own to try and gain information. Mai's playing just headshot angles. Olive caught in the C's will fall, and Shogunny will fall as well. It's another round going the way of William and Mary. This time it's the bonus round victory with 4 players left alive, no less. They have to buy very little into this 4th round, and Cincinnati are broke. Their bank accounts look like my bank account.
Yeah, I still want 1,000 in my bank account. I don't know about you, but no, they just need to be more aggressive. Right now they're playing kind of the, this is gonna sound a bit harsh, and I don't mean it to. They're playing a bit like you're playing a comp game. They're having 2 towards B, they're having kind of a brim in the middle to smoke it off, and then 2 at A. Which, yeah, it can work, but against a coordinated side, it's going to be very hard to execute, you know, against anything that William and Mary are going to be doing. And I mean, look at this. They're just bamboozling them consistently. They're just going everywhere that they want to. Oh, but a nice shot, though.
Here's the aggression from Cincinnati, though. Look at how good their rotations are. You have one sitting towards Dish, the other around towards B main, really condensing this push into B or tunnels down below. Arcade is where most of this William and Mary push currently lies, and there's not much they're doing about it. They can't aggress back towards Dish because they don't have all that control. They've taken out the trademark on the University of Cincinnati side, they being Cincinnati taking out William and Mary's trademark. But it's still down to William and Mary to try to aggress towards this side of the map, and they're doing so, but they have to go quickly. They have to clear out this chamber and get that spike down.
Which, oh, a great smoke there is going to maybe deny them. Oh, they figure it out. They check it. Oh, this should be actually. This could be the round for them there. I think if they were
Maybe.
able to hold it well, but Olive gets 2.
And Bebo just 1G'd. It's a 1v3 now for Lil Banana Duck, who avoids the fault line. Looking for the shot, will miss right off the bat. Stinger shots miss as well. The spike, however, not in their hands. They have to go grab it. They just do not have the time to do so. The shoulder peaks are there, and as time will tick away from the clock, they have to plant open if they want to get this down at all. The jump is just too late, and the round is over. Cincinnati win the round, of which they really shouldn't have, and then lose the round, of which they really should. Okay, that happened.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened there. That was weird. I liked how I think part of that was mostly Olive getting a 3K there. I think that was a very critical factor there.
Especially from main.
Yeah, especially that B main hit on taking out Mize. Going into this next round though, now we're going to be seeing ults online for William and Mary, and those are going to be, there's some critical ults there. We're seeing Nightfall, and we're of course seeing the Viper's Pit, which that is so hard to retake into, Dan, especially when you only have kind of one intel gathering agent. You know, where's the Viper? Where's the rest of the team? And I think that's what makes this Viper kind of an unorthodox but worthy pick, is that intel mind games just plays so much, especially on A, where you can rat everywhere in a Viper's Pit.
I rat everywhere without a Viper's Pit, so never
Now
thought of
imagine
that,
it
did
with
you?
Decay.
Exactly. Bebo fakes the fact they're going to Shrouded Step over, instead just decides to walk it. Sunito has the Operator in hand. There's some help with the Brimstone around towards main. Nice double satchel into sight, and that's relatively clean and clear site control. Mize will die around B, trying to set up an early flank. That's a little bit of an unfortunate opener going the way of Cincinnati. William and Mary will lose one of their 2 controllers, but this is still certainly viable. A Shrouded Step still available here for that Omen, who's now been trapped in the back corner of sight, but here's the aggression here for Cincinnati.
Yeah, they have to be able to do something with it, but no, Olive dies in, and they're just going into a crossfire. Dan, I don't know if this is gonna work out for them, and it doesn't. And what I thought was an early site win, or an early win for them taking out Mize, it just didn't matter. They didn't have the ability to clear out these crossfires, and I don't even know why. They had the Waldy Flash.
I honestly thought that round was going to be longer than it was, because William and Mary were really playing lax off/on-site crossfires, and I thought Cincinnati were going to take their time and really use utility to snuff those out. They really didn't. They tried to play the man advantage, it just didn't work out for them.
I mean, and I think aggressive could work. I mean, there's the ability to, but you kind of need the Rolling Thunder. You need something a bit extra to to knock them off their guard, to make sure that they aren't able to completely just get a headshot on you. And
Give me those back.
Olive with this aggressive plays consistently. All right, Olive, come on. I cursed that within like 2.5 seconds.
What I'm hearing here is that you had an influence of the game. Where's our competitive integrity? EGF and the ringer. Oh my goodness, can't believe it. Guacamole misses an opportunity across. Will jump up and over that Brimstone Incendiary. Showstopper towards the back corner. Will not do a dang thing. Waldy flashing themselves in, but Lil Banana Duck, while fully blind, by the way, still finds a kill. A spike plant will come through. Winobi walks straight through a toxic screen and straight to their demise. A 2v4 on a retake here. Cincinnati couldn't retake with a 5v4, much less a 2v4, and I'm not liking their chances this time.
I mean, yeah, you have the Tour de Force, which, I mean, if this were Yay, I'd say they had a really good chance, but not everyone can be Yay. There's only one Yay. And yeah,
actually, there could be 2 Yays, considering it's a word that goes one way and the other the same way. Could be opposite Yay.
There's the anti-Yay. There's the Hoi Minoi Yay.
Oh my gosh.
That's a reference to last week.
I was thinking the anti-flash.
Oh, the anti, yeah. I actually really like the Flash, but like
show.
Green Lantern's my. I really liked that show, and people made fun of me for it, and I got sad about that. Anyway,
Quality show.
I I kind of wish William and Mary had used that Viper Spit earlier, because now they have the retake ability of the Nightmare and that Rolling Thunder, which maybe that's what Mize is waiting for. They're waiting for, oh, and especially actually I forget the Orbital Strike. That's basically all the anti Viper ults, which I like this aggression that they're doing, which they always seem to get one, but they don't seem to get more.
This is different. Bebo gets the heck out of dodge, though, so he'll be able to make it out alive. And the question now remains for William and Mary, what do? They're trying to aggress on towards the site. Sunito does a decent bit of damage before falling back. A Prowler to clear out all of main, but the spike will be planted. At least it was going to, until an Orbital Strike made sure that was no longer the case. The Viper's Pit yet to be used, but they want to go over towards the other site, and that seems to be the call. From the shadows used in all of this chaos, it means Cincinnati has absolutely no idea. They have used seemingly every single bit of utility on the attacking side, but it's a 1v3 for the Omen. From the shadows was used. Around towards the A site or B site, they have gone from over towards A. They have Paranoia. They want to swing off the back of it, and they will. A first found, the second not so much. Valiant effort. So close, yet so far.
Honestly, if Shogun was lined up, I think he clutches it there, 100%. Which would have been absolutely insane, but I mean, honestly, I would still say, like, you know, I think to the average like gold player, they'd be like, oh, of course William and Mary are winning. It's they're on attack. Fracture is a defensive side of that if you play it well.
I'm an average plat player, and I was thinking that. That's actually not true. I just wanted to make a joke, but still funny.
No, yeah, that's good. No, I mean, it's just, I think Cincinnati needs to play this way more aggressively. And I think that is kind of losing. They're kind of losing why they have a jet. They're losing why they have a brim. Honestly, why they have a brim, because brim is so. Brim enables such fast movement, such fast smokes. And I mean, look, they're going in without a breach most of the time, and they just get caught out.
Getting caught out again, losing at least overall the opening trades, and Feint finds a triple. Well-placed Haunt will find even more information as the aggression is unsuccessful. It's a 1v4 for this chamber. Sunito, with a shotgun in hand and a very large prayer to put up to whatever deity they believe in, not gonna happen. It's a 4K for Feint on the fade, and a 6 already found for William and Mary on the attack.
And I mean, remember, William and Mary had actually won the round before that. And they were still so far behind economically that Sunito and I think a couple other players could only buy a Judge, could only buy like a Spectre. I mean, this is why William and Mary, I think, are absolutely dominating this round. I think at this point, I think if they win this round for sure, their economy is just going to be out of this world. They could have definitely done a little bit better of management. I don't know why two players are on 8,000 and they let Mize get to 1450. You're in a team, you're in a competition. You definitely want to maximize as much as you can. Waldy, does this do it? Does this work?
I don't think so. I'm not gonna lie. I feel they've cleared just too much, and Waldy sitting inside will actually die. Does get cleared out of the Sky Smoke. A second one put forward just to really shut down a little bit of this aggression. A Haunt straight through to gain information. A flank coming from behind Olive. Body shot landed, but Mize hits 2 of them with the shorty, and will be able to find the kill off the back of it. Rifles close range are overrated. Let's be honest here, and they don't hit the shots. And don't need to hit the shots, I suppose, with the rifle. Feint gets another. Somebody just nerf Feint, by the way. This is kind of rude. 5 kills in 2 rounds. The entire team gets 5 kills in the round as a whole. 1 per player. A team ace for William and Mary. The real team play coming in. And Cincinnati, as a team, will call a timeout.
Yeah, and definitely needed one. This is going to be effectively the start of a 3-round phase where they need to do as much as they can to get 3 more round wins. Already, William and Mary at 7 means that they have done this half incredibly well. They are already above the average attacking side on Fracture at the highest levels. So, they need to go back into they need to go to the drawing board. They need to do their X's and O's and figure out, hey, how do we counter this William and Mary side that is playing? It's weird. It's like it's an unorthodox comp, Dan, but it works so well, and it's been played so much that Cincinnati should have a clue of how to beat this.
I think the main issue is they haven't taken the time to figure out what William and Mary's doing. In all fairness, we have an unfair advantage of X-ray vision and all 10 players on the map, so that helps just a little bit. But looking at how William and Mary are aggressing, even from only the point of view of the University of Cincinnati, it's still something down to the Bearcats cannot seem to figure out what William and Mary are even trying to do in a lot of these rounds. You can see toxic screens already been put down across the B site from Arcade's side. Yet look at William and Mary as a whole. They're about to just sprint it through A main. With a Prowler, it finds nothing, and that's what they're going to do. This is so perfect for William and Mary. See? Look at that. A single toxic screen just caught the entirety of the Bearcats off. And a Nightfall is going to shut Sunito out. They may try and TP away, but they're not going to be able to do so. Finally, they will, but still marked. And look at that. William and Mary have site control. You blink and you miss it. A single toxic screen and a Nightfall gives them all the control they need. And a Viper's Pit to really solidify it. It's down to a 5 versus 5. But Bebo, just waiting for them to push through, will find an opener, looking for another towards ropes. This time won't be able to find it. A Nightfall misses, it only finds 2, as do the shots from Bebo, who misses almost entirely. Shrouded step away will actually cost them their life, as Sunito will switch back to the operator, trying to play up and over the site itself. A 3 versus 4, as the aggression from Cincinnati has been met. Straight through the Viper's Pit, they will fall time after time. The Bearcats are cut away, and they want to save. Understandably so, they almost certainly will walk away, give William and Mary 8, or give them 8 just by proxy by giving them the kills. Nonetheless, the Tribe will pick up 80% of the first 10 rounds. This is just so clean from William and Mary. Well, it was till 3. I would
call accolade.
Yeah,
I was like, I would call accolade. Yeah, no, incredible play. I really want to highlight how well that they are playing as a team, because that Viper's Pit, if you play that in a comp game, 9 times out of 10 you actually get caught out, because there's no way of really watching a main, right? And so the fact that is that they were able to do that, and they knew that someone was going to be watching a main, that they knew someone was going to be kind of hovering around drop, and so it worked out great for them. And yeah, I mean, just a great play for them. And look, they're just catching them out every time. They're like, oh well, this is Viper Wall, they always put this Viper Wall here, so they're gonna be going towards Dish. And now look at this, 4 on Arcade with only 2 players, like 2 players to do anything.
A trade of Prowlers does a whole lot of nothing. The Haunt is also shot out. Winobi trying to gain the information off the back of it, but will indeed avoid it. Bebo, for some reason, just uses a Shrouded Step to get up rather than the more orthodox ropes. Nonetheless, will gain the control, and Lil Banana Duck will find the opener. It's again looking like a relatively clean round for William and Mary. There is a trade around that Arcade side, so certainly could be worse. Actually, that was a round towards B main rather than Arcade. My apologies. And the Tour de Force is on the board. Paranoia misses, so Sunito can see another and find another. Cincinnati have the advantage, but the spike is down.
Yeah, Cincinnati have the advantage, but if... Never mind. They didn't check Shogunai to be there. They didn't expect that. There's still a small chance. Oh, no. Not Winobi getting the headshot. And so, yeah. 8-3, 9-3, 9-8-4 is going to be this half. And I think Cincinnati needed to be 8-4. I truly think that if William and Mary will play their defense as well as they've been playing this offense, I don't see Cincinnati getting 8, let alone 9, to just do this incredible comeback. It's going to be everything that they have to get every single round win. And
hold up,
yeah,
I have a question.
Oh, yeah.
Now this is more of a superstition question than an actual analytical one. If you're William and Mary, do you give up this round to avoid the 9-3 curse?
Spike.
I would do it more for the memes than anything, but
okay.
Yeah.
Wow, so you approve of match fixing? Wow. Okay, Zohan. We see.
Now that's some like really far out there. Like, oh well, you believe in doing it for the meme purposes? Match fixing.
Yeah.
No, I mean honestly, right now, William. I was gonna say it's gonna be 8-4, and then all of a sudden they just get.
No, it's not.
They get 3. Yeah, all right. Well, they have the Nightfall still, and that's
It is
exactly
used.
why you use it, because
They
it
actually
pushes
didn't see
everyone
anybody.
back.
I
It's
can't
not-
tell
it's
if
not
that
Waldy.
found Waldy. It barely did, if at all, who does now aggress back forward and actually finds the kill. No ultimates available by any means here for Cincinnati on the retake. The Tour de Force is on the board should Lil Banana Duck want to use it. And the Aftershock will actually put them out of position. Nonetheless, they still find the kill, and the peak off the back of their teammates' engagement will be from Mize. They find the kill and find William and Mary 9-3 scoreline at the halftime split.
All right. Well, as I was telling you earlier, as I'm hoping William and Mary hold this defense, I'm seeing an Omen go towards B. I don't want that to happen. I want the Omen at A. I want to see that one way.
They probably won't use it in pistol.
They might not use it in pistol, right? But no, I think that was a great round for them. And honestly, yeah, Omen being at B is not too big of a concern, since there are multiple places you can smoke. I kind of just want to see Cincinnati run it every round, because I think if William and Mary don't play safe on B and just do a full retake B kind of plays, they might actually get caught out a little bit. Great damage though. I mean, look how much damage they've already done while barely taking any themselves. Yeah, that's actually a critical mistake, and already has allowed a lot of rotation. And look at this flank.
Faint finding a double, looking for more. Only one more as it stands, and they actually will be able to find that third. Looking to keep even more, bring in that aggression. Won't be able to find it because that's not where the rest of Cincinnati is. Fade takes...
flank.
This is so weird. The Fade just took the zipline around from normal T-spawn into the backside of Arcade just to try and gain that space back, but they've planted around towards A. A spike plant's there, but both players aren't on the site itself, and the rotation's actually coming through Dish as well. This is such an unorthodox round.
This might be not only the triple bamboozle, this might be the quad bamboozle.
No way.
Fade was already there. Are
Winobi
you
has no
telling me
idea.
that they're going to be catching out Winobi?
And there's
They're
no
slow
trademark.
walking.
There's no trademark. They have absolutely no idea. Winobi's gonna get caught out, and there's nothing they can do about it. No idea whatsoever. 7 billion IQ, infinite at this point, no matter how much you may matter. It's not gonna happen. The Seas lands, 25 HP, deafened as well. Faint finds a 4K. William and Mary find the round. Technically could have been the ace if the Omen didn't steal it away. Nonetheless, it's William and Mary with continued dominance and such a large brain play to walk from the beginning of Dish, even before the entry to Dish. They were holding their shift key, and Cincinnati are cut away because of it. William and Mary, 100% pistol round win rate, 4 for 4 through 2 maps.
I wish we had the Riot UI. I wish we had the Riot data collection, so we could have seen Fate walk all the way from Dish, basically to kind of like the link to CT on B, and then all the way around again to take out Winobi. I mean, an incredible play. And yeah, look, now we're starting to see how this is going to be playing for William and Mary. We have Fade, we have Raze, and we have the Omen shutting down everything on A, and a nice rotation to watch Dish. There's just no way that Sunito could do anything, and they have the spike. Dan, this is going to be 11. This is absolutely incredible, and there's the one way. This game.
Wait, hold up. The Chamber's taking
perfection.
the Chamber's taking the zipline. Chamber's taking the zipline. He's just taking the zipline. They have no idea. Oh my gosh, he dies! How did he die there? Mize, there's a sound cue. You should know this. Oh my goodness. At least the information's there here for William and Mary. Both players are on this side of main. Well-placed Paranoia forces Sunito back. No way in hell should he have been able to find that kill, by the way. Still looking to aggress off the backside of a flash. Guacamole playing anti-flash will sing off the back of that. But a first and a second, now a third overall round from Bebo. Puts William and Mary onto 11. And a reminder, Cincinnati bought in that round. I don't know how in the heck they didn't win it off the back of a very unorthodox play from Sunito. Nonetheless, they do indeed win.
They do indeed, and I actually would kind of prefer them to see them bonus this round. I'm not a huge fan of Mize buying up. I think that might be an audible to make sure that they are able to at least shut down B aggression a little bit. But yeah, no, this is exactly, they are playing, they watched FPX and they're like, all right, we got this. And yeah, they're doing the one way. They're doing exactly what they want to do. And Cincinnati, I think, are a bit confused. They're a bit scared of what they should be doing. They're doing this weird, kind of 2 towards B, 2 towards A from T spawn, and then 1 from the not T spawn that is a T spawn, but they catch out Mize. What? This
Yeah.
game is so weird. This game is chaos.
This shouldn't be a round that Cincinnati are buying in, by the way. The only reason they are is because they actually got the spike down in around number 1 of the half. A little bit is getting flanked from the top of tower, by the way, and dies to it. Waldy gets the kill there. A dark cover thrown towards main to really relegate that side of things, but a return bit of smoke towards that rotation from CT. Alongside an incendiary means no aggression here for William and Mary to try and retake the site. A 3v4, weapon advantage, and somehow just teleporting straight into their own dark cover. Waldy doesn't see it. Bebo doesn't see Waldy. Waldy finds another. I don't know how in the world this game has gone the way it has indeed. Feint's gonna die at some point, whether it's through the smoke or on the other side of it. Waldy looking for a 4K overall will indeed find 6 HP remains, and University of Cincinnati with the gamble round of all gamble rounds, a hero bulldog no less, walk away with a round victory. Sure, that happened.
Yeah, and I don't want to be critical towards any player because they are trying their best and they're probably far better than both of us.
Tell them to get good.
Mize has gone down I think Mize has gone down first or has gone down a lot of times in 1v1s. They have not been winning 1v1s, and I think that is actually a critical factor in how William and Mary have lost a couple of these rounds. I think Mize needs to play a little more careful. You have with this composition, you are going to be playing retakes. It's okay to give up sight because you should be doing them together. You have Wait.
I was about to say Mize is dead, but they didn't walk out of sewers quickly enough. Mize is going to back up to their death, however. They should be killed, and they are indeed. Unfortunate point, because you brought it up, and it happens right after. Olive getting another, even after the Nightfall lands. Looking for a third, won't be able to find it. Lobananaduk's aggression makes it a 1v3. Low HP on the brim as it stands. Everybody else relatively clean and clear in terms of their HP margins. The swing will find a first. Looking for the second, but they're being swung from behind. 120 degrees of attack from 3 different angles. Add up the 3 angles, it's 360. There's no way you're winning that.
And I think this is where maybe William and Mary didn't practice their B how they wanted to retake B. Because we saw what happened when William and Mary are holding A. They're doing the Omen one way. And I think Cincinnati now understand that, hey, A is not the way to go. If we are able to just push B, take out Mize, maybe take out, I don't want to say his full name, the chamber for William and Mary. Now we're going to be able to excite. Now we're going to be able to take these rounds. And they might actually be able to see that now Raze is on B. If they notice that, if they get that intel early, that Raze started on B, they might start pushing up A more often. And I wasn't a huge fan of that.
Yeah, I think this round's over.
I don't like
as
that
well.
aggression.
Yeah, this round's over. I'm no expert, but there's 5 players pushing towards that A side. Now 4, with the other one taking a very slow walk around with that zip line. Mize in towards main, but it's really just Bebo between them and having full control of the site. Bebo can't really do a dang thing either. Shot lands, just a body shot though, and they're also detected with that haunt. Looking for a headshot will actually find it, at least a first found. Prowler will land, so information gained. Feint taking that zip line across will look to flank the flanker once more. Waldy with that control, however, will be able to find a double. The breach from Dish does indeed find it. The sound cue's given over from the fade, but she doesn't care. It's Feint finding another and retrieving a rifle. I think they're saving though. At least Feint looks to be. Maybe?
I would say that. Yeah. I think they're just kind of they were just waiting to see if anyone pushes there.
Oh,
and what?
They maybe actually take this.
My said.
Aw, that's boring. I thought they were gonna go for it. That would have actually been relatively viable. Nonetheless, it's a round victory for Cincinnati. 6 now found for them. At just under half the scoreline, just above half the scoreline of William and Mary at this point. Unorthodox round again. I feel like that's been a similar situation to most of these rounds, going back to even Haven, but yeah, still an applicable conversation.
I now just realized that Feint's on 23 and 8, and the next person, the only person, the top 5 for Cincinnati is at 12 and 15. I mean, wow, an incredible performance by Feint. And okay, so they're changing it up a bit. Unless Little Ban and a Duck. Is it Lil Ban? How do you say that name?
Lil Banana Duck. Lil Banana
Oh,
Duck.
Lil Banana Duck. Banana. That's not Ban Anna.
They're not Overwatch haters, all right?
Yeah, no, so okay, I like this. This might be pushing. I wouldn't have actually. No, I think this might have been a mistake. Why is Guacamole still holding on B if they were just going to be doing the Viper Spit on this B main spot? Which, I mean, this one way is just absolutely incredible. Dan, I'm gonna say it again. I love that one way so much.
I'm an FPX enjoyer. Don't blame you. Kind of clean. And now for Cincinnati, losing 2 in that same spot. Your options currently consist of going towards A, but from Dish, and walking straight through a trademark, giving over the information, allowing a rotation through, and then giving probably away the round, going through Arcade and walking into a stack on B. You're going through B main or A main, of which a Viper's Pit or 2 players wait for you. I'm not liking any of the decisions available here for Cincinnati. They do want to push together. I like that call. They're all going to go around from the bottom side of sewers, in through Arcade, and on towards that B side. But there's still a Viper Spit on most of the site. The Nightfall to really relegate that and give over the information. And Mize will be detected by it. It also lands across onto Little Banana Duck. They also use that Rolling Thunder to try and gain control of the site itself, but they yet to clear out tower. Little Banana Duck finding that kill, doesn't find a second, fortunately enough, but I don't know if they can even take full site control. Mai's still waiting inside of their own Viper's Pit, means they have to just wait. Luckily, they will be able to drop them, but a Haunt lands, as will the shots, because continuous information was given over. The shot didn't land onto the Haunt, the shot, however, did indeed land onto their head, and William and Mary will find match and series point.
Which, I mean, and that's where, I mean, obviously you can't have that Viper's Pit every single round, but that's where you want to have a chamber, maybe opping down B main, and then you have that Viper's Wall cutting off Arcade, which, because something we haven't talked about this entire round is going through those Vipers, the Viper Wall gives you decay, and it doesn't go away quickly. And so the fact is that they can't really push Arcade if the Viper's Wall there. And an interesting, this is an interesting play. They're switching the players around, I think, because they've started to, they're maybe figuring out that Cincinnati want to be pushing B with it. And this is going into this might be a meat grinder right now. Wait, did that Haunt bounced?
It did, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that before.
No, it's a very rare occurrence. Most of the time the lineups are fully set. Both Duelist-esque ultimates popped. Little Banana Duck winning the opener, though, with their own Tour de Force. It's Tour de Force and Bladestorm there for the attack. Tour de Force only here for William and Mary, at least what's been used already. Of course, the Showstopper and From the Shadows still available. Little Banana Duck misses that one, but the aggression here. The Showstopper actually misses as they double updraft above it. Talk about avoiding a heat-seeking missile. Just jump forehead.
Yeah, no, and this is going to have to be some incredible plays here right now. Almond using that From the Shadows. Would Nobi? They didn't check. They didn't check it. What? What's going on? What?
This round's far from over as well. Feint's still alive, wants to aggress in through the sky smoke, will be able to do so. Line of sight not being held by the Jet. Both players towards the back corner of sight. First found, second as well. What a shot from Feint. What a round from William and Mary. The comeback is there. The 1v2 is as well. I don't know how in the world they win that. I don't know how in the world they didn't win it cleaner, but they won it. Round victory and series victory. 2-0. William and Mary 13-6 here, and a similar storyline back on map 1 as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this just comes down to the fact that William and Mary play meta compositions on most maps. I mean, I would say this Omen Viper is like, it's not meta, but it's meta enough to be notable. And yeah, they play it exactly how they should be playing it. They didn't go like Omen and Viper and then have double controller on a dish and just do something weird with it. They played it exactly well. I just want to highlight that one way once again, because look how every time Cincinnati attempted to push it, they lose 3, they lose 2, and the round's just over. I don't think they lost a round where they tried to push that one way. And I mean, that just showed how well that I think when William and Mary were on their game, when and that B control was just able to shut down any aggression. Cincinnati just didn't have an answer for it.
Well, it was indeed a very clean victory for William and Mary, playing around their own strengths from start to finish. The start of Haven to the finish of Fracture. A clean 1v2 from Feint to close it out. And speaking of Feint, we'll actually get an interview with them. But first, a break. When we come back, an interview, and then it's UConn taking on St. John's. A 2-0 victory there for William and Mary as they open things up and close things out within the 90 minutes of time required. Apparently, a clean one, to say the very least, but a victory nonetheless. I'm time to late. That's Sohan down below us, metaphorically, as Feint, whose camera did not decide to work with us today. Hopefully it will next week, but for the time only, it's an audio-only interview. Feint, to open things up, how do you feel about your victory 2-0?
Really good match today. We were very happy going into the veto, I think. Where Haven's a pretty good map for us. Fracture, we wanted to pick into because we've been working on it a little bit, stratting it up. And then Bind is like one of our more solid maps. So we were happy even if we had to go to map 3. Overall, I feel like I played pretty well. And then I think the whole team is just like really on today. So it didn't really matter who was playing well at the end of the day because I think any of us would have picked up the slack. Overall, just really happy with the team and the win.
Well, you were talking about playing well. Overall, you did, especially in Fracture. Not only were you playing the Fade and using utility to a T, it was playing around your own gun skill as well. When we last checked, it was like 24 kills. Our observer has a screenshot. I'm totally not going to take 4 seconds and fill with random words while
27
I
and
go
8.
look at it. Yeah, 27 and 8. That was kind of unfair.
Yeah, I think you guys had mentioned before that we're drawing a little bit from FPX there with that comp, who are a really solid team on Fracture. And I think I'm trying to channel my inner Shao a little bit and just go for those nice plays and like play around my utility because it really just opens up a lot of easy gunfights for me. It's not even super hard when they're standing still, stunned, from my dog and behind a one way. It's like, easy pickings. It's yeah.
I mean, and kind of actually to go off of that point, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think every time that we saw Cincinnati attempt to push that one way, it just did not go well for them at all. I think every single round that they attempted to push that, I don't think it was a win for them. So, how did you practice that? Was that scrims? Was that just kind of an in-house practice? How did you perfect it enough where you were just able to shut down any aggression?
I think yeah, in scrims we've practiced that a lot. I think it takes a little bit of work for sure to get the coordination down because that utility from the other team can really come through and mess you up. Like if I, for example, like let myself get stunned by that breach utility, then it becomes a lot harder to hold down. So it took a little bit of like working in scrims and also on our own, I think, like just running some stuff dry and trying to figure out how we wanted to position ourselves and also looking to FPX and other teams that run similar setups. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to the coordination of the team inside of the A main area. Like Omen usually kind of like taking that contact and being willing to eat the stun so that I can swing out and then uh, do what's necessary while I'm not stunned and play off my dog. And with Ray's kind of supporting from the door.
Right. And when I mean, I'm going to bounce off that question. I love that composition on Fracture. Don't get me wrong. I mean, Dan will tell you I've talked about that one way about 18
Too
times
much.
now.
Too much.
Why the FPX comp on Fracture, which is kind of an unorthodox composition, and then effectively the most meta comp on Haven?
I think that it's more so like what is suited to our players. Before we were running kind of like the optic typical comp on Fracture with the neon and stuff, and I was on the neon actually. But I think what ends up happening is that we're more suited, I think, to like the slow, methodical kind of gameplay of FPX, and so looking to emulate that is much better. Like I said, Bind is one of our more solid maps because it plays out in that kind of like defaulty uh manner, and also Mize, our Viper player, he had a little bit of off day today, but typically he's just so strong in the Viper that it's kind of dumb not to put him on it. You put that guy in a Viper's pit in a 1v3, and I have him every time
I
winning
mean,
that.
Right.
even with that lack of overall gun skill from Mize, it was still playing to utility. The fakes were good for you in the attacking side, and since we've been working reverse chronologically, I'll continue back to Haven to open things up. It was chaotic from the start. It was really Cincinnati not really playing aggressive early in either half. In the first half, they played slow, even with the Neon and KO composition, and then later on they played quickly, and it worked, but it was too little too late. The same story was on their defensive side where they tried to get aggressive, but it wasn't until they were up against match point and a round they still lost. Talk me through how you dealt with their composition.
Yeah, I think noticing the neon without much supportive utility, like we were a little surprised to see the neon without the breach or anything, because obviously neon needs a little bit of that support to get in deep. I think our game plan was kind of similar, although we did change up our A main takes a little bit because typically we'd be seasonating that area a lot more. But knowing that the neon can just kind of run past it and disrespect it, we decided to go more for like having breach stun instead, which will catch her more likely, and kind of play a little bit more reactively in the A main area, although they didn't end up going aggressive there too much, even like after our stuns. And when they did, I think we started to read that they were just waiting out the stun and like stacking towards that area. Uh, and then also like in general, I think just dealing with the aggression, especially without the extra initiation power, was like letting them kind of peter out because they're going to run out of like utility to send in eventually, and then we can get in deeper.
And building off of that, just a quick final thought from you, whether it's a final thought or a shout out you have. Any shout outs or anything, the floor is yours.
Shout out to the guys today. We all did really well. I think we were all pretty focused up. It was really good to see because we've been putting in some work and it's good to see it pay off. Also, shout out to my girlfriend who's watching at home, uh, and anyone else watching at home supporting William Mary. Thank you guys. We're always trying to catch dubs for you. So hopefully we see it again next week. And thank you guys.
Well, that's it for our first match of the day. We move on to UConn and St. John's. UConn looking to pick up where they left off with Counter-Strike yesterday, at least in map number 1. An unfortunate loss, but still a close matchup against Marquette. They're currently playing up against St. John's on twitch.tv/official EGF2 if you want to go watch them play League of Legends, the other Riot game, while we take a little bit of a break. When we come back, it's our second match in our second best of 3.
Change your mind, 'cause I don't think we're finished until I cross the line. 'Cause I can't let you go. I want you to know that I will make you mine. So before we dive in deeper, I wanna get to know you well. You will. Let me have a taste of you. Loving everything you do. The only thing I'd rather do is have a little taste of you. Let me have a
don't give up. You're getting better. You're looking better. Were you worth it? And please don't stop looking me that way. You're freezing my veins. And now I'm ready to start, 'cause you make me fly. Oh. And now I'm ready to start, 'cause you make me fly. Until you don't give up, you're getting better, you're looking better. Were you worth it? And please don't stop looking me that way. You're freezing my veins. And now I'm ready to start, 'cause you make me fall. Oh. And now I'm ready to start, 'cause you make me fall. Dying from inside. Don't you see I'm getting over my fears? I'm not afraid of showing it. Takes the lying, is your mind, baby. Now I see what's going on in my life. Don't you see I'm getting over my fears? I'm not afraid of showing it. Takes the lying, is your mind, baby. Now I see what's going on in my life. Out from underneath
try somehow. I'm never gonna survive unless I've got you near me now. We'll try somehow. We can stare at the stars and start believing. Oh, oh, oh. And I can fight the fire when I'm dreaming. Believing. Believing. I'm never gonna survive unless I've got you near me now. We'll try somehow. We can stare at the stars and start believing. Oh, oh, oh. And I can fight the fire when I'm dreaming. Believing. Stars and stars believing.
Ooh, never thought you'd be the one. The one. Ooh, never thought you'd be the one. The one to break my heart. To break my heart.
A first match, a combined 26-11 as William and Mary take that one 2-0. Into our second, it's UConn taking on St. John's, a technical rematch. However, the first match of the two hasn't really finished yet, that being over in League of Legends and still going in their third map between them. But for the time being, we're in the other Riot game. This is Valorant. This is the opening map of our best of three. I'm timed late. That right there is Zohan, and Zohan coming into this best of three, and the expectations coming forward.
And we're going to see Icebox, so I think for the now second map in a row from what we've seen in Valorant, we're going to be seeing Viper again. Going to be seeing Sova for probably the first time this series. And yeah, I'm going to be curious to see how they play this. Are they going to be playing with a duelist? Are they going to be playing triple sentinel? It's, triple sentinel's hard, but if you play it right, I think it is probably one of the better compositions in this, just in the agent pool. But regardless, I think Ray's Sova KO could also work great. I hope I don't see a Brimhorn Omen because I have played that too many. I've seen that too many times in my comp games, Dan. I don't like it.
I'm not a fan of Brimmer Omen here on Icebox. Fracture, of course, will be second with Breeze a decider if it's required. I'm going to bring in the introductory statement that if UConn win Icebox, I think they win Fracture as well. I was similar to that thought process over with Mary. I think that's going to carry over here. Fracture, a unorthodox map selection. If a team's picking it, they've got to prep it, just as William and Mary did. We'll see if UConn has that same scenario. But Icebox itself, you talked about the agent selection or the possible one at that. We'll head into the agent selection to see what the teams are deciding. St. John's will start off on the defense with UConn on the attack. This is not UConn's map pick? This is UConn's map pick? No. UConn starts attack. They chose attack. So, interesting, but okay. We'll see if it works out for them.
Yeah, so already right off the bat, UConn not going for the doubles or triple controller, triple sentinel. You would honestly, I always thought that sentinel should be the name of, or sentinel should be called controller. Like, I don't know. I digress. Anyway, so actually, they're going to be playing mirror comps, which is going to be really interesting. I think this is definitely our first meta, our mirror composition of the day. And what it tells me is that they want to play slow, but they want to also make sure that they are able to have a good post plant, feature like intel gathering. So this is not going to be, quick plays. This might be a long map depending on the scoreline. But I like this. I personally, when I see KO, I would prefer to see a raise with it. But I do like this composition overall. I'm gonna be curious to see how Viper lines up. It's gonna be crucial to see how these Vipers line up because there's really only 5 setups you really need to know in total on this map. Also, what do we call Sage?
Hold up. So if you could type to Sage really quick, just say, hey, type real quick, because I know they have a name. I casted St. John's last week.
Oh, is this Rice?
I think this is Rice.
Rice?
Yeah.
This is Rice.
This is Rice. Don't worry about it.
I was observing last week.
Yeah, you were the observer. You're right.
I was the observer.
Yeah, Sage, you'll see that she doesn't have a name. Their name's actually Rice, but there's some like either in-game bug or intentional bug that Rice is exploiting for their name to not actually pop up. A good way to avoid flaming in comp games, I suppose. Nonetheless, still creative. Sage is Rice for the time being, so if you hear us mentioning, carbs, that's why. Defoliate, the opener onto S-Flow, who got a little bit too aggressive in mid and slowly walked into the headhunter of the chamber, but Rice actually finds a return, so Stan is taken off the board. An initiator for a controller. Who do you think wins that trade there, Zohan?
I would say St. John's if they push A right now because Viper is still alive and obviously that wall. But I like that they're rotating towards mid because right now they were playing that kind of default, and I think it was a bit of a mistake pushing up one by themselves, and taking out Rice is a critical factor, and I can't see taking out 2. All right, yeah, no, UConn win this pistol round. I don't see a way for them to bring it back here.
No, it's really difficult here for St. John's, and you can see actually Smalls walking straight under Defoliate, who is chilling on the overpass from the backside of Cafeteria. Knight in a 1 versus 4 here. Right clicks missed. Defoliate still looking for the kill, but left alone with 22 HP. It's I Can't See 3 to find the final kill and a triple on the round. The Sage really playing the duelist. Ironically, there's not a single duelist other than the Technical Chamber, who I still call a pseudo-duelist. I don't care that Soph flames me. Soph, by the way, our observer. Didn't mention that in our first series. Soph is super cool, our observer, and we love her.
We do love her. But what I'm gonna be talking about is Sage, because Sage on Icebox is not a Sentinel. Sage is on paper a Sentinel, but Sage plays as kind of a quasi initiator, controller, and honestly duelist, because you have the ability to heal after you go in. And I mean, we've seen it in compositions where, you know, I mean, okay, in early first duel, I think it Defoliate wins this. No, sadly not. But no, so Sage, if Sage plays well, Sage can be a duelist on Icebox. We've seen Jing play Sage from Paper X to like, I mean, better than we would play every agent we have combined tripled.
Yeah, but, you know, that's kind of unfair, because he plays the game, like, 60 hours a week. I play, it's like 60 hours in 3 months. I cast it more. But nonetheless, it's still an applicable conversation of dominance can really be there. Capin finds another here for Yukon. They regain their man advantage. And this Poison Cloud put down, trying to allow them to get this spike down. A well-placed 0 point will take down that Poison Cloud and allow them to take down everybody remaining for St. John's. It is a relatively clean conversion round victory. They keep the rifles on the board and keep it going. It's Yukon to pick up a second.
Yeah, I'm gonna be okay. So they should be buying pretty safe this round. I mean, honestly, look at it. Defoliate was one of, I mean, I Can't See did only buy a ghost. Now they should actually, I would not be surprised if they bought full. Yeah, so they're gonna be able to buy this round. So that was a risk that they took in order to actually make sure that with 2 rifles, they could easily win this. So that was a very calculated risk, and it might be working out in their favor. And especially, oh no, this aggression might not work out. Actually, Knight takes 1 out. It takes 2 out.
Gosh, almost finding another was S-Flow in through that tube. It's Yukon playing with their first real disadvantage of the map, but they have gained cafeteria control at a bare minimum. S-Flow's well aware of it, but doesn't know that the KO's still on the right side of that doorway. They're gonna jump up, but not still see the KO, and they still have yet to see them. This is such a chaotic round, and the KO's looking back at them. Up goes S-Flow, and down into the grave they will head. A flank has been set up, though, so I Can't See 3's taken out. The spike is down in mid, K-Pin's on 1 HP, and around towards B, they still find the kill. They don't have the spike, though.
They don't, and I hope they're watching where K-Pin is coming from, because if they don't, they could be taken out. And actually, with that has to be the round, 1 HP. But this could be, no, not going to be an incredible miracle. Sadly, Rice does get that, but I mean, it was a calculated risk to get those rifles. And I mean, they got 3 for that, and they're still going to be able to full buy. So I consider that a win for Yukon, because if St. John's loses this round, they're broke. I mean, look at S-Flow has to buy a Spectre, and we have light shields on Knight. This might be a bit of a worrying sign, because the economy for Yukon is looking better at the moment. And yeah, it's going to be a critical round that St. John's has to win.
It's the first gun round. I believe that's what we've tokened it as, which it really is, in all fairness. Sonar recon bolts will go through on both sides, neither of them finding all that much. Null command put through alongside the 0 point just to make sure that everybody's hit and the information is gained. That hit 2 players, both on the backside of site. Void here, and a swing from K-Pin, however, will find 2. The refry from Rice, though, is there. Smalls finds one of their own, but K-Pin's down for the time being. The null command will make them resable, but I just do not think that's going to be the case. There's no easy way for Yukon to pick up their fallen initiator, and it's a true 2 versus 2 with St. John's. Reinitiates with a flank, no less. Look at the chamber behind them. They have to be wary of this, and it seems like they are. Looking back as a Sova, now the Viper as well, but both of them will fall, both to headshots, and with Smalls finding a 3K, Rice with a double of their own, it's St. John's to clean and clearly win this first gun round.
Yeah, this is where I would have played this a bit slower. if I was UConn, because their composition, yeah, Sage can actually push really fast, but Rise with that early Sage wall kind of forced St. John's, excuse me, forced UConn to go a certain way onto point, allowing a lot of these trades. Capin almost completely clutched it out for them, but was traded out, and I think that was a critical loss. And yeah, I mean, now look at this. Now that they're on a kind of a light buy, they're splitting up. They're starting to default, and I think they should know that there's going to be aggression up B. Look at this. They push every time up B, and you should be able to catch this out.
Nami's cut out. Knight, well disciplined, does get
go.
taken out by their doppelganger. So a 1-for-1 trade, Sova for that KO. I don't really know who wins that trade. In all fairness, I feel like UConn win it just a little bit because the KO had the ult, the Sova didn't, but it's really information versus a lack of information. Depends on how you look at it. Slow orb thrown by Rice, stands still waiting on top of heaven, looking to try and spray in and through. Void has been seen though. The spray there does a little bit of damage, not all that much though, so not game change. Hold the phone. Void was just put down to 7 HP off that spray, by the way. They're going to be back up to about 65 or so after that healing orb dissipates. But UConn clearly winning some of these opening engagements.
Literally so, and actually could get the res off on the Sova if they're able to take out Smalls, who granted does have the Tour de Force. And I mean, they still have the KO. So if they just knife yellow right now, they get the res off, they take B.
They can get it anyway. Because he's
they
inside of
can
that
just
too.
res. Oh,
He's
no,
inside
yeah,
of a
he's
little box.
inside.
Yeah.
30
Yeah,
seconds
why
left.
not go for the res? Do it right now.
Get it now.
Res.
I don't know why they're taking so long. 0 point will go up and over. This should find at least S-Flow, and it will indeed. No information for S-Flow, no information workable here either for that Sova. The swing from Defoliate, near perfectly timed, should be able to find the Sage, and does indeed. S-Flow does find a double, but is immediately taken out. A 1v2 now, as it stands for the Viper, as she aggresses into Cafeteria, and the res will come through, albeit a little later than we thought it would. It's a 3v1 now for the Viper to come back against.
I mean, not even the res wasn't even on who we thought it would be, but I think Capin definitely a worthy pick, and yeah, just a very simple cleanup onto Void there. I liked that round. That's where UConn plays. I think that's where UConn plays very well, is when they play a bit slow, waiting for St. John's to be aggressive. Because if we noticed, St. John's kind of plays aggressive off the start, and if they lose a pick, they start to play a bit more aggressive. And I think that might have been a mistake. They should just kind of hold back. I really liked what Rice and Void were doing, which is just kind of take orb control, deny a bit of space. Don't run up into the spawn of our attackers and lose out. It works out 10% of the time, but that 90% is a very critical loss.
Russian here again for St. John's, and oh, Defoliate, no! Knight should never have won that fight. There's no getting around that. Unfortunate opener. There is a trade, so Smalls will go down as they try a little bit of over-aggression. Nami holding the flank. S-Flow and Knight trying to posture towards this side. With 2 players on site, they've taken down at least 1. There is still the Viper to deal with. The last player to fall in the previous round. One of the first maybe here for this St. John's side. They don't clear him. Luckily, Void just did not have the amount of pellets required. A null command popped, however. They're looking for this retake.
I'm not a huge fan of that ult.
Not either.
There's one flash. Yeah, you get one, but yeah, that's exactly how I thought that was gonna go. I mean, what does that null command do? You get to push in through smokes in a 2v4? That just means they're gonna be watching the angles that you're gonna be coming from. Unless you're flanking, which you can't, because they would know, because the null command kind of gives you a general idea where the KO is. There's 2 places to watch. You just have 2 watching rafters and you have 2 watching the door. Boom, the round's over. Yeah, so I wasn't a huge fan of that. But now it's gonna be, I'm gonna like this. They're gonna be jumping up. They're gonna be ulting onto A, which is probably going to shut down any A aggression. They might keep some, they're gonna keep Defoliate there to maybe catch out the rotation towards B. But this might be a mid play because they haven't been going mid a lot, Dan.
No, and understandably so. I don't feel middle control has really been a necessity for them. K-Pin a flash around that actually doesn't land. K-Pin flashes himself off the angle more than he flashes Knight away. The drop down, well-placed flash, but K-Pin finds the kill before the pop flash actually pops, and because of it, Knight will fall. A Viper's Pit popped, as you mentioned, over towards the A site, but it's a shorty inside of it. Now, in all fairness, a shorty is extremely more effective when a decay's effect is applied against your opponents, but still, only a shorty, not the greatest part. They do have a phantom as a backup, so not the worst thing. But at this point, I'd honestly prefer a phantom, because one body shot with a phantom is probably a little easier and a little bit more consistent than a body shot with that shorty, but there's the shorty. It actually finds a headshot, but they want to continue their aggression. The operator up towards Rafters only finds one before being taken out. They have yet to clear out this Viper, though, who's towards Maze now as they rotate behind. The aggression outside of the Viper's Pit coming through. Nami finds the kill. Void swinging around will fall as well. A 2 versus 2. Again, this is where you need the null command.
Yeah, this is where the null command, and now it's too late regardless. The ultimate is already out. 24 HP could do a lot. But in a 2v1 where Knight has to have absolute perfection, it's going to be hard. A nice headshot, but that decay was just absolutely too much. If they go into this decay, they're one hit. It's all on the line here.
It's certainly possible for either of them to win this. Stan playing this very smartly. Up and over is where they lie. No easy vision for Knight as it stands. They drop the Viper's Pit. Why? No way! Stan drops the Viper's Pit and drops the round. I understand you want to drop down on top of them, but that's when you drop down, and if they're not there, you run the heck away. Your entire field of vision was given to the KO. I refuse to believe it happened. That was the easiest round for Stan to win because of their early decision, yet they throw away the early decision with a late decision. I don't like it.
Yeah, that was definitely a mistake there. I mean, I understand it's very hard to do so. I'm going to be very curious to see if Void tries to maybe throw down this wall and then rotate towards B, because I think Viper is very strong if you have like Viper at B, but with the ability to wall A, because you want to be away from this KO. You want to be able to make sure that your team is able to wall up. And so it's a bit of a metagame, but I want to kind of see them do that, and I do like this kind of a rotation towards B. I think UConn might just be getting caught out. Look how slow they're playing. They're waiting for some aggression, and they don't expect it down mid.
Nobody's giving them the aggression. I think that's the most applicable part. St. John's is playing so passive at this point. UConn, while yes, it's not really passive, it's so slow that they're not giving away any information. B site has been given over. That reload will be heard. Albeit they may not know who it is on the other side, nor what weapon they're carrying, but at minimum a reload will be heard. A late toxic screen thrown across, a 0 point to make sure the information is not given over, but they didn't throw the Sage Wall up quick enough, so the Snakebite does indeed land. I can't see, we'll have to run away and then reattempt that spike plant with that recon bolt behind them, of which luckily doesn't find the information as to their whereabouts. A follow-up fragment doesn't either, but Smalls finds a double. One, I believe, straight through the other. In goes this Hunter's Fury. It doesn't find anything, and they may have to hop off of it because of the aggression. Essel will find a free kill as Nami's caught with utility out, and it's a 1v4 as it stands for Stan. Throws down a Snakebite to try and get them off that spike, but there's just not enough damage done by the Snakebite over time. It's a free spike defuse, and honestly, a little bit of a free round there for the Scarlet Tempest as UConn are cut away from the site and St. John's tie us up.
Yeah, I think they were half buying maybe, and I think that might have been kind of the key factors. They needed to use ults to try to keep the St. John's away, but I might have played that a bit different. I think they should have been playing together. I think they should have been playing maybe just towards yellow, towards this, long area. Just go for lineups. Why go this rotation towards mid? This is a competitive game. Your team's going to be playing there. It's a nice early takeout, but a nice trade back.
Rice actually falls there. I'm a little surprised Rice is the one to lose that fight. What Rice did was throw the Sage Wall behind them inside a tube and then aggress down past it, giving absolutely no inkling that they would be the aggressive one in that scenario. Nonetheless, they lose the fight, but there is an immediate trade. Again, a toxic screen thrown across this B side, but a null command will make sure that is no longer the case. and Yukon will run away. Understandably so, Nami finds an opener in towards mid, looking for another onto Void, who's not aggressing, and smartly so, but that null command really only takes B control away. There's still time for Yukon to push A, and that seems to be the call for them.
Yeah, it kind of has to be. But this is going to be very hard to push into. You're pushing into a Viper. You're pushing into this operator of Void, which is just done. Oh, not Void. Smalls. What? I think I saw Vulcan. I just kind of assumed it was Void. It just absolutely incredible work right now. So, but the post plant has been given.
They know it. I think they know about the flank. The swing, it's the Viper to take out the Viper instead of that KO. Speaking of the KO, they will fall. Another now found by I Can't See. A 1v2 for the chamber we mentioned earlier. The trademark over top gives the information as to I Can't See's position, but I Can't See just runs away and jumps around the corner so the Headhunter doesn't actually find a head. And the re-aggression now from the Sage around the backside of the site with time ticking off that spike no less. There's no easy way in here for Smalls. As they swing around, they actually find one with that operator. Looking for a second as the Sage continues to aggress. But in goes this swing. I Can't See will find another, a third in the round. Yukon's fifth in the half. Unfortunately, I don't think I Can't See. Oh, actually, they do indeed survive. Nonetheless, Yukon win the round.
I mean, yeah. They say they can't see 3, but they seem to be good for 3. And yeah, I went for it.
That was good. I'll give you that.
And you know, 5 for 4, and I think if St. John's doesn't get this round, that's understandable. If they don't get the next round, I think this is going to be a great attacking side for Yukon. If they get to 8, this might be over because this is a defensive sided map. I mean, a great trade, but what is that going to do? There's going to be an instant res. They're just trying to play this aggressively, and that does not work out well.
Hey, no, they just knew they were going to lose the round, so instead they figured they'd do it relatively quickly. A 1v4 now for a now scanned out chamber, of whom has a Tour de Force out and a Dream. Unfortunately, the Dream wasn't all that successful in terms of coming to reality. Yukon finds 6 into the round. You said they need to pick up. They lose here. They probably lose the next round because they won't have enough money to buy, and it'll be an 8-4 half. You talked about it being defensive-sided. Yukon will have that dominance, not only in terms of being up in terms of 3, maybe 4 rounds, but also being on the defense of St. John's map pick.
In we go.
Yeah, and I mean, I just want to highlight right now that Smalls is a defensive chamber opping right now, and they have a single kill more than Defoliate, who's attacking, who hasn't been on a lot of rifles. I mean, that's definitely one way to start it off, but they have to do that again and again and again in order to come back in this game.
Luckily, they only had to do it once in this round. That's control loss for Yukon as well. They don't have a resurrection available, so St. John's are really on the front foot, especially in this round. Look at their flank setup as well. They have one towards T-spawn, another in towards the top of mid. There's nothing that Yukon can do to get out of this A side, and there are 3 players on the site itself waiting for them. Smalls is going to find another, looking for even more up and over top. A Recon Bolt shouldn't find any information, and doesn't. The aggression in through Maze, though, there's one found by that Sova. Unfortunately, they're now taken away. It's a 1v3 for the KO. This is actually certainly possible. There's only one player on the site itself with a flank coming in. They will find the first. Do they know about the flank, though? That's the real question. They have to run straight into it to grab that spike, and they'll fall because of it. St. John's bring up a 5th. At worst, it'll be a 2-round deficit at the half.
Round before the switch.
Yeah, and I mean, 8-4 I think would have been possible. 7-5 is definitely an ask. If they tie it up, though, I could see St. John's doing it because, you know, this is still a mirror composition. Yeah, sure, it's defender-sided, so I think the edge will be to Yukon.
Anyone have funds to spare?
But I mean, look at this buy. I mean, even if they won that, there's still a Bulldog, there's still a Guardian. That's going to be a bit rough, but I mean, we've seen a lot worse before and a lot better of a round regardless.
Now down to Yukon to really bring it back. There's an opener. The team that picks up the chamber opener usually is the one to come out on top, that being with an operator, and usually is the case. Notably, they take out the Viper, who had the Viper's pit available, and now the chamber itself actually taken away. It was the Viper to die to the chamber, and now the chamber to die to the Viper. Unfortunately, on the same side.
think that was a bit of a mistake there. They were able to ping defoliate, you know, with the. I mean, that was a mistake with the owl drone. But yeah, sure, you get I can't see 3, but you could have taken out defoliate. You had the ping, you had it ready. Take out that op, and now it's a 1v3. I mean, Bryce is very good, but I don't see this. They have all the information they need. They can just trade it out very well. And yeah, there it is.
Very smart game of misdirection there from UConn. Who can you jump away from first? And it seems like they're fairly good at their leaping and bounding abilities. The Huskies will make it a 7-5 halftime split. This isn't too out of the ordinary. The defensive side is favored, but 7-5 on the attack isn't completely unseen. The unfortunate part now for St. John's is it's the attacking side of their own map pick, of which you usually start on and then find a disadvantage early rather than starting the attack with a disadvantage. I have to say I favor UConn in this for multiple reasons, but the number one reason is the fact they just, in all fairness, have K-Pin. No other reason. Just K-Pin.
K-Pin, yeah, and I mean, honestly, Defoliate and Smalls have done like basically the same score line, but one was on, one was on the defense, and I think now that Defoliate is on this defense, that op might be incredibly scary. And already a fast rotate though, so I think they understand where this is going to be coming from, and they might be able to catch them out. And if they do, they might lose. Why did they put the wall mid?
That one's a question mark. They really give away what could have been an advantage. And now it's a 3v5 with a spike down. At minimum, the objective timer now favors the attackers, but with a now 3-man disadvantage. It is brought back to just 2, but the spike being planted and a sage wall between them and it means Smalls has to walk straight through it, give away a sound cue, and walk straight through a decay effect. UConn will win the second half pistol. Again, it's dominance from the Huskies, and again, St. John's are indeed cut away. All I'm saying here, Zohan, all I'm saying is that the team to win the pistol has won the map every time. And in this case, it's already both pistols. So...
yeah, I mean, look, right now, why... I didn't like that play, because here's the thing. What makes Sage's wall so unbelievably powerful is that when your team has that wall near the plant, they have to break it, and it gives you all the time in the world to break, like to set up, to rotate, to get them. When you use it on mid, what does that do? You get to walk away for 5 seconds, and then you get to like have your team be flanked when they all break it mid. You can't even see anything. Like that was a critical mistake. It might have just lost in this game too.
Well, I mean,
maybe not.
Knight finds an opener around towards this A side. Also is able to suppress the KO and retrieve a Spectre. This round's far from over. A fragment put down means UConn have to delay their retake just a little bit. A flash around the back side. It was actually a Sage Wall to propel them forward, but they've already taken it out. And S-Flow out as well. A 0 point back towards mid should find information as to Smalls' position. I'm not 100% sure it did, and even if it did, Smalls is now vacating the premises. A well-placed recon bolt will take out the Sage and force them out of position, but Knight, retrieving that Spectre, is only able to find another one. Smalls is in this 1 versus 2. On the spike goes that Sova. They tap it down to at least a first, and K-Pin will make sure that Smalls cannot take it out the second time. UConn win it, albeit narrowly and costly so, but they win it nonetheless.
Yeah, and it was a calculated risk by St. John's to buy up even just a little bit to, have a chance at this round, and it worked out great for them. They were able to take out so many, and now this bonus round is looking a little weak. You're having light shields. Yeah, this is... I would say this is probably going to be St. John's round, but to be expected, so I'm not too concerned about that. What I'm more concerned about is what if they do the absolute crazy play and win this round.
That's when the game's over. At least this first map.
Oh.
S-Flow's
Okay,
seen the
they saw
chamber.
that.
I don't know if Defoliate knows they've been seen. The Recon Bolt at least defining that, looking for at least a headshot before they TP or go down. They TP away after at least finding body damage. Unfortunately, it's a negative trade of body damage, but they do have that Sage healing orb to bring them right back into the fray. This round's far from over. Yukon retakes are scary, but St. John's looking to hold things down with a weapon advantage.
Yeah, they have 2 watching flank, which may turn out to be the wrong idea. But yeah, the gun disadvantage so far is showing greatly because there's so much damage being done. The DVs, can they get it half? No, but the trades are going kind of okay.
Oh my gosh, and Stan's still alive. Finds a second on the round. 21 HP left over only for them. Another snake bite put down means they cannot stick that spike through, and a well-placed snake bite decider will give Smalls the final kill. They walk straight through that toxic screen, take the decay effect on only 21 HP, it put them down to just 1, and Smalls needed to sneeze in their general direction to find the kill. Nonetheless, Yukon do a decent bit of damage for it being a gun round. Both of these teams win the round they should have, but still do a crap ton of damage.
Yeah, and I would say Yukon overall did that round better. Or did that, you know, if we had to choose between who we wanted or who we would say, oh, they did better, I would say Yukon did it better.
Yeah.
Only because they had classics. They had a single Phantom. Like, that was an incredible round for them. No, you have to, okay. I was about to say, please DP away. They're going to be crawling underneath you. So
Null command.
I mean, a null command's going to be used. Maybe a bit of a mistake, because what is this trying to prevent? Except, you know, getting an easy headshot on 2 players?
Well, a double there from Knight. They're trying to get this spike down, and they do actually. Under my nose. S-Flow behind the wall and in hell under the tube box. They will not be able to resurrect that KO, and a return null command will indeed come through, but they don't clear out this flank. S-Flow sitting under hell will be able to find a double and a triple with the right click. I can't see is sent away, and St. John's win the gun round. 7-9, we're right back into that 2-round deficit we saw at halftime. The pistol and conversion are wiped off the board.
Yeah, that is very nice. That's not what you wanted. What you wanted to have happen. I mean, that was just a great play. That was a great risk by Knight. They should have been able to catch that out. He effectively just went, I'm gonna take this rope and I'm gonna get 2, and you can't stop me. And that's what they did. And if that didn't work out, I think they lose that round. Or, you know, if Defoliate just tries to shoot 8 Headhunter bullets and miss all but 2, that could also happen.
Hey, don't criticize. Sometimes you want to just, you know, do what you do. Attempted over-aggression from Stan will indeed lead to their downfall. This is not looking all that great, to be completely honest with you here for Yukon. In all fairness, they didn't have all that much of a buy to start with. Nami finding a kill in towards mid, and actually cutting off the rotation of that Sage, of whom actually has a resurrection, looking for the res. Should be able to find it cleanly so, and does indeed. Nami doesn't have an easy way through, and it's back to the 4 versus 2.
Yeah, 4 versus 2, it's going to be an incredibly hard retake. Is it possible? Maybe, but no, they already knew where 1 was. Okay. A 1v4 with a Marshal, and they know where they are. That's exactly what I expect to happen. Yeah, so it's going to be the full gun round. I would actually take a pause here as Yukon, just to be able to be like, hey, let's maybe not give up so many early picks.
That works.
They have the ultimates to deny, the plans. They have to deny any trades that, St. John's might have. And also, critically enough, they have the Viper's Pit. They have all the tools to take this to double digits, but St. John's has been coming back.
If Yukon lose this, I feel St. John's really start to propel themselves forward. I was in a similar situation with Yukon. If Yukon really won the bonus, that would have put them even further forward. It was chaotic, but it was still a bonus round loss. Oh my goodness, Defoliate, could you look it away at a worse time? Welcome to tactical first-person shooters and their timing. Defoliate does, however, take away the chambers, so I suppose a trade they could have taken. It's really up to the Chamber versus that Sage. Sage still alive. A lineup for a slow orb. Lineup Larry question mark? What is that?
To deny any op, which
Well,
you kind of already know there's no op.
I
so
know what
I'm
it's
a bit
for, but I'm
confused.
confused as to why you have a slow orb lineup.
Why not? I have lineups.
Spike
They're fun.
down
For
A.
slow
Uh,
orbs?
not for slow ups. I don't play
Yeah,
Sage.
exactly.
I mean, I would if I played Sage.
Enemy
I
remaining.
suppose that's fair. Sage is a relatively staple pick of Icebox. Nonetheless, it's a round victory for Yukon. That was relatively clean and clear from the opening engagements. Defoliate finding the opener and another kill going Yukon's way in towards mid really put them on the front foot. But looking at the kills, the real outliers as it stands are Capin on 21 and 12 with 4 players between 2 teams on 15 kills. That's kind of nuts, by the way. But on the other side, it's the 2 bottom fraggers for both teams are relatively close to one another. 2 and 3 versus 1, 2 and 3 for Yukon versus St. John's are relatively close together. It's really just Capin propelling them forward and having that clutch factor.
I mean, and I wouldn't even call. I think some of these kills might literally just be because some of these lower rated like kills is just because they might be having like they're holding the wrong site. Like that could literally be it. Or, Eslo just hitting an absolutely insane phantom shot. That could also be it.
Viper's pick.
So they're using. This is going to be an interesting retake because there's no Hunter's Fury. They could do the kind of the like 2 Viper's pits, but it's very risky and yeah.
No, they don't even want to, and understandably so. It's down to a 2 versus 4. Stan swinging around straight to the Sage, who's yet to be cleared. Rice will find the kill there, and the Viper since has repositioned. The decay effect will take place in front of Nami, and the removal of the Viper's pit directly in front of them will lead to their downfall. St. John's bring it right back to 1. Yukon are not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, you kind of cursed it there, Dan.
I did no such thing.
Okay, this is Yukon's last round before I think St. John's gets too far ahead. St. John's can full buy for the rest of the game. If Yukon don't win this, I think St. John's just runs with it from here. Yukon have to bring it back now. If they don't, this might be game over.
Hopefully for their case, that's not the case. Jump peek around. Defoliate wants to take this fight and will indeed. What is that, Smalls? Oh, Defoliate takes the close angle rather than the far one, and Smalls just shoots too close. Nami finds another, and Yukon trying to re-extend their lead. I can't see he's trying to heal Nami, of whom isn't even giving them the time of day, much less the ability for line of sight. Resurrection comes through into Smalls, so it's a 3 versus 5 rather than 2, but still extremely difficult to pull off. Also, how in the world is the Viper still alive? How has the KO not killed them in towards mid? And they're going towards cafeteria / B. The KO is going to find this kill, though. At least information. Stan may steal the kill away from them now as they go around towards B main. It'll be the KO. Hopefully, there we go. Find the kill. Smalls, as they walk out of main, should die here. No teleport available. The operator only does 141 damage instead of the required 150. I don't know if unorthodox is the right word for this round, but incorrect, I feel, could be correctly as wording it.
I mean, they needed to do a crazy play, and they did it. They took a calculated risk by pushing aggressively behind that Viper's wall. They all thought they were going to be coming from A. They weren't. I don't think that matters too much. I don't think you're going to get a 1v4 in 8 seconds. I mean, you can. Nope. All right. Just making sure. That would have been very scary if they got that. They wouldn't have been able to play it. So just having one run away effectively shuts down the round for them. So yeah, now Yukon are going to be able to bring it back, or at least a little bit. They're still kind of rough economically. Like, I don't think they can full buy except defoliate if they lose this round. So they brought it back a little bit. St. John's need to do something here.
Teleport's ready.
What do you suggest they do?
You want to
Coach
play?
Zohan,
Let's
any
play.
suggestions?
Don't owl drone into a knife like that. That was an incorrect. great observing there by Soft, because that was like a mistake that is incredibly hard to be upset about. But yeah, no, they need to play slow. I think this mid aggression could be a good idea. I once again do not like that wall there. Why are you using that wall? It tells them so much. It tells them just watch kitchen a little bit and we're fine. I would have called a timeout and figured out a set play, to be completely honest.
Well, they don't. Their set play, at least at a cursory glance, not working all that well. Kitchen is actually being held, by the way, by Nami. The backside now being seen. Flashbang actually doesn't land. They turned away too late, though. Nami dies because of it. A trade is there. Void getting that kill means advantage St. John's for the time being. With their positional prowess, they're on the front foot. They want to go towards B, though, of which is the incorrect call. There's still control towards B main from that KO, and there's full mid control now for the entirety of UConn. What is that shot to Foley? It misses, but K-Pin has their help. One now found, but a trade is finally there. The null command's still active, but the kill's not so much. They brought it back, but there's still another. Stand through B main. Is it slowing down? It's a 1v1. They'll stabilize the core, bring it to a 2v1, and bring that KO right back into the fray. The toxic screen to make sure the positional advantage is indeed towards this UConn side. A toxic screen up against the Viper's pit. They hop on a spike for the time being, but it's only a tap. The aggression from K-Pin, though, will find their second on the round, and UConn, by the hair of their chinny chin chins, and by the grace of whatever deity you pray to, pick up map point.
Yeah, that was chaos and a half, and I have no idea what this map has turned into, Dan. We went from, all right, let's play default, to, all right, now we're switching sides. Because UConn, I think, maybe missed their attacking side. Because I think I've seen them more in the T-spawn area than I have seen them on site this entire game. Or at least these past, 3 rounds now. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. It's fun. It's fun to watch. And now St. John's they're gonna be able to full buy, but they have to do it. They have to win this round, obviously, and they have to win it well. Because if they win this round but lose 4 for it, that's going to be a critical loss for them.
Foliate. Looking for an opening kill. The toxic screen will actually relegate all of their vision, but they can still just wait for some pushing to come through. Unfortunately, they don't. A flashbang straight through the toxic screen means Knight can even get more control. CT control is now gained by St. John's. Looking for double digits, their first real milestone. Defoliate's looking the wrong way, though. They're going to be swung from the right side. There's Knight from CT finding the kill, even a flashbang around the CT side to try and gain some more information and map control. Real estate is St. John's parent #1 major at the university, considering how good they are at controlling it. But killing, maybe not so much. 1 versus 3, though, for Nami. They were caught bringing their rifle out from the recon bolt, and they'll lose. St. John's just 2 away from forcing OT.
2 away from forcing OT, and that was kind of the win I wanted them to see. Because now they're going to be able to full buy again. They should be pretty close to full buying. Even if they lose this round, it's going to maybe some light shields, but I think they're fine. Yeah, and a very rough buy from UConn. But honestly, I'm not as concerned because UConn seems to make these econ rounds, these eco rounds just work incredibly. So I'm going to be seeing what their plan is. It seems to be a lot of mid aggression and just giving up B right now.
This is such a weird setup now. I can't see with a Marshall towards B. It's the Sage, unfortunately not hitting the headshot they were looking for. A well-placed recon bolt will find their information as well. And it's a similar toxic screen to give them all the control they could really ask for. A slow warp, yeah, but nothing they put through to make sure it found efficacy. A flank does find one, but an immediate trade there. It's a 1 versus 4 on the site itself here for I Can't See 3, and the right clicks from the Classic just do not do enough damage. Defoliate and company on the flank now. It's a 3v3 full retake from the B side. The sides have switched as it's offense versus defense. Now the defense turning into the attacking half. They hop on the spike for the time being to try and drop that toxic screen. A first found and a 1 versus 1 as it stands. A resurrection possibly coming through for a bait setup. K-Pin at least finds the first and a second as well. It's a 4K for the KO, picking up the kill they were looking for, and the map itself. Yukon with the perfect flank of flanks, bringing it back to their attacking half, do indeed pick up map number 1, that being St. John's map pick, no less.
I don't know what to. You know what? I'm like, that last series was like, oh, there's this incredible play here because they were running metacomps, and that was, let's go just play attackers on defense and let's see if it works out. And it worked every time. And yeah, that's how UConn won that. And now that we're going into Fracture, where basically becoming the attackers is every single round on defense, yeah, UConn might win that.
It's not looking good for St. John's going into Fracture. It's an unorthodox map of which is not your pick. You've lost the more orthodox of map selections of which was your own. I don't know what to make of it. And fortunately, I don't think anybody does, because now we don't have to talk. No, I'm kidding. But coming into this next map, it's a must-win for St. John's. Of course, forcing it to Breeze is certainly a possibility. That being a map really thrown up in the air usually goes to OT in these parts, but they need to win Fracture first. Whether that happens or not, we'll find out. But first, a break.
Soon it's summer, insecure like never before. Will we meet? I don't know, I don't know. Do you want to feel the same pain like I do? I do, baby. I can't imagine the summer without you. Na na yeah, la la la, na na yeah. The summer without you. Na na yeah, la la la, na na yeah. The summer without you. Soon it's summer, insecure like never before. Will we meet? I don't know, I don't know. Do you want to feel the same pain like I do? I do, baby. Can't imagine summer. The summer without you. you, baby. I wanna feel you and I wanna touch you, baby. Come, yeah. Do you want to feel the same pain like I do? I do, baby. Yeah. Can't imagine summer without you.
All the pieces just fall into place. Before you know it, you'll be on your way. All the pieces just fall into place. Before you know it, you'll be on your way. Everything will work out in the end. Everything will work out in the end. All the pieces just fall into place. Before you know it, you'll be on your way. All the pieces just fall into place. Before you know it, you'll be on your way. Everything will work out in the end. Everything will work out in the end.
Not a clean and clear first map victory, but a first map victory nonetheless there for UConn on St. John's map selection of Icebox. We move to Fracture, that being the choice of the Huskies. They're looking to close things out in 2, but not if Scarlet Tempest have anything to say about it. Welcome back, by the way, to EGFC Season 4 Valorant Week 2. I'm time delayed. That right there, Zohan. And Fracture's, again, our second map, this time under minorly different circumstances.
Minorly, but I mean, I think what we saw from UConn there, just that weird kind of aggressive play on defense, that's kind of all what Fracture is about. Sure, they start on attack first, which may make this game a bit longer, depending on how St. John's play, how UConn plays, of course. Yeah, but I mean, if they play it well, this could be a pretty short game because I think UConn's aggression was very good, and that was without a duelist. That was without any need for speed. is kind of what I call neon nowadays. And I think if they did, I think with the neon, they might end this game pretty fast. But St. John still has a chance. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Smalls
Wow,
is
doubters.
an insane opper. So, and I think obviously on Fracture where Chambers played 100% of the time, uh, some fun things.
Well, the St. John series up against Yukon in League of Legends just came to an end. I don't know when you all will be joining us. At some point, there's going to be a raid from that channel over here. Nonetheless, a 2-1 victory there for Yukon, so whether history repeats itself, albeit history from, I don't know, about 12 minutes ago or not, will remain to be seen.
And from a different game entirely.
Yeah,
I
but
think that might be.
it's still Riot Games, so that's why I make the correlation between them. Nonetheless, Yukon and St. John's into our second map. It'll be Yukon starting on the attack again. St. John's did decide to start on the defensive side.
Wow.
Which is
Look
understandable.
at this composition.
This is a really shocking
They
comp.
have
Oh, actually.
Neon. No, he's gonna Defoliate's gonna go on the chamber.
Yes.
If they go on anything but the chamber, I'm going. In no, Capon, don't do this to me.
Capon should go KO.
Should yeah, should. And okay, so what we're seeing is St. John's running. St. John's, I need you to run a mirror comp now. Please
they
don't
don't, I
run a
think they lose.
Viper with this comp.
I think they're going to be running a Vipers this comp. Zohan not going to be too happy with that one. Rice on the some reason Raze other than a Neon, which is not completely out of the blue. But
Raze could work. I'll be honest. But I think what they're doing is they're trying to metagame how the new map, like how Fracture looks now. And I don't know if that's going to work out for them.
And having if you had like a Viper and a Brim, or a Viper and an Omen, or even a Viper and an Astra, maybe an Astra, but still having it as like a secondary controller, sure, just like we saw in our previous matchup with William and Mary. Yeah, I'd say that's okay, but having a Viper as your sole controller, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, and I mean, I think partly what made that FBX comp work. I mean, they were undefeated on Fracture, but I mean, I think that might be because they weren't playing necessarily the best teams who play Fracture, and so I think that might have just been a small mistake for them. I mean, I'm not a small mistake for them. That's not my point. I'm gonna be curious to see how St. John's plays this, because I'm seeing kind of an A Viper play, and I think Viper just has to, I mean, as you say, it should be a secondary controller. Viper is way better at shutting down B, and so I'm definitely a bit worried. Sure, Breach might get some stuns, Raze might get some kills. Yeah, but I think also Capon kind of negates a lot of Viper wall if they play this Neon right.
Question here from Rice right off the bat with that Roomba in. Finds it minimum information, so information to a T already. The issue is over-aggression towards main with no real regard for Dish. Something they may have to worry about. They do have a flank being set up towards Dish, and it goes that flank and Knight will fall. So falling back towards Dish, but now should be the call for Yukon to run away and go towards that B side, but they don't, and the lulls just fall because of it. It's down to a 2 versus 2. What is going on? What? All right.
That spray was perfect. What? You went, what was that? Sorry, that was perfect, Dad.
I love your face because I can see your face, and you just had like a deadpan stare, and then you saw the spray and the and you started laughing. I just thought it was hilarious.
That was I think that you need the Neon. I kind of didn't like how they were playing Neon with Chamber. I think Neon needs to kind of go with Breach. I mean, that's exactly what we saw in our last series, where they were talking about how it's kind of weird when Neon didn't have a Breach or didn't have something to push them forward. So an interesting mistake, I think, that was kind of a risk, and it just didn't work out for them. And if they catch this out, oh, this might turn it around. Nope, never mind. They're fine.
No, this should be a relatively clean
standing.
Yukon victory, and
Spike
hey,
down
Yukon have
A.
won the first pistol, so this is the first pistol thus far on the day that Yukon or William and Mary have not won. They're now looking to pick up the conversion. A Stinger's been picked up for K-Pin, so certainly possible for them to pick it up. The round itself, not just the Stinger, but they have 3 players to find, all of whom are around T-spawn/A main, and K-Pin doesn't have the spike, nor a whole lot of time to work with. 45 seconds is a decent bit if you're a Neon, but it's not looking great.
It's a lot of time though. I mean, there's okay. I like that they've started to play closer together because if they hadn't, I would have been a bit. I would have been a bit worried because if Rays had been so far
30
up that they
seconds
were
left.
earlier, that might have been something. But there's a small chance, but a very small one.
Team Ace.
Nope. 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 That wall. Nope.
That really just makes sure you're walking through a metaphorical toxic screen in order to get towards your opponents. You'd lose the advantage of walking in with the element of surprise. You can't even differentiate 1v1s at that point. If you throw in the fast lane towards B main and then split the Rays off from the chamber, that I understand. But putting down that type of a fast lane just really didn't work for them, and naturally, it's a round victory for St. John's. This is where Yukon should win. There is an operator available for smalls. I don't know about this call. This is a bonus round. You shouldn't be spending all this money because you lose here. It's not really a gun round in round 4. It's down to you really saving on 2 players, but nonetheless, still an applicable conversation.
Yeah, that is a risk that if Yukon takes site and they get the plant down, I think that's just an automatic save. Oh, K-Pin was able to catch it out. Should they get the trade? But yeah, this is going to be a risky play. And if they get the plant down, I think you just have to save the op. You can't don't risk it. Just don't risk it anymore. Get out of there. Save it.
They're going to save it either. Knight getting flanked. The Aftershock will actually take him down after early damage, and I can't see. Can indeed, and takes down Smalls because of it. The Operator should be retrieved, actually opting not to do so. Yukon will keep their standard rifles and pick up the first anti-bonus. Understandably so. That was a round they should have won. After St. John's round, they should have won. But I'm going back to the conversation of they overbought in the previous. They shouldn't have bought the Operator. They probably shouldn't have bought the rifle and SFO either. Yet they did, and now they're up against the ringer because of it.
Yeah, and I mean, people might be like, "Oh, well, but K-Pin can't buy it." Yeah, but they're Neon and they have the Zappy Zap Palpatine kind of ult. And yeah, I think if they play this well, never mind. Rice just gets an incredible headshot, and I'm kind of a bit disappointed with how Yukon's been playing this. Because look at this. They're letting so much aggression happen. K-Pin should just be going with the team. This is a composition where you kind of want to just send it. And, I mean, what?
Blink and you miss it, I suppose. Round's already over. St. John's probably shouldn't have had that much of an advantage, at least not at face value, yet do anyway. And I'm not going to lie to you, Yukon kind of threw that. Albeit they lost 2 just straight up 1v1 gunfights, so that didn't particularly help their situation, but other than that, it looked really good for them, and just, honestly, Yukon didn't look all that good at all.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's where I'm not a big fan of St. John's composition, but they're playing defense well. They're playing aggressively. Look, they do it again. They get 1. They're going to be going into that, and that's going to be another. And yeah, I think on paper, Yukon should be able to do all of these just aggressive plays. And, I mean, okay, and then now they win the econ round, the eco weird buy. I don't know what's going on. This is a weird game because
I feel like
on
this
paper,
is par for the course for the B stream.
yeah, B stream vibes, B stream vibes.
Odd, to say the very least. Spike planted. St. John's will attempt the retake here. And it's certainly possible for them. 2 avenues of attack. Smalls will go through the main entry, whereas you can see it's the Viper going through the other side. Nami towards Tower. It's the Neon around towards that backside of Arcade with the Brimstone up near the breach. Smalls will entry straight through the sky smoke, make sure they can avoid any early engagement. Incendiary to make sure they can't hop on the spike right off the bat, and well-placed orbital strike, and the fault line to make sure they have to stay inside of it. K-Pin's return aggression will come through, and no easy way onto the site, no easy way off of the site. It'll be a Yukon second round, just a round later than it probably should have been.
Yeah, that was... I'm starting to like when K-Pin is able to push behind the team, but remember, they're kind of playing all of the slow team and then having K-Pin lurk, which I guess works because it's K-Pin, but I want to see more set plays. This composition works because of set plays. It doesn't work because you're like, because Neon go fast.
What? Neon holding W doesn't help? Oh my gosh. My view of reality is ruined. Smalls playing an off angle, again finds a kill, this time K-Pin, the victim. So Ray is on the other side of this one. Nami does swing and does immediately fall back after said initial swing. The paint shells miss, making sure that Rice can control this line of sight. A Rolling Thunder, though, up towards Heaven, finding both with it, forcing S-Flow towards that line of sight. With a Judge in hand, doesn't have the fire rate, doesn't need it. One shot, one kill, a return fault line to stun out the opponents. Apparently doesn't even need that. I can't see, wasn't even stunned, and could see, yet still died. It's a 1v4. Of which was nowhere close. St. John's, is this the same team from Icebox?
They're playing this Neon and not giving them any support. And yeah, this is what happens. Okay, finally I'm seeing a breach with the Neon. But like, please don't tell me they're going to opposite sides. Please don't tell me that. Yeah,
Yes,
no, they need to
plus
be...
ratio.
Dan, this is not... Yeah, you need to have support with your Neon.
Yeah, support.
It's like they just nightfall without realizing. Okay, they don't. That would have been really funny. But yeah, this is okay. Finally, the Neon's going with the initiators, but isn't even first. It's the fade with the spike. Oh, nice shot.
Decent refrag. They have a fault line prepped. I don't think it's actually going to come through. It will actually, and I believe it landed as well. They had the mark on towards Rice, who's still waiting around the backside of Arcade. They're being flanked from sewers, though, and it's Defoliate to find a follow-up. That's 2 rifles that can be recovered here from Yukon, and they have a man advantage to work off of as well. Now, the question is, where do they go? The seeming prep there is towards Dish, but with all 4 players around towards the secondary T-spawn, now just 3 with Defoliate dropping, it leaves them really vulnerable, and again in a confusing scenario. Fortunately, another rifle will be able to be retrieved, so it's really an even setup for both teams. It's just advantage St. John's in terms of their real estate and utility.
Yeah, but I mean, I think a critical thing is Knight has to stay alive because that's your only util for retakes. Viper and Chamber are not retake characters. So it's going to be crucial that they are able to do something. Oh!
One enemy remaining.
No way, finding a second as well. I can't see in a 1 versus 2. Marshall in hand, first shot doesn't land. Second attempt there, the 360 not either. A shorty kill from Void, a double headshot with it no less, and a round that St. John's should have won, and then Yukon should have won, and then St. John's should have won, and then Yukon should have won again, goes the way of St. John's. I feel the teams are minorly indecisive in terms of whether they want to throw away the round or indeed pick it up.
They just need to use Neon, not how they're doing it right now. They need to be having Neon follow up on a breach stunt. Imagine Neon following up on that Rolling Thunder. That would have been so good. But instead it was just, I mean, look at this. They're just pushing. They're going for it. They're probably gonna get 1. They might get 2. No, they don't get. They don't get any. What? No, they get 1. They get 2. Okay.
A 3 for 2 trade when all is said and done. It was a Nightfall into a Haunt, into a Rolling Thunder, into seemingly every ultimate in the game. Smalls can't see a dang thing, nor unfortunately do a dang thing. Void's gonna rotate in through Arcade. A 1v3 for them, but with no retake utility whatsoever other than snake bites. And that would give away their position. There's no easy way in. Nami's hidden on the backside of the mid box. Void has to take this rope. Stan will throw out the haunt and at minimum gain information, and does indeed. Void is seen, will at least fake the fact they're going up the rope, will avoid the aforementioned fault line, the aftershock as well, but the only reason they avoided the aftershock because they died. And it's another round going the way of Yukon. This game annoys me.
This is a very weird game. Yeah. Okay. I want Yukon to do that again. That's all I gotta say. That's some high-level analysis, isn't it?
I want Yukon to do that again. Look at me, I'm a color caster.
High-level analysis. Now, and I mean, I think a big thing with that is, why is Capin alone?
Because they can be, and because they're neon, so just quick run across that zip line and you're good to go. Aftershock into a haunt, finds information as the smallest position. They're stunned out, they're gunned down, and Nami through the wall will take them away. That's the opener going the way of Yukon, and baiting over the rotations, it's working perfectly. With all the utility they threw over towards that A side, B is left basically open. The only caveat to that is S-Flow. Waiting towards the backside of Arcade, K-Pin trying to clear them will at minimum do 120 damage to try and make sure that the Breach can't do a dang thing about it. A fault line will not land, only give away the fact they're still around towards the Arcade position. A flashbang as well, but they're being flanked. I Can't See will find the kill. The Haunt will find the information, at least as to I Can't See's position. Not on towards Stan, who was planting default, but it's a 2v2, and it's not planted for either of the players around towards main. Nami is unknown. A Nightfall will come through towards their position. Night prepping it. It will indeed come through that position. I still don't like these rounds.
Chaos. That is the B stream today. It is chaos. I don't really have much to say. I think Yukon took that chaotic energy from the end of Icebox and just went, okay, now let's turn it up to like 1,000. Because Capin is on one side of the map. You have 3 towards B main, 1 taking out an op, but then you still lose the round because you're just giving 1v1s or 2v1s every like 4 seconds. Yeah, I don't have much to say. I like this, what looks like they're setting up for. I want S-Flow to stun. I want Capin to follow up on it. That's a start. That is a great. That's not a good start. Never mind.
Oh my gosh, Capin just shut down. This is just adding insult to injury. I Can't See was like, well, I'm gonna try a no scope, and if it doesn't work, I'm just gonna lose the round. I don't know what to make of some of these at all. There's usually like a point where both of us just chip in here, give some relatively decent analysis of, hey, this is why this happened, this is why this happened. There's no explaining this.
I don't know what's going on anymore. Is that bad to say on stream? Maybe.
No, I don't know what's going on either. It's really just a combination. So here's the TLDR for all of you completely unaware of what in the world is happening. Yukon and St. John's like to do this thing where if one of them throws in an ultimate, the other one throws in 2. And then off the back of that, you have one team losing a gunfight.
The team who throws in 2 loses.
Yeah. And you have a team winning a gunfight, and then the other decides, oh, well, actually, I'm going to throw away the following 2 and take away any advantage I was given. K-Pin's going to walk into this engagement without any help whatsoever. It's a 1v2 as it stands, no utility, and is going to die. I hate this game. I hate it.
I don't know what's going on Wait, what? There was someone just like randomly CT'd that wasn't watching.
Rolling Thunder. Here's one.
There's a
one
Rolling
of
Thunder.
2 on the return
They're using
ultimates.
it to take site.
That's not the worst thing. I've seen worse ultimates. At least an initiation ultimate actually used for an initiation. There is no real return ultimate to gain site control. They have the Viper's Pit, but at best, you really don't use that to try and gain site control. You use it to hold the site control you've been given. A seize lands onto 2, so a deafening effect will land for the time being. Shots missed. Defoliate still close. Is actually cleared out. Rice will hit that shot. Rice continuing with their own aggression as well. A single kill away from that showstopper. That could maybe change the round or change the game as a whole. An orbital strike thrown through, but Void flanks I can't see. A second ultimate already thrown through, and it doesn't find anything. Nami has the spike planted for them. The poison cloud should dissipate in the next few seconds. It does indeed, but only to Nami's death. And St. John's win again. Yukon used 2 ultimates, and they lose the round!
Save the day. Easy. Last
Oh, my
round
parsec.
in the half.
Oh, my
No,
parsec was
no, it
frozen.
froze because I
might
was
have
taking
been-
a screenshot of your face.
Oh, okay. I mean, accurate, honestly. K-Pin was by themselves up dish.
Kill them.
Someone got taken out because they were solo B,
Let's play.
looking the wrong way. K-Pin's by themselves again, by the way. Who? Okay, Knight gets 2.
Down A.
Yeah, but Stead dies as they're using the Nightfall. So Void, just chilling open, is cleared out by the Tour de Force, the catwalk position being held, but the Showstopper's going to come through. It is avoided. Well done by K-Pin to avoid that lethal ultimate, but Race still finds the kill. Because the Aftershock was thrown in through default, a flash around the corner means Defoliate can't see a dang thing, and K-Pin's taken out. St. John's will make it a 9-3 halftime split on the defensive side of Fracture on UConn's map pick. Sure, why not?
I mean, I said it last game, but I'll say it again. That happened. So, okay. Does St. John's win this round or win this game?
If they win this round, they win the game. If UConn win it, they have a shot back. That's my outtake.
I mean, yeah, probably. But like, what's gonna happen now? Because
Oh, don't make me guess this. Have you seen this game? There's no guessing that.
I don't know, because I feel, honestly what I feel is I think UConn changed who goes on what agent at the last minute. Like, completely. I think that they had a different plan. Like, maybe K-Pin was on the breach or something. And yeah, why did you just I mean, you're deafened, but like,
They've dropped the A site. They've dropped an opening kill. They have information as to K-Pin's whereabouts. Maybe not the follow-up. At least the hunt will land to find the second. So the information gained here for St. John's attack, but K-Pin finds a second. Still fragging out from last game, albeit a little delayed. Geometry played to a T by the Neon. Finds the relay bolt stun, but doesn't find the following up kills. It's a 1v2 for I Can't See, who has to take 2 different vertical fights. And St. John's win the pistol. K-Pin finds a triple. And St. John's don't care.
Okay. St. John's, I would actually say St. John's don't buy up here, because if UConn, yeah, so UConn's going to be forcing here. I think UConn's forced rounds, or like forced ecos, have done really well for them. And yeah, so they're setting up for B aggression. So they're going to be smoking. They're going to be kind of smoking that link area. Neon's going to be running. Doesn't even have enough for like a smoke though. So they're not even flashing. Not going to be finding anything. But now I feel like UConn's going to get like 3 instantly.
Well, you were wrong. Plus L plus ratio. St. John's continue with their
The
dominance.
spikes there.
Yeah, they've just casually held the spike in towards A main and are playing defense onto UConn's defense. S-Flow finds a double. Rice finds a double. UConn find a second round in the half. This game's over. There's no beating around the bush. UConn are only delaying the inevitable if they win here, because even if they win here, their economy's still looking like absolute dog. I don't know what to do here, because UConn bought in that round, had no shot at it.
I mean, I think they had they had a chance, and they thought it was going to be some big aggression, and it wasn't. And yeah, you just, what are you gonna do? Push into some snake fights? I guess, yeah. And so I kind of like this play. Here's Nami going with the hero play. Nami gets one. Nami gets not two.
This worked. Overdrive will do a decent bit of damage. Somehow S-Flow stays alive and K-Pin doesn't find a kill. What in the world is going on? Rice finds a double. S-Flow finds a triple. It's a full house of kills. St. John's are on map point to force Breeze.
Match point.
I don't get it. I don't understand it. K-Pin should have found at least 2 there. At minimum 1. S-Flow should be buying a lottery ticket with how lucky they are to be alive. And St. John's find map point. UConn, by the way, have found 3 round victories. One of them was a thrifty. The other 2 gun rounds. You can't see me, but I have found a blanket because of how cold and alone this map is making me feel.
I'm really confused. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Right where
What? Why? I don't get it.
There is no explaining the decisions of which have no reasoning behind them. A wise me once said. Void will find a return. A 3 versus 3 for a retake on UConn's side to force OT. This one easier said than done. Reinitiation already shut down from that B main side. The Nightfall available will indeed land. I can't see, however, hits a double. It's a 1v1, but there's a snake bite between them and the site itself. They have to not only push through it, but find the Viper and get that spike defuse, all between a snake bite and a poison cloud and, well, the Viper's pits as well. I can't see, he's just gonna die.
What?
I hate this game.
No way. What? What?
You know,
It was on the stairs.
no, the snake bite itself was on
Yeah, it
the
was on the
spike.
stairs.
No, the snake bite was on the spike. The poison cloud was on the stairs. So now, I'm going to interject here and say, hey, this is usually where we would bring in some high-level analysis, but that game made me lose brain cells. So we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, there's Breeze. We'll see you in a bit.
You wanna be my sorrow, but I look for tomorrow. I'm getting out from underneath my crazy past, so leave me please. You wanna be my sorrow, but I look for tomorrow. I'm getting out from underneath my crazy past, so leave me please. You wanna be my sorrow, but I look for tomorrow. I'm getting out from underneath my crazy past, so leave me please. You wanna be my sorrow, but I look for tomorrow. I'm getting out from underneath my crazy past, so leave me please.
A chaotic second map, to say the very least, yet still a 13-3 victory for St. John's on Fracture. That was UConn's map pick, by the way. Significantly closer back on Icebox, where St. John's lost, but still their own map pick. We'll head to the decider, that being Breeze. I don't know what to make of this. I would usually say, oh yeah, after some of these performances, I know who to favor. I have no clue. No idea whatsoever. I'm drawing blanks.
Yeah, I mean, and especially with the fact that Breeze kind of doesn't play any of the agents they would have just been playing on these maps besides this. I mean, Viper and Sova, but like, they're Jet's the meta duelist. Sky's arguably one of the better initiators. I mean, I think Sky should be played really now, like forced on Breeze every round now. And then, I mean, I kind of just don't count Chamber. Like, I think everyone just insta-locks Chamber anyway, so it's, yeah. And now we're going to an attacking, this is the only attacker-sided map, I think, in the map will basically. Maybe Pearl will become one, but as of right now, it's just Breeze. Yeah, I need a few rounds to see where I'm going to be going with this, so I'm just going to be waiting. I don't have anything yet.
Okay, my prediction is chaos. That's my prediction, because it's a nice neutral prediction and par for the course for today's events and festivities thus far. Of course, Fracture was a map that certainly happened on stream. I don't know what else you want me to go off on that one, but we'll head into Breeze, into agent selections. It should be Jet, Chamber, Sky, KO, and a Viper. And
Look at what UConn just picked. I literally said that this was the composition.
yeah, it's a mirror comp.
They
Actually, wait a second.
Okay. So the thing is that KO was meta, I think, but now, especially with the flash changes, I think the info gathering and especially those flashes that Jet can follow up on are just going to be too powerful.
That's fair.
So but maybe they haven't been practicing that because Sky was already a viable pick, maybe not the strongest pick. And so maybe what's happening is UConn practiced with Sky even before these flash changes. And St. John's had been on that KO. Because honestly, like, it's really hard to capitalize on pop flashes nowadays. So it might be the battle of who has the better flashes.
Especially with everybody and their mother having movement utility. Like, it's so difficult to really build off of those, especially when you're trying to aggress onto a Chamber or a Jet. One of them's going to dash away, the other one's just going to casually TP away to somewhere. You have no clue where they went. It's a chaotic composition. I feel it's basically a mirror, with the main difference being KO versus Sky. Not too many differences between these two as it stands. I don't see too much that'll change. I feel that maybe UConn will be a little bit more aggressive with the Sky because of the fact that she's Sky and plays into that aggression a little bit more. Not all that much, but still a little bit more. St. John's, maybe a little bit more pacifism from them, or passivity, or whatever pacifism is, while still trying to kill people. You still get the idea.
Yeah, I agree. So I'm going to be curious to see how this goes, because I do think this is going to be a bit different than Fracture. Because of the ziplines, I think that just kind of allowed just so much mobility, and I feel UConn didn't really have a game plan around that. I'm going to be curious most of all to see how St. John's set up. So they're putting a chamber trip towards double doors, which tells me that they might just kind of watch a main and cave and then tube, which I mean could work out well for them, depending on how it goes. No Viper walls of yet, so it seems to be it's going to be a retake wall.
No, and no wall on the attacking side either, which is a little different. I feel like they may set it up a little late over towards A, but nothing really doing. And I feel UConn want to leave their options open, while Place Recon Bolt will at least give information as to I Can't See 3's positioning. By the way, I Can't See, the only player to play 3 different agent roles thus far today. Opened up with the Sage, then moved on, and now has switched to the Sky.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where Capen had been throwing that, and yeah, St. John's have just been annihilating this round. It was almost going to be a flawless, but the fully it does get one. But Yeah, I'm a bit confused because I'm noticing that Capin, after switching to Duelist, has been going for these very aggressive hero plays, like trying to take 1v1s and not winning them all. And I think that's just a critical mistake, and they really need to change that. Like they can't be giving 1v1s every single time, or else you're not going to have a Duelist entry.
Okay, I want to know when St. John's subbed in the Sentinels roster, because there's no way they go from losing 13-10 on their map pick to winning Fracture 13-3, and then just casually moving on and winning another pistol. By the way, they're 3 for 3 on pistols since the beginning of Fracture. Yukon is 2 for 3 or 2 for 5 on pistols, and that includes map number 1, of which they've won both. So if history repeats itself, the team winning the opening pistol also wins the map. St. John's will take the series 2-1.
Okay, so something to
What?
Okay, I was very worried for just a second. I definitely think Chamber needs to be putting that trademark towards 2 because they keep losing it there. I mean, yay, someone's gonna have a long flank. Capin might get something, but I think this round's over. There's just a very, very, very small chance that they do anything.
Last player standing.
The biggest thing that I think was going for them was the fact that St. John's didn't seem to be defending the tube the best. But yeah, Bulldog versus 4 people.
30
Good
seconds
luck.
left.
I'm going to write it off as a possibility, but not very high of one. Tailwind's available, a single cloudburst also. Void's on the backside of Tube, though, so at minimum they should give over early information. They actually did not see Capin, but Capin's actually being held. Still does find a first kill. A second is a possibility on the Rice, who does fall as well. Just 10 seconds left, though, and Void has vacated the premises, is just hiding in cave. There's just not enough time here for Capin. The question is, do they save over the Bulldog? No, they do not. At minimum, Yukon does a decent bit of damage. 3 players taken off the board in the conversion rounds. Okay, but Yukon still lose and are looking to win it here in the anti-bonus.
Yeah, and I think St. John's is really going to bonus here, especially with that sheriff throw. I like that a lot more. They're doing it again. They're going for... Okay, so this is a very risky move. Well, actually, I don't know. They were able to save enough that only Void on this Spectre, and if they play close range on B, it might not be a big deal. So they might have just taken a calculated risk and might be putting Yukon back on their foot economically. But maybe we're gonna see our first retake. It's kind of the hope here.
Taking a little bit too long to get the spike on a site, though. The flank's already being set up. Well-placed guiding light towards the backside of the toxic screen, of which now falls. Spike will be planted, but Knight already finds an opener back towards Capin. I can't see and Stan following up with 1 each and defoliate a kill of his own. It's down to a flank set up by Rice and Smalls in the backside of Yellow Box, leaving them risky to say the very least. Rice will fall on the front side after only finding a single one, their information known and the whereabouts certainly given over. Smalls' whereabouts now definitely known, and with 4 HP will run away. Not really saving over all that much with a headhunter in their back pocket, but nonetheless will survive. And St. John's, they'll give away their bonus round.
Yeah, Okay, yeah, I would have preferred to see maybe a more traditional bonus. That was definitely a calculated risk, what they just did. And it didn't work out too well for them. I mean, it worked out okay. I think the key thing that they were doing is they were actually holding a lot further back on A than they had in previous rounds. So that, that kind of toxic screen was able to just cut off a lot of sight. And, I think St. John's takes duels well, but I still give kind of like the 2v2 medium range duels to Yukon.
In we go.
I also feel that Yukon has been playing to their own priorities at this point. It's looking a little bit better than that second map of Fracture already. Toxic screen set up across this A main side for a retake later on should it be required. They're playing in front of it. At minimum, the Jet has been seen, and Knight already finding the opener on to defoliate. Means with the Jet falling away, I don't know if they're going to clear out S-Flow. just waiting here with a judge, and actually they're not even going to aggress anymore towards A main. They've already lost an opener, and in this gun round, they need to be able to play as quickly and close to the chest as possible.
Yeah, they definitely need to play safely. This is Void is taking a very aggressive risk to try and push that smoke down mid, which okay, this is interesting. That would tell me as a defender, okay, they're going for A, but it's kind of a bamboozle. It is going towards B, and oh, a great null command, but can they do anything with it? Oh.
1-for-1 trade. Certainly decent here for St. John's. Smalls on the backside of site, yet to be cleared around the backside of the pillar. Their whereabouts now known with a jump peek from I Can't See, but still aggressing now is the chamber. The guiding light only barely blinding them, and they still have yet to clear out the sentinel on the backside of the site. It may be their downfall, but Smalls misses another shot. A swing towards I Can't See. They stay alive for the time being. It's down to a 1 versus 1. Smalls catches I Can't See, who was looking for the melee kill, and stands waiting around towards the front side of main. Does a little bit more damage. The chamber down to 1 HP, at least a single shot from death, but with an operator in hand, as is Stan. A leg shot will kill him, as will just a body shot, but they've actually switched to the Vandal. Trying to bait Smalls off that swing, at least get him to half. 1 versus 1 still, but Smalls wins the fight and has enough time to get the defuse through. 1.3 seconds, and St. John's win the first gun round. UConn. Okay.
Well, they didn't even win the first gun round because they had full bot the last. That was not a full buy. That was an op, the classic versus a judge. Like, they had taken a risk. They full bot completely, and it was not a fun buy. That was a very risky buy that they just did, and it worked out for them. This is, I almost feel like it seems that whenever it's a risky buy, the team who takes the risky buy wins. And I'm gonna be curious to see how they take it from here, because I mean, okay, or just S-Flow just takes out 2 with an aggressive peak every time.
Yeah, why would we follow statistical norms? We don't follow stats around here. I Can't See 1 versus 1 with Rice, who, well, easily takes I Can't See out, and it's a 1 versus 5. This should be a relatively easy ace clutch here for the Viper. You know, just quickly find all 5 kills. Doesn't actually happen. Flawless round, nice flick. Smalls finds the kill. St. John's find 4, and UConn, this should be a buy for them, but they're going to call a timeout and slow things down just for the time being.
Yeah, and this is definitely needed. I don't know if this stops St. John's momentum at the moment. It's kind of worrying to see how well St. John's have been holding, because I have noticed a couple of things that they could be working on. Like, I wonder if UConn should try and push up, you know, kind of the common lurk spots more, because a lot of the times they give tube control. They don't actually have anyone watching mid all the way. And I feel like UConn is not realizing that St. John's is doing this, so they're not attempting to actually capitalize on it. They're just going the norm, and they're just going for the normal attacks. It's a bit worrying.
I think the last, I don't know, whatever 16 plus 5 is, last 21 rounds for UConn has been worrying, going back to the beginning of Fracture. It's been a little bit on the back foot for the Huskies, and they need to be able to find a way back, because thus far there really hasn't been one. There hasn't been an apparent way of them making definitive mistakes they can work off of. Maybe a few gunfights won, like in the previous map, sure. But even then, it's still a conversation of, is it losing your gunfights, or is it really just playing with disadvantages that St. John's is building off of? Defoliate the jump up and over has now been seen, their whereabouts well and truly known by Rice as they continue to progress, but on towards A they decide to go. The Owl drone does land with the recon bolt, but the Viper's pit already put down to make sure that the toxic screen will continue, and a well-placed set of geometry from Nami will take down S-Flow. Rice still aggressing in through 2, but doesn't find the kill.
Yeah, and I mean, this was earlier in the round, but something I want to highlight, and maybe is what the issue that UConn have been facing is what Stan threw was not the normal orb that how you get it down mid. That's a very risky throw, and this is a very risky spot. Oh no, so the Viper, it's 1v1, and I think they have it. Yeah, they do.
St. John's are able to retake, and it's because of over-aggression from UConn outside of that Viper's pit. Very well done from St. John's to really force them into open angles of attack, and with an extra 3.3 seconds, it was more than enough time for St. John's to really take that and work around their advantages. It was UConn having to deal with two completely different avenues of attack, splitting their attention and splitting their line of sights between 4 players. Never advantageous, but the notable part was it was very well timed from St. John's as well. Not only did they have 2 on either side, but they also did it at the exact same time, forcing UConn to really lose their communication and look the wrong way at the worst possible time, hence their loss and hence the round loss. 5-1 for the Scarlet Tempest.
Yeah, something I definitely want to highlight with Stan is I've noticed that they're using a lot of very simple lineups for their orbs, but they're taking very risky ones. You know, for the ones that... Oh, very nice shot there, but that only take a few... I would say only take a bit to learn. I mean, that was a risky thing from Esflo there, and a weird round right now as...
What?
Oh!
And Rice stays alive? Down to 9 HP, even after a couple body shots and a Marshall body shot, they stay alive. Down to 9 HP, by the way, finally taken out with a headshot, but there's now a flank being established. And with the chamber being dead, they have no idea that the KO's walking straight through the trademark. No sound cue given over. They're planting for CT, seemingly aware of the fact that a flank is indeed coming through. And luckily, with the 0 point being late, that toxic screen can go right back up at seemingly any time. Knight does find one, but an immediate trade means it is a thrifty round. Stan will pick it up, as will UConn. They bring the round back.
Interesting. I would really like to see UConn either go for executes or to go for slower plays. I still haven't seen Stan really throw down an orb on 2 that wasn't, I think, just like a hiding orb kind of thing. And so now they're like doing... They keep doing kind of like these mid pushes towards A, and I think that's just because it's what has worked for them in some rounds. But yeah, this is what happens when you don't smoke off mid nest. You're going to lose players. You're going to have to be forced to utilize an entire wall just to take sight.
Balls looking for the opener. Actually doesn't hit it. What? I'm sorry? How does that not land? I'm no expert on crosshair placement, but that looked straight on the body. Void straight on the head of what 1, but just 2. Now a 1 versus 3 here for the Viper, of whom should probably already be dead, but is far from being so. A single kill will give them the Viper's pit, but with the spike down in A main, they have to be able to clear that out. A double updraft and the glide up and over top means the Jet can reposition, but a return Poison Cloud will allow Stan to reaggress. An unorthodox round by really all means, but 2 completely different angles being held by the 2 remaining players of St. John's.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a very easy crossfire. Just because that's not blocking where they need to be going. So I would like to see their wall up. They might be able to get the shot off, but I mean, I don't know. This is chaotic. This is chaotic right now.
Today's episode of Understatements of the Year, chaos is indeed the call, and Void will take the kill. Stan just took a little bit too long, had all the time in the world to work with that one, but instead just fell at the end. Void has built up their Viper's pit, as has now Stan with that death. Top fragging, by the way, is the Viper, at least for the UConn side, but UConn need to pick up significantly more rounds, especially in the attacking side of Breeze. If they continue with this disadvantage, I feel St. John's really not only take the map, but the series pretty cleanly.
Yeah, and I agree. And I mean, it's definitely, you know, Stan is doing well, and I don't know what I want to see anymore. Okay, I desperately need Capon to not be playing I was literally saying it. Then I was literally like, Capon is playing way too aggressively, and that's why. You need... If you're going to be playing aggressive like this, you need the Viper to throw a smoke mid nest. And I think at this level of competition, you need to have a Viper who can do that, regardless of how well Stan has been playing this. Yeah.
1 versus 5 for I can't see. Certainly possible. Looking for an opener, hits a body shot. Follow-up shot misses, however, and they're being aggressed upon from multiple angles. The jet dash across, the recon bolt to make sure their position well and truly known. The 360 unsuccessful, and a flawless round for St. John's. As I look at my watch, it says par for the course, as St. John's win another.
Yeah, and I mean this series is going the distance, and I mean at this point St. John's, it has a lot of money. I mean, not too bad, because I mean UConn has been kind of getting enough picks most rounds, even if they inevitably lose them, to where they're keeping the economy of St. John's down. But still, if UConn loses 1 or 2 more rounds, I don't really think they can full buy anymore. And yeah, that is not the orb you want down 2.
Nami, Hunter's Fury, first shot lands, second shot follow-up. Oh my goodness, UConn have found an opening kill. And it's onto the Silva, no less. Certainly an advantageous opening pick. No more Hunter's Fury available in the round. And a follow-up landed onto Void. I can't see aggressing, as is the entirety of UConn, but a return null command will give St. John's a way back into this round. With Stan taking down Knight, they can be revived, but actually they'll be finished off by I can't see in mid, and it actually isn't even A, the call here for UConn. B is the decision, and correctly so. Not a single player for St. John's on this side of the map.
Yeah, but I mean, a nice little flank and a nice little lurk there. So UConn's gonna go to third. It's insane to me that they're winning these rounds when it seems that they're losing an early pick a lot of the time. So I feel like this is where that hero meant, like those hero plays that I've been mentioning come. You know, I think as a team, if you're playing at the highest levels of competition, you might want one lurk, but at this point in the round, when you're at a 4v2, all of your players, you know, you needed to get the plant down. That's kind of where you want to be able to partner up with your team and go plant. So it worked out, and I mean, okay, Hunter's Fury getting an early pick again. What is Capin gonna do with it?
Tries to find an opening. Swings. Oh my goodness. As soon as they see the chamber, immediately dies. Knight does get refragged. So not the end of the world by any means here for UConn. But it's still a man disadvantage. They still don't have much to work with going on at the site itself. They've yet to clear the chamber, of whom is now completely repositioned towards the back corner of sight. And Nami's about to walk into the line of sight and immediately fall. Well repositioned by Smalls, playing around their own utility to near perfection, leaving I can't see in, well, not a 1v5 this time, but it's a 1v4.
Yeah, 1v4 and 30 HP, this is going to be impossible, especially that they're kind of watching most, yeah, especially with that, they're going to now know where they are. This is going to be risky. S-Flow gets on the box.
Last round before the switch.
What we saw in Fracture is happening again.
Deep sigh. St. John's make it 8-3. I foresee a 9-3 half coming our way as well. There is only the Bladestorm available here for St. John's, so it's certainly possible that UConn coming into this have a certain advantage, mainly with that Viper's Pit Viper's Pit and Bladestorm rather than just the Bladestorm. Both jets should pop it right off the bat just to have it for later instances should they require it. At least one will, and the other won't have the opportunity to do so for at least 7 seconds, nor at all, apparently, as Knight finds an opening double, and St. John's find that early man advantage.
Yeah, a very risky. No.
Oh gosh. Smalls doesn't care. Smalls smells with how gross that was. 1v3 now. 1vx's have seemingly been the name of the game here, unfortunately, for this UConn half. Nami finds a first. A swing into the second. Actually does find it. The right click only lands a body shot. The flank established, though. They have to be wary about it. And I don't know if this Owl Drone's going to find it. The swing is near perfectly timed. The easiest of kills in S-Flow's collegiate career. will give St. John's University a 9-3 halftime split.
Switching sides.
Yeah, that happened.
Yeah. Smalls, great player. Smalls is a great player. Okay, so now UConn's on defense. They really need to hold it well. I'm gonna really be looking at Nami in Stan to have really good plays, because I think those two are not only are they top ranking, but they're kind of like the util where I need to see them do well. Like, I can't see, yeah, you need to dog, you need to flash, but they're a lot easier to control. So I really, it's gonna be the Stan game right now.
Aggression in towards the site. St. John's already have B-site control and an opening pick. Spike plant soon to follow, almost certainly, as soon as that poison cloud drops off, which it finally does. A 2-for-1 trade favoring the Scarlet Tempest as well means with even more aggression here for Rice, even more of an advantage overall for the team as a whole. The two very contrasting toxic screens come through, but not all really have an effect. It's a 1v3 for K-Pin, who finds a headshot, but is headshot. Theirs does significantly more damage than yours, unfortunately, in Scarlet Tempest will win a 10th. They win another pistol, 4 for 4 since the end of Haven.
Icebox.
Yeah, that. Sorry, I was thinking of the first series already.
Yeah, no, I mean, in Void living there because they bought Shield, so just, I mean, a very unlucky target. I mean, great shot regardless, but sadly just not enough to finish it there. And yeah, they're kind of forcing up. I'm not a huge fan of when teams do this kind of like one person full buys completely, and
Pretty good start.
And this is a 4. Yeah, that was a great round. That was a good start.
Pretty good. K-Pin, I don't know if it's going to be cleared on the backside, and actually isn't. The Owl Drone doesn't land. A double kill now from Rice on top of the boxes. A 4K on the round. Defoliate on a flank. Void vacating the premises, trying to allow an ace found. It is indeed. And St. John's win the round. Leave it up to Rice to pick up not only the clutch, not only the round, but an ace no less. St. John's find their conversion, albeit a little costly, but a round nonetheless, and an ace no less.
And UConn forced. So this should be. And they're still forcing. Oh, that's yeah, that's a bit. This is going to be a very critical round, because I think if UConn lose this round, it's going to be St. John's game. If they don't lose too many players, if they lose a lot of players and don't keep these Vandals, then I could see it maybe going a bit different. But that's not how you want to start the game.
I think this may be the end of the game as St. John's find their man advantage once more, as it's now, another headshot found. Looking for now a third will come through. A 1v4 for Defoliate with a Headhunter in hand. Neither of the chambers seemingly hunting heads, just hunting thin air. The aggression actually shut down as the over-aggression from the Jet does indeed come through. Second spray with a Stinger only hits a headshot, not the lethal one required, and St. John's win another. The Guardian picked up, and St. John's are on match and series point in a 12-3 scenario for the second map in a row.
Yeah, 12-3 scenario. Basically, actually, no, a completely full buy for St. John's University. UConn have a single full buy, and I don't even know if that includes util. A Vandal with no shields. A Vandal with light shields, and then a couple of other guns.
This is a round, that is for sure. Dash straight through a snake bite and poison cloud. Luckily, doesn't lead to their demise, and Stan doesn't even look the right way. Falls early. UConn already losing that equalization, but I can't see on a decent bit of a flank already finding some of this control in the backside. The issue now remains there's even more control for the Scarlet Tempest. S-Flow finding that will find an opener again in the round for St. John's. Knight with a kill of their own. This seemingly will be the round and the map at that. S-Flow in towards mid. I don't think Navi's going to fully clear them. They will indeed, but S-Flow will find the kill. 2-1 in favor of St. John's as they do indeed win the best of 3. I don't know how, but they did.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible turnaround for them. From what we saw in Icebox, I didn't expect that. I expected Fracture to be a lot closer, and then we have the same exact scoreline now to finish our third map. So an interesting game to say the least. I think don't go for hero plays every round. I think that's kind of
Hey,
the only
unless
thing I
you're
can leave you
Rice,
with.
and then just casually ace to bring your team back from a 2-man disadvantage. Easy.
Yeah, I mean,
Sometimes it
they
works.
were at least playing with the team.
That's true. You made
They
a very
were
good point.
going on site with the team behind them. They weren't by themselves across the map.
Good point. Well, nonetheless, its dominance not only continued in terms of hero plays or single person efforts, but as a team as a whole. They lose the first map 13-10 and then drop a combined 6 rounds for the next 2 maps. Overall, in terms of round differences, it's not the end of the world for UConn. It's a 36-16 round diff. While they still win a map, it'll help them in terms of tiebreakers later on in the season. Nonetheless, it's a map and series loss to close out the series. We have a little bit of time before our third series, so we're going to get in an interview with somebody from the Scarlet Tempest when we come back. That, and then another little bit of break, and then our final series of the night. We'll see you in a bit.
Whoever thought you'd be the one? Whoever thought you'd be the one to break my heart?
I don't know if I love you. I don't know if I love you. I need to compare my feelings for you. Just give me a chance. Au revoir. Maybe I found another star. I don't know if I love you. Yeah, I need to compare my feelings for you. Just give me a chance to fly so far. Maybe I found another star. I don't know if I love you. I don't know if I love you. I don't know if I love you. I need to compare my feelings for you. Please give me a chance. Au revoir. Maybe I found another star. I don't know if I love you. You just one of a billion, yeah. Let me try it out. Let me try it out. I don't know if I love you. Maybe I fly. Maybe I fly to another star. I don't know if I love you. Maybe I found another star. I don't know if I love you. Maybe I fly to another star. we're sitting down by the riverside down, by the riverside down, by the riverside. Yeah, we are the dropouts, searching for life, searching for life, searching for life. Now we're sitting down by the riverside down, by the riverside down, by the riverside. Yeah, we are the dropouts, searching for life, searching for life, searching for life. Yeah, we are the dropouts, side down, side down. Searching for life. Yeah, we are the dropouts.
Let me fly, let me go, let me go. Let me fly, let me go, let me go. Let me fly, let me go, let me go. Let me fly, let me go, let me go.
Now we're sitting down by the riverside down, by the riverside down, by the riverside. Yeah, we are the dropouts, searching for life, searching for life, searching for life. Yeah, we are the dropouts.
A chaotic 3 maps, yet a victory there for St. John's as they pick up maps 2 and 3 of Fracture and Breeze. 13-3 apiece to close out the series up against UConn and avenge their League of Legends comrades who unfortunately fell 2-1 in the same right to the exact same team. Nonetheless, a victory, and S-Flow here to join us. S-Flow, how do you feel about the win?
I mean, we're feeling great about it. We expected this win going into it, honestly, and we're feeling good.
Well, coming out of the gate, Icebox, it didn't look good, but you brought it back later on. Were you able to carry in that momentum from map number 1 into 2 and 3? Because it really looked like it.
You know, for us, we always have our warm-up game. You know, it was a slow start, but I think, as you guys can see, going into maps 2 and 3, it wasn't close.
No, not in the slightest. And somebody said they don't know what SJU is capable of, and
People
I
don't
feel
know
like
what SJU is capable of, but this year, I want you guys to know that we're gonna bring it all. We're gonna bring it all. We're gonna win.
good, because that was a dominant win.
Very dominant. Yeah, no, I mean, kind of going into it, why, why maintain that Viper almost throughout? Is it just you like Viper?
Viper? You're talking about? Well, I just want you guys to know the person on that Viper. His name is Void. Greatest clutch player anyone will ever see. And not only that, everybody else on my team. Without them, like, there's nothing. So, it's all. We're a team. We work together very well.
I mean, the team cohesion looked to be there, and moving into the final map, that was basically played to a T. Very few mistakes, if any, really made. The only time you lost rounds was when UConn went completely ape. And the only time that really happened was, well, 3 of 16 rounds. Talk me through Breeze to close out the map and the series as a whole.
I mean, what is there to say, honestly? We just brought it all. We just won. Ran it down. Played our game.
Well, a relatively easy W picked up here from
You
St.
know what?
John's.
It was a relatively easy W.
Well, a 13-3 and 13-3 between Fracture and the final map of Breeze. They, of course, lost Icebox, but again, just a warm-up game. S-Flow, before we send you away, as we always do, any shout-outs, any brief final thoughts?
Shout out to Frank Knight, my boy Ryan, Matt Smalls, my boy Jonathan, JT, everybody on my team. Everybody. I appreciate everybody. And shout out to WTP, why they peeking. And that's about it.
Well, unfortunately, UConn couldn't figure out why they were peaking and why it wasn't going their way. An unfortunate loss
Honestly,
for the Huskies.
we couldn't understand it either. Why were they peeking? Anyway,
An unfortunate loss for the Huskies nonetheless, but that's our second series done and dusted. A 2-1 series victory there for the Scarlet Tempest. We'll take a little bit of a break. When we come back, it's the University of Idaho taking on University of Texas at Arlington in our final series of the evening into the night. We'll see you after this.
thank you for having me.
Please give us some space to breathe, yeah. Give us some freedom. Give me some space to breathe. I wanna be somebody, nobody like you. Oh, and I don't wanna be the king, but I don't wanna be controlled. I wanna be somebody. Give us our rights back, give us some freedom. Give us our rights back. I wanna be somebody.
If we had one single day, what would you say about things? What if we're so far away, just to escape from all of things? And if we had one single day, what would you say about things? What if we're so far away, just to escape? And if we had one single day, what would you say about things? What if we're so far away, just to escape from all of things? And if we had one single day, what would you say about things? What if we're so far away, just to escape?
Climb up, we take a swing. Yours say everything.
I wanna be your ocean, be this blue.
Climb up, we take a swing. Yours say everything.
Yours say everything, baby. It's be this blue. Can we shine? Baby, it's be this blue. Can we shine? Baby, it's be
And the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. Are you the one who will never give me up? The only time I see you is if we're going down. Midnight calls to see if I'm love. You only ever need me when it's time to. I see you. You got it bad, and the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. And the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. You got it bad, and the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. And the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. A broken mess. Are you the one who will never give me up? The only time I see you is if we're going down. Midnight calls to see if I'm love. You only ever need me when it's time to. I see you. You got it bad, and the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. And the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. You got it bad, and the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. And the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. A broken mess. And the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. You got it bad, and the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. And the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. You got it bad, and the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. And the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. A broken mess. I know where I am, I know where you take me, I know where you take me. And you swallow your trail, and I'm losing your mind, and I'm losing your head. Let me see from me some love, cause I'm a prisoner. I just want to look my way and never back to you. Back to you. I'm not a bummer. Let me be myself. I'm not a bummer. I'm not a prisoner. To you. Back to you. I just know where I am, I know where you take me, I know where you take me. I just follow your trail, and I'm losing your mind, and I'm losing your head. Let me see if I need some love, cause I'm a prisoner. I just want to leave my way and never back to you. Back to you. I just follow your trailing. I just follow your trailing. I love. I just follow your trailing. I just follow back to you. I just follow your trailing. I just follow your trailing. I love. I just follow your trailing. I just follow. Never back to you. Never back to you. Never back to you. Never want to look my way and never back to you. Back to you. Ooh, I'm not above it. Let me be myself. I'm not above it. I'm not appreciated. Back to you. I just know where I am. I don't know where you take me. I don't know where you take me. I just follow your trail and I'm losing your mind and I'm losing your head. Let me see if I need some love, cause I'm a prisoner. I just want to live my way and never back to you. Back to you. I just follow your trail. I just follow your trail and I'm love. I just follow your trail. I just follow back to you. I just follow your trail. I just follow your trail and I'm love. I just follow your trail. I just follow. Never back to you. Never back to you. Never back to you. Never back to you. Back to you. I don't like fights, I don't like war, but I'm survivor. I'm survivor. I'm survivor. I'm survivor. But I'm survivor. I'm survivor. Never back to you. I'm survivor. Back to you. I just follow your trail. I just follow your trail. I just follow your trail. I just follow. Never back to you. Never back to you. Never back to you. Never back to you. Back to you.
Can't breathe when you with me. Know how it feels like. Intoxicated me. Know how it feels like. So how it feels like. Want to let you see. So how it feels like. Destroy all chains in me. I know it feels like.
A chaotic series, to say the very least, between St. John's University and the University of Connecticut. Nonetheless, we move on. It's Idaho taking on the University of Texas at Arlington. We'll see how these two giants from out a little bit further west can match up as we move into the server. I'm Time to Late. That's Sohan. This is the EGFC Season 4, Week 2 of Valorant action, and unfortunately, our final series of the evening.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to be done. I'm tired. But regardless, we're going on to Haven. So I hope to see Raze again. I really enjoyed watching William and Mary play that Raze Breach comp. So, or honestly, if either team wants to go for the neon but actually have a sky this time and have double flash, that would be really fun too. But regardless, I just want to see some good games. So whatever composition, even if it's unorthodox, I just hope it is fun.
Well, Pearl, the second map, and Fracture, the Decider, should it be required. I don't know if we're going to see Fracture this time around. If it is, and if we do, it'll be the third time seeing Fracture in 3 series, believe it or not. If Haven does not go Idaho's way, however, then I feel a third may be required. Idaho, I think, are a little bit favored on Pearl, considering not only did they pick into it, but they're looking pretty good overall coming out of our first week of play. Just a general casual look at the first week, by the way, if anybody was indeed wondering. The University of Idaho beat DePaul 26-0 because DePaul decided they didn't want to play in week 1. And it was a forfeit.
It was a forfeit indeed. And all right, so what are we gonna be saying? Okay.
Do I see 3 duelists? No, 2 duelists.
I'm seeing a Phoenix. Hmm.
That's a whole mood right there. We'll take a look at Arlington to start things off because they've mostly locked in. There's the Breach and Neon combination at least being hovered. It's K-meter on that Fade as well. I don't think being on the Omen is too surprising here, but Astra for 8 plant, little surprised on that half of this combination. Sentinel, real flip is Cypher versus Chamber. Nothing too out of the ordinary, but Sova's on the board, so I suppose I was right. Sova is somewhat favored by some teams every so often. Haha. Going back to our first series.
It's still weird to me. I mean, maybe they're just hoping to. Honestly, I wonder if they're like trying to metagame the Cypher by like using utility to break the Cypher stuff. That would be really interesting to me. I don't know if that's the plan, but that is what I'm going with in my head, so I'm gonna stick with it. Astra, I like Astra. Honestly, I think Astra should be played more. But I think what's happening is teams have been really valuing the fact that you can recharge those smokes with Omen. And so that's why Omen's been the meta pick on the maps where it would be between Omen and Astra. Besides that, I mean, Neon, I like Neon. I mean, I mentioned that before. I really do like Neon on Haven, but you need to have something to follow up with it. And right now, with this B, what's looking like it's going to happen on B, it might happen. It might work out. And then Phoenix. That's what I'm looking at. Phoenix.
I'll find you.
I feel the
I
main
mentioned
question.
there's a Phoenix.
Yeah, I don't think Phoenix is too surprising here, though. I watched too much Champions, and it wasn't completely out of the ordinary. I still feel like this is a viable duelist selection, especially considering it doesn't take very long to build up, run it back. If it took a little bit longer, then yeah, maybe it's a little out of the ordinary. But still, hey, bringing in different selections can work out. Stick's the first one to fall, though, so the opener goes the way of UT Arlington. They get the first kill of the series. Yay, good job, Arlington. Woo.
I mean, actually a good idea that they ran back because they could have easily got traded there. And honestly, losing a chamber isn't that big of a deal, in my opinion. Like, yeah, you lose some of the... You lose the trademark. Oh, no. Okay, I think they might have just confirmed Cypher, so they should be playing a bit slower to make sure that they don't get caught up in this orb.
It's unorthodox. They do have that split setup with the Fade taking garage control in the window, but not actually aggressing. They may be able to catch off a rotation from maybe. The spray, however, misses and maybe finds the kill. A return for Arlington as they find a doubled up man advantage, and they have the A-site control if they want it. The re-aggression from the Fade just for a jump peek, and the haunt to make sure that Idaho have to wait. Curveball in, and a smoke up towards heaven, but Glix wants to aggress, and they will indeed. Try to deny the plant. They'll be able to. I don't think this round's even winnable now as it stands. They don't even get the spike retrieved, much less get it planted. UT Arlington will win the pistol off the hair of Glix getting aggressive, and Texas wins.
They had a very split second where they could have actually planted in time. Would it have worked? Maybe with, with KB kind of rotating at that box. That might have not been able to go down, but I think there's still a split second where if Bird Person... Sorry. That name makes me laugh. Bird Person. They need a... Why isn't their Phoenix called Phoenix Person?
Oh my gosh. I don't like this. I don't like this. The stream's over.
Anyway.
You're done. Your speaking privileges are taken away. Oh
All right, well, if there's fast aggression, they're in the attacking spawn.
There's aggression from both sides, though. Already garage control and long control for Idaho. They're splitting C and quickly so. Zaquavius on the backside of site, trying to aggress up and over. Will be able to find a double. Only 2, though, before they're taken away. It's a 2v4 overall, though, as it stands. Spike may be able to get planted, but Glix again on this flank. Only able to find 1, but still the trades there. UT Arlington, not a clean conversion round victory, but they did not have plant, and they keep 3 players alive. Not the end of the world, but still pretty good.
Yeah, decent, and I'm happy that Idaho didn't try to force up. I mean, honestly, I feel like they could have maybe done the risky sheriff play, and could have got something for it. I think ghosts were not necessarily what was always useful for them. And it seemed, I'm curious to see what they're doing because they are very rotating a lot. They seem to be wanting to take A control this time. But they're not smoking off anything. Jaquavius, so Jaquavius is going to be confirming it. Oh, I think this is a great spot. Okay, good. Oh, jeez.
Glixie taken out. 8 plant still close, though. The run from Rain will be safe for the time being. Idaho have a man advantage and also a weaponry advantage, but not a full one by any means. She's looking to aggress, and the question now remains for Idaho, what are you doing here? There's been almost 40 seconds gone, and you've done a whole lot of nothing other than, yeah, find a kill and walk kinda out the mid doors. That's about it. K-Beater will be cleared. Nice opener and another follow-up from Disguised. But UT Arlington are still in this round, and they're guessing correctly. Oh my goodness, as soon as they start to aggress up C, Rain walks away.
I mean, I think that's the good idea. That's the better idea to do. I think it might have been a miss call, though. I think maybe they were pushing there because they were thinking it was going to be a B play. Instead, definitely caught out there. But I do want to see the 3 of them together. I think you kind of need Breach and Omen together to really do anything with it. Is this retake gonna work? No. But a decent try.
Valiant effort. While we have a second, while the bonus round has concluded, just a brief bit of something to address. If you're looking at your URL bar or the title and saying, wait, I was looking for Weber State versus DePaul, just go up to your URL bar, remove the 3 from twitch.tv/officialEGF3. It'll take you to the main channel for Valorant, where it's Sir Waltham and Tenric locking down DePaul versus Weber State. That's on Ascent. They're just starting up that series.
Go check it out. All right, so what I'm noticing right now is Arlington is definitely giving up a lot of B control. They're just watching B, which is, in my opinion, the way they should be playing. With the fact that they are running this breach and fade, you want to be playing retake on B. Maybe having one, as you notice, breach not pushing too far forward, just playing back. And this is exactly why, because if you get caught out now, what you want to give your opponents a 5v4. So I like this play. This is a very slow round right at the moment, though.
Without it, obscuring vision.
I feel like that really plays to Idaho's favor, though. At least a little bit. They still have the Phoenix if they want to play quickly at any point in the round. Disguise, caught with a haunt in their hands, still able to stay alive for the time being. However, still taken away. A 1v3 on this A site specifically. Jaquavius playing inside of their own cyber cage, just waiting for a push to come through. The shock dart misses. I don't know if they clear this. They do indeed, but still Jaquavius finds a first. A 3v3, but UT Arlington have to start that retake.
They have to start the retake, and Neon's already on the flank. I think they're already they're looking out for it. I think they might be getting it. No! Does Phoenix person get it? They don't.
Not at all. An 8 plant and a 1 versus 3. Still has a gravity well available, but it's going to get caught with their knife out. Swing straight into Glixie as they take their rifle out, no less. Still UT Arlington to win the first gun round, and Idaho to be shut away from it. Arlington with a relatively decisive first 4 rounds. They lose just the only round on paper they should have. Not a bad showing by any means.
I mean, honestly, yeah. I mean, not a bad showing at all, and that's where you have to be careful with your flanks, because they only have a chamber. Otherwise, you have to be watching your flank if A, your chamber goes down, or B, the trademark gets taken out early. So I think a very nice play there by, is that, how would you say it?
Find you.
I assume the second word is the neon. Yeah.
Neon. I call him
Just
Glixie.
gonna say neon.
Glixie, yeah.
Scanning ahead.
So yeah, it's an interesting round. I didn't like the Astra smoke that like was trying to be the hidden way of like pushing site, because I feel like that was like a obvious tell. But otherwise, I mean, a decent effort by Idaho.
They look like they want to aggress up B. A fake to try and bait out Glixie Vertex, by the way. That would be their name if you were to pronounce it fully. Disguise, trying to aggress... No, it'd be Galaxy Vertex. Galaxy Vortex. Oh my gosh, I finally deduced it. They just didn't have any technical vowels, even though Y is technically a vowel as long as it's not the first letter. Nonetheless, we'll move on from technical English terminology and definitions. The aggression from Cheese is shut down. Bird person inside of the window for some redundancy on this attacking side, looking around towards that garage side. The swing, however, from Rain, easier to clear than Set. The guys swung around. A well-placed neural theft will find out both of those players, and they want to use the Nightfall as well. The Nightfall alongside the fault line, faking the fact that they cannot get on the spike. 8plant actually avoids it because they were so close, and they have yet to clear this close corner. They finally do, as Jaquavius will get the kill, but the split of this remaining hold is so difficult to deal with. The Hunter's Fury even on the board to make sure that's not the case, as Idaho will win their second and the fifth.
Yeah, nice rotation from Bird person. I don't think anyone was going to expect that, especially Rain. And Rain was just kind of hyper-focused. I don't know what I was about to say. Hyper-focused on taking out Sticks, which, I mean, should be the play there because that was what was going to prevent the defuse. But you need to be careful. You saw how far back Sova was, so a rotate is definitely not out of the question. And a great win for them regardless. And then, Neon. What?
Maybe just getting a little bit of an easy kill onto Cheese because they had no shields. Overdrive will take care of that trademark. The flank already established, though. Long range with this Overdrive. They could just spray through, and they will indeed. Already an opener, looking for a follow-up, this time with a damage fall-off, unable to find it. But they're still aggressing. Galaxy Vortex looking to continue to hold W straight through their fast lane. They have that removal of line of sight because of the wall put up inside of the dark cover. Unfortunately, their Overdrive will expire, as will their and their teammates' lives. UT Arlington are cut away once more, and Idaho win another gun round. Kind of a gun round, at least, at that point. Dead even at 3 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good attempt to retake. Galaxy Vortex had to go in fast because they were already using, is it the Overdrive? Is that what she calls it?
Yes.
Called Overdrive. Yeah, Overdrive. I barely cast Neon, to be completely honest. I barely play her. That was definitely needed. I think it was a bit of a bummer that Cheese went down so early with that run it back. I mean, literally popped it, runs into a smoke, and gets classicked twice in the face. But yeah, it happens. And that might have been a critical bit of util. The Prowler took out the cipher wire. So maybe if they maybe push around a little bit and then push through garage, they could catch someone out.
Maybe finding the opener. Sticks could not TP away. The recon bolt will be shot before it finds any information. 5 HP only for maybe, though, so 145 damage done by that chamber. Still B-site control gained by the University of Idaho. A fault line going to be used, but won't actually find anything. And this guy's waiting inside of that smoke will be able to find one. They should be and will be shut away after Rain follows up with their own follow. And the ultimate at least finds efficacy, but it's not enough. Actually, it is indeed. Barely anything found by it, but it's just the flank established that finds the kills. UT Arlington will win their first since it was 3-1, and Idaho are shut out of the site even after getting that spike plant.
Yeah, this is kind of where it comes down to the fact that I don't think Cypher is the best pick on this map, because I do think if you had to pick between Cypher and KJ, I would pick KJ most of the time because KJ can effectively shut down whatever site she wants to. I think the Cypher is better in the chamber in regards to flank watch. And when you're on B, you have to have something watching flank. If it's a player, if it's a bit of utility, because that's just what happens every time. You can't have your eyes everywhere.
Gotta have the eyes in the skies, and there's technically only two, I suppose. One of them being the camera available for Cypher, the other the Owl drone for the Sova. So teams equal in terms of their information gaining ability. Galaxy Vortex will be able to find an opener. But Styx taken off the board early again. That Nightfall finds nothing. It only really clears the site, and the lack of information is indeed information in and of itself, but it's just not enough here for the attacking side. The fast lane used off the backside of a flash as well. A relay bolt even better. Stunned on the backside of this box are two different players. Galaxy Vortex runs out of ammo and will have to run away, but Bird Person actually finding the kill. They're still hunting for that Neon around long, but they have yet to clear her. And there's an Omen there for the assist as well, as they get the spike down, but they have absolutely no control other than the site itself.
Oh no, and this flank might cause... Oh, that's disaster.
Working out fairly well for them. Cheese, front side, finds nothing at all. Maybe finds a double, and UT Arlington find the round. The Cosmic Divide doing honestly very little there for University of Idaho. They put off and set off the wrong side of the site. Would have been maybe a little bit better if they relegated both Garage and Long, or as you can see the pings in the top left indicating, just the entirety of Long itself. Idaho at least know what they did wrong. Unfortunately, too little, too late.
My thanks.
Yeah, I think one of the key things is when you actually smoke off a site. I feel like you're instinct, like when you smoke off a choke point to attempt to defuse a spike. Your first idea is to just keep pushing it, or if you see a smoke, your instinctual...
What? That happened. Okay. Well, we'll move on. Galaxy Vortex finding another as well. Quick double, clean one at that. Accidental, too close to the sun, or in this case, too close to the wrong teleporter. Is what it is. Idaho really don't have all that much of a chance of winning this round anyway. It's a relative eco. Upgraded pistols aren't the greatest weaponry in the book, and they're aggressing 2 towards Long, 1 towards Garage, of which there's a tripwire between them and the rest. Not looking great.
Concealment.
Yeah. I mean, there's a chance, but they need to play careful. We all know they're attempting to try to go beneath it, but oh no, Dan.
Rain just walking out, finds a kill. Yeah, interesting, but a flawless round nonetheless for UT Arlington. 6 rounds found. At minimum, they'll see a halftime even split. At best, 9-3, as we've seen in our previous 2 maps at halftime. I don't really know what the call is here for University of Idaho to make sure they can pick things up. I like the operator selection. They bring that in and try to play longer angles because they've been convincingly losing that C-long battle without much of a contention, but they've got to do something.
This goes here.
Yeah, they definitely need to do something, and I get why they were playing this Phoenix, but I think this aggressive play is working out great for them.
Galaxy aggressing with the overdrive. Unfortunately, doesn't fully take out the rendezvous, so the Chamber's able to get out of dodge without taking too much damage. Galaxy Vortex the gamble shots with the overdrive in hand, not doing all that much, to be completely honest. The recent nerf of the overdrive, by the way, hurting a little bit for the Neon, not able to fully spray through for seemingly ever. But it's still not all that much of a nerf because you can still just gamble shot through. The only main issue is it gives a direct return line of sight as to where you directly are, especially if you're going through a smoke.
Yeah, I mean, I could agree with that. I think
There.
this is where I think Idaho need to be on more of a default. That's a good smoke if you are going to be pushing towards A, for sure. But I think at this point, there has to be that feeling that A is going to be...
Standing ahead.
Did you see that?
Yeah, that was the shock dart.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. They're aggressing on towards A, though. Cheese using the run it back, second time in the half. A 1-for-1 trade to open up, and Rain will indeed take away the run it back. So it's a true 4 versus 4 as it stands. No real ultimates that are game-changing, at least not as of right now. Maybe with a little bit of a ping difference, we'll be able to take down Styx as they fall away. But it's the sprays from UT Arlington all landing, and maybe finding a 4K. UT Arlington extend their lead, now up to 4, and they continue on their reign of terror here in the first half.
Yeah, indeed, and it might honestly just come down to the fact that they're playing. It's a bit of a mismatch of picks, but they're effectively playing what you kind of still want in a Haven comp. You have the ability to check flanks. You have the ability to take space and to get intel, and you have the space making of a duelist. In this case, it's Neon. Raze might be the better pick for some teams, but Neon can still work. Idaho with the Phoenix, this is how do they get on site? They have to make sure that they get an early pick, and look, they are losing early picks almost every single round, and that is a critical factor why they're 7-3 down at the moment.
He's being put out of position as well. A relay bolt, an aftershock, even more utility thrown in towards the Phoenix. No easy way out, other than unfortunately death there for the duelist. And University of Idaho in a 2v4. This isn't one they really should pick up. There's not one they really should even have a shot at. It's again a weapon disadvantage, a doubled up man disadvantage. It's not looking all that great for them.
Yeah, and it's definitely slowed down. I think they all know where they are, but they're just trying to figure out, hey, do we want to try to risk this? Do we want to go in now? Let's just let Idaho push it. Let Idaho make the mistakes. They're still using util, I think, just to kind of force their hand, but it's Idaho just waiting.
It's really just UT Arlington crossing their T's and dotting their I's, making sure there's not a little bit of over-aggression. There's even a camera to make sure the Cypher is safe. Maybe we'll drop third person, and a follow-up on the sticks will give UT Arlington the round. It was inevitable. It really wasn't a round that Idaho were going to win. It was just a matter of whether they were going to save their pistols or die. Dying gets you more credits, and pistols aren't worth saving. So, naturally, they just walked into their demise. UT Arlington have all the economy in the world, though, so just about every single person on the team, other than Galaxy Vortex, would be able to buy up an extra operator just to use if they wanted to. They won't, because you don't need to. Nonetheless, still something that shows how dominant they've been in the last 5 straight rounds.
Oh, definitely. And it's rough to say, just because, like, I think Idaho have the right idea a lot of the times. I mean, look, when they play default, they do tend to get picks, but they also lose, some early picks, some early plays, and that's not one you should be missing. You needed to get that trade, and I think Galaxy's being able to be so far up is just a critical mistake.
Oh my gosh, and Styx accidentally misses the shot as well. That could have been the opportunity to gain the advantage. Styx will be sent away with the Rolling Thunder coming through. But it's really not something UT Arlington can build off of. I think that's a little bit too early of an ultimate. They could have used that to deny a plant, even come back into a site from a late plant. That's, I think, a little bit of a wasted ultimate for UT Arlington. An uncharacteristic mistake, but they do indeed actually find the kill, and Rain finds a follow-up as well. Bird person in a 1 versus 3, and still needs to actually clear out this breach, of which they'll be able to do, so certainly possible as they start to run towards that C side.
Yeah, definitely C is going to be the safer plan. But this retake is going to be very fast so they were definitely going to be able to hear it. So this site, this is going to be a very, very fast take, and oh no, they already know where he is, and 9-3 is going to be the round so far. UT Arlington in the lead.
It's honestly a perfect retake as well from UT Arlington. Even with 2 players, there's still a decent bit of utility left over. They throw in the Prowler, make sure they at least have minimum information as to the general whereabouts of that Sova, then throw in the Paranoia, and then a follow-up Prowler that they can peek off of, because they don't shoot the Prowler, their opponents do. So it's really just a meat shield, and a one-way meat shield at that, playing it to their strengths and playing to the Idaho weaknesses, being nearsighted and technically not even being able to shoot your opponents no matter if you know where they are or not, unless you hit a headshot, of which, again, they cannot see where they're shooting. Easier said than done there as UT Arlington continue to extend their lead. 6 straight to close out the first half. The last 2 times we saw a 9-3 half, we also saw the following 4 rounds won by the team that picked up the 9-3 half to close it out 13-3. Both of those times, by the way, being St. John's up against UConn, first time around on Fracture, that being the confusing map it was, and then Breeze, the follow-up to that. Again, a little chaotic.
Yeah, so they're definitely going to be taking. They want to take A main and A source control very, very, very fast. But the key thing is, you know, oh, that might be exactly what they need. But Plant still gets one.
Looking for more as well. He's able to reload that shorty and sitting inside of their Venn diagram of smokes. However, it's only a 1v3, unfortunately, for 8 Plant, and UT Arlington will win the second pistol. I'm going to go back to my previous stat because I am a large fan of statistics. In every single map, the team that has won both pistols has won the map. All of the maps thus far today, by the way, all 5.
All 5?
Yep, all 5.
We done. Oh yeah, this is the 6th map. I kind of forgot. Honestly, after
4 for 4, Yukon went 2 for 2 and won that map, and then St. John's went 4 for 4 in the next 2 and won both.
They did do that indeed, and yeah, so it's gonna be it's gonna be interesting to see how Ido try to bring it back. That's one way. They're not checking. They're not checking.
Not at all. She's still alive, looking for a melee, maybe able to find it. What is going on? Cheese finds a triple kill and retrieves a Spectre as well, is still alive. And 8 Plant finds a follow-up. It's a 1v4 for Rain, who flashes off the angle, gets the heck out of dodge, is still alive. This is certainly possible, has a weapon advantage, but has no utility other than the fault line, which is up in 10 seconds. But a triple peak from the University of Idaho, coordinated attack from the defensive half, and a crossfire set up in sewers. Okay.
That was a critical mistake by KB there. Less so, I think that it wasn't intentional. Obviously, it was just one of those things where you need to make sure you turn the Prowler to the corners. You need to clear out those angles. I think what they were checking for is they were just checking to see if anyone was watching, and they weren't checking the angles. And yeah, I think they called out the angles were secure.
All sense of security was led into, and UT Arlington now on to a relative save because Idaho won the second round. That is also the first conversion round that has been lost thus far today. Another fun fact for you. But the question now remains, can Idaho build off of that? Playing anti-flash is 8 Plant, actually no, just activating one of their stars or retrieving it at that point. But what do you do here if you're UT Arlington? Do you just rush a site, try and get a plant down? Do you rush a site and try and get kills? Combination of the two? Seems like B would be the call. Only one player here, a second there for a little bit of help, but the fault line looking the wrong way. That actually does land onto the Phoenix, though. This can work. An 8 Plant sitting inside of their own smoke needs to be able to deny this plant. They will be able to do so. Cheese gets a follow-up. The crossfire again held, this time by 2 different players. It's 8 Plant and Cheese rather than Disguised and Cheese. Nonetheless, should be a round victory. Just a question of how much damage can be done by Jaquavius. They fake the fact they're looking to grab that Spectre. I think they should be able to do so. Again, it's a 1v3, and again, it's certainly possible, but still easier said than done.
I don't see it happening, only just due to the health of Idaho. I think if they were lower health, there was a chance that you can just hit a wonderful spray transfer. But yeah, Arlington probably going to only have 5 map differential, but which is fine. You know, that's not bad. Oh no, that dart was actually, that might have just caused something, but no, the kind of soft clear where you like look one way and then look instantly to the other way, that you can't do that.
I call that a formality clear, where you look in a direction just to look there and say, oh, I cleared my corner, but you don't actually physically make sure that in your head it's a clear position, where you look away anyway, whether somebody's there or not. Nonetheless, it's a round victory for the University of Idaho. That's a round, again, they should have won, and UT Arlington, after the round they were supposed to lose, they call a timeout. They want to slow things down a little bit. Make sure they have their wits about them. And in that round specifically, it wasn't the worst thing in the world. They do a little bit of damage. The only unfortunate part is the fact they didn't kill a Sova first on that clutch. It was certainly possible. If you kill the Sova and then take out Disguised on the Fade, that becomes a possibility in the 1v1, and you actually really clear Gong rather than just kind of clearing it and then looking back towards B main. Nonetheless, it's a round victory, and Idaho, will bring it back to within 5.
Yeah, and I mean, that's where there's 8 seconds left. You're not always going to be in those situations, so you can't always plan for how you're going to be. But now this is going to be another full buy for them. I like that they slow it down, because even if they play aggressively off this, it gives Idaho enough enough of a distance where they might feel like it's been a long time since the last round. So this could work out in Arlington's favor. I think maybe has just been on an absolute tear this series, and so if maybe gets two, like, you know, I think it's going to be a lot better. They just need to really make sure to clear their, yeah. If you see there, they were clearing the corner that time. They made sure.
And they actually clear the trademark as well early on. The more you clear out and the quicker you clear out utility, the less effective it is for a team, because that may be not actually an avenue of attack. Oh no, the fast line misses, and that gives so much of an opening to Idaho. The haunt towards the back corner of sight does find Bird Person, but they're just swinging around the back corner. It's down to a 2 versus 3. This is certainly possible. We've actually seen 2 versus 3 specifically from these two players before, on the UT Arlington side, all the way back to the last round of the half, and they don't want to even go towards that C site. Around towards A, they're seemingly heading, and understandably so. It gives maybe some time for that dark cover to reinitiate and come back into the round. It's giving Arlington a shot.
Oh, the sound cue is going to be established. Yeah. So they're going to be able to hear that. They should be able to get the plant down, but Cheese with this run it back is going to stop it. Do they get anything from it?
No. Only down to low HP is Maybe. A Disguise is actually taken out. A true 2 versus 2, but Maybe's on 1 HP is also marked, so the Nightfall will have to come through, and it does indeed. Sticks, however, towards Heaven, though, finds that opening, and Maybe walks into the flames. Idaho win another. The defensive side proving superior here on Haven.
Yeah, a great defensive round for them. And she's just, I mean, I don't know if they've been practicing defense as Phoenix, but it has been, they went from, like, I think only having like 2 frags to all of a sudden being 11 and 14. They're getting 2, 3 more frags per round, and it's working out great for them. And so I'm starting to like I'm starting to like this Phoenix on defense. And yeah, now it's gonna be once again an eco round for UT Arlington. I mean, we've seen some crazy things happen with eco rounds, so I'm not too concerned. I'm not too concerned for Idaho, at least, but there's still a chance. You have to be careful.
It's an odd scenario for University of Idaho to be in, because Arlington are still kind of buying here. It's the old buy for next, and I like the call, because it still gives you a shot at winning this round, and at minimum, it does economic damage to the University of Idaho, so if you do win the next round, it really breaks their economy. So, at a bare minimum, they're making economic decisions in their own favor. They want to progress on towards this C side already, but with a default setup between B and A, you really don't know what they want to do. An A split's certainly possible, but there's a Phoenix between them and the A link. They can split A directly from main and sewers, but again, there's just the Fade here to deal with. So I guess, from the looks of it, they just want to go, and they just want to have the Cypher as a lurk for later.
Yeah, but they need to. Okay, that's gonna be the first bit to tell. All of that util now tells you that it is going to be an A split, and I love the fact that Disguise ran off site, wanting to make sure that your team is going to be together. And with the Astral Divide, yeah, exactly. I knew that was going to be used. It has to be. How did that not grab Rain? What?
A little too far out. I think it only grabbed K-Beater. But the Cosmic Divide to really relegate that short and long position. There's that flank and lurk I was talking about. Jaquavius with a double on the backside. The Neural Theft also available. They want to try and grab the camera first. On top of the boxes, the swing from Maybe's unsuccessful, and they're well aware of the fact that the Cypher's on this flank. They retrieve a Vandal, though, and with only 7 bullets, they have to find an opening kill, and they'll be able to do so. At least a half Disguise finds it. They didn't have any ammo, though. It's a 4K from Jaquavius. The lurk comes through as the Sentinel on the lurking roll. An unconventional decision nonetheless, but a successful one to say the very least, as UT Arlington will finally pick up another round.
Very risky choice trying to reload there, I think, with just a couple seconds left. That was not how you wanted to be playing it there, but
just how they drew it up.
How they played it, yeah. So it's still like a full buy for like Idaho. I'm not like too concerned at the moment. They're going to be using the Tour de Force just to save up extra money. How does Arlington change it here? Neon's going to be shown a long, but they're going to cut noise. They don't want to give out too much information just yet. And kind of like a weird is like 2 mid, 3 B A-ish default, just really playing slow, really wanting to see where Idaho is like aggressing from.
I again like the discipline from UT Arlington, though. They're just slowing things down, and Idaho want to get aggressive. Here's Disguise doing so, and actually finding an opener. I don't know if the refrag's there either. Disguise is able to get away, and cleanly so. Barely any damage taken, only, what, a single body shot from the Phantom on the opposing side. They'll throw in the Haunt to try and gain information. It will do nothing other than, well, give away the fact that 3 different people shot at it. And at this point, Idaho should either be vacating the A site or flocking everybody towards it, and it seems to be the latter. Disguise is marked, and on the backside of site is really detected and forced out into the open, and because of it, they'll fall. The man advantage has been dropped, and the Neural Theft will give all the information required here for UT Arlington.
Yeah, so definitely going to be a harder retake for them, and they still have a couple ults that might not necessarily be the best ones, but you know, I've seen some crazy things with an Omen ult in a retake against a retake, and Overdrive still could be used if they run out of bullets, but hopefully they don't.
8 plant drops out, maybe immediately finding that kill. An immediate trade is certainly there. One towards short, one towards long, one under Hell. The first of which that needs to be cleared is the Hell player, and that's just not the case. K-Beater will be able to find one. Sticks now in a 1 versus 2. The Tour de Force and the Vandal both available. Unfortunately, it's planted for both long and short. Both players seemingly swinging at the exact same time. There's the short swing. Jaquavius will find the kill, and UT Arlington will find map points already. University of Idaho only half the scoreline of their opponents.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough round for them. A couple players can buy up, but almost it's going to be like Guardians, Bulldogs. Actually, three rifles. That has a chance. The judge. I think we know what Galaxy Vortex is doing here. With the with that judge.
We knows.
There.
We knows.
Gotta go.
And I know we knows. I'm sorry. Actually, no, I'm not. In towards B they will go. UT Arlington attempting to aggress quickly so. And I like this call for them. The Rolling Thunder a little early. Really doesn't find all that much towards A link, but all of this site control already gained by Galaxy Vortex and company. It's a full retake now required for the University of Idaho. Nightfall prepped, but it actually doesn't come through, and they don't find anything out of that ultimate. It, in all fairness, isn't used, but they needed it to just come back into the round. If they don't find these rounds, they don't find these kills, they don't even stay alive in this map. 8 plant is caught by that seize, deafening effect alongside the decay, both landing. Bird person trying to clear out the C link. I don't think they're going to be able to do so. And in a 1 versus 4 here for 8 plant, they will only find a single kill. UT Arlington will pick up map number 1 here on Haven. Not even their map pick.
Yeah, and I mean, I honestly kind of give that down to just the fact that Idaho's chamber pick seemed to not do well in regards to how many times Arlington flanked. And when you flank and you don't have anything to watch it, you have to have someone watching it. And that just makes either a retake easier and a push against, you know, if you're on the attacking side, work better. So yeah, I think it just kind of came down to that, and just overall well played by UT Arlington. I think both sides have great players. Like, that's not to be not mentioned, but just I think just a bit of a meta pick with that Cypher against that chamber.
To close things out here on map number 1, Galaxy, Vortex, and Maybe tied for the most amount of kills. However, Maybe had the better KD. It was 15-9, or 20-9 for Maybe. It was 20-15 there for Galaxy Vortex. Nonetheless, a very dominant showing, especially in the later stages there on Haven. The first half already 9-3. The second, not that much different. It was 4-3 technically on paper. Still, it was UT Arlington playing to their strengths and playing to a victory. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it's the newest map to the Valorant competitive pool, as Pearl makes its introductory appearance here on the B stream since the rework back in our previous season and act of play. We'll see how it plays out when we come back to the break.
Your eyes are shining like the morning. I see the bright light in your heart. You feel the moment is coming. You hear the ringing of your love. I feel it coming. Feel it coming. I feel it coming. The moment is coming. I feel loving. I feel
Gravity's in motion. Holding tight, just take me for a ride. Shouldn't be this open. Come on now, just swallow your pride. Like love it swells so wrapped up in your touch. Be sure, don't show the man. Feeling so warm, I know it's cold outside, but here we're hot enough. Giving it to this crush of mine. Feeling like you're my perfect type. Giving it to this crush of mine. Feeling like you're my perfect type. Giving it to this crush of mine. Feeling like you're my perfect type. Giving it to this crush of mine. Feeling like you're my perfect type. Like love is well so wrapped up in your touch. Be sure, don't show the man. Feeling so warm, I know it's cold outside, but here we're hot enough. Gravity's in motion. Holding tight, just take me. Shouldn't be this open. Come on now, just swallow your pride. Pride. Your pride. Pride. Your
Back in and underway, our second map of Pearl. My mistake, by the way, it was indeed University of Idaho's map pick, that being Pearl. University of Texas at Arlington chose Haven and won it relatively convincingly. So that's what was supposed to happen. Take away some of my last-minute analysis from our previous segment. Nonetheless, into Pearl, I'm time to late. That right over there is Zohan and Zohan coming into Pearl. Now that we know it's Idaho's map pick and I can read my Discord messages, how do you feel about it?
Kind of explains, I think, the Astra on Haven. I think Astra is definitely the meta pick on Pearl, just because there's a lot of places where you don't need a full smoke to take space, but you don't really want to be like a jet or, so recalling that Astra smoke is definitely useful. So yeah, already actually for Idaho, we have that Astra insta-lock. I'm going to be curious to see if UTA lock Astra if they stay.
I'm sorry, do you see a Phoenix?
I do see a Phoenix.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't have like something on my screen, like a Phoenix burnt in, because from that previous map it was a little chaotic. Maybe should stick with this Astra. A double controller's not completely out of the blue here. You could probably see a Viper or an Omen alongside an Astra. Certainly not something that would be completely completely unheard of. Double Sentinel as well. Honestly, double anything on Pearl works. It really depends on your playstyle around it. A Breach Fade combination being hovered here by UT Arlington, but I really want to highlight over on the University of Idaho. It's a Fade KO combination for the double initiator.
Is it going to be a Phoenix versus Phoenix?
It is? Oh my goodness. And no KO.
Interesting.
No double initiator, really.
Well, double initiator, yeah, it's going to be double initiator for UTA, but double Sentinel, which I'm not a huge fan of that, especially being Sage. And my reasoning for that is that sure you can maybe wall off art, you can wall off like a main, maybe doors, but there's a lot of places where I don't really think Sage kind of helps, because you have to wall off, especially on attack, in certain ways that to where the defending side can't shoot over it, which is kind of hard to do when you want to do it very fast and playing at the same time.
Well, into Pearl, my first look at it in the EGFC Season 4 season, I'm going to take a look at our other games played. I'm not sure if Pearl has been played at all. I'm going to Control F Pearl in our document. It has. Actually, I lied. This is the second time I've seen Pearl. I saw UConn play Villanova last week in it, but it was just such a short game, I kind of forgot. 13-3 was the scoreline there, so not too long of a game over there. And on the mainstream, Northern Arizona played University of Hawaii on it in the last game of last week on the mainstream. They played and won 14-12.
Wait, I think I casted that game. I didn't remember it.
Maybe.
So interesting little story. Texas being aggressive. This is an interesting play.
Dropping spike.
I didn't necessarily expect this, but with this Phoenix, now it makes a little more sense. You want those quick, aggressive smoke flashes, and what is this? Everyone's playing what?
UT Arlington employing the hold W, don't stop. Usually it's rush B or rush A, don't stop, but they're on the defense, so instead they just held W in the general direction of where they thought Idaho was, and they were correct in assuming so. Still chilling around T-spawn / window / mid, getting all 5 kills, only losing a single player. Relatively good, if I do say so myself. Galaxy Vortex finding a double in the round. K-Beater, the only one to not find a kill in that round for UT Arlington. And 6, the only one to find a kill in the round there for University of Idaho.
Yeah, and I actually really like that. I kind of like that Phoenix play, at least that round. It's going to be hard to do it every single time, which they're not going to be doing. But I think wherever we see Phoenix, we're going to be seeing more aggression. That's going to be where they're wanting to play aggressively. And that made me a bit scared for a second. Ooh, a nice pull, actually, kind of preventing the players from walking in, and that was a half a second, and they were dead.
And usually it's called the gravity well or the funnel for a reason. It really just funnels you into a straight line of sight. Galaxy Vortex finding a double, maybe finding their first in the round. But it's a 1v5 here for 8 plant on the backside of mid, top of mid technically, inside of the plaza, trying to find anything they can, but as soon as they're scanned out by the hunt, everybody basically has wall hacks through a smoke, or smoke hacks, I suppose. UT Arlington have a flawless second round victory and keep every single weapon on the board.
Yeah, keep every single...
I should
Why are they
play some
buying up and up?
Astro Stars in this reality.
Because L plus ratio, and I don't think Jaquavius actually bought in the previous round, so they can.
A gift.
I don't really get it.
They can. I mean, honestly... Okay, now that I'm thinking about this, if you play Chamber well, you kind of shut down B-Long, and
Sorry,
then
I
when
can't
you
relate.
have Spectres at short range, honestly, not necessarily... I'm not like a not fan of this. I think you see the op now, so I think you have to back out, but now it kind of depends, because when you push mid, it's all short range duels, which Spectres do kind of okay.
Especially with UT Arlington's aim. That helps a little bit. Multiple headshots really playing in their favor. Cheese seemingly being the one to try aggression around this long side. KBeater throwing at the Prowler, trying to peek off the back of it. Actually finds a headshot, but no kill. A C's to follow up. Will land, and Disguise being low. It was just one-shot headshot off the back of the Decay. Perfectly played utility there for KBeater, who finds the opener. Maybe the op does play into their favor, because they're being forced either towards A long or towards B. A seems to be the call, which really nobody exists other than this Phoenix, but Galaxy Vortex already popping, run it back, wants to aggress, just waiting to do so.
Okay, it should be peeking now. Oh no, they don't have time. I think they should have been they should have flashed. It's fine.
It is what it is, I believe, is what UT Arlington will walk away with that one as. The spray straight through that Sage wall doesn't actually land, and 8plant finds a follow-up. The Prowler doesn't come through that wall, so it's certainly possible to come back from here for KBeater. As they swing around, only a headshot found on a bird person. The healing orb's still available, but they'll get that spike down first. Cheese finds a follow-up, so UT Arlington have a man advantage and a weapon disadvantage. UT Arlington have a man disadvantage and a weapon disadvantage, sorry, as Idaho try to lock down the spike.
Honestly, though, I think the key thing is they have a health advantage.
True.
If they're able to maybe isolate some duels, which, oh no, if Bird Person is right here, I think they might be able to isolate this. Then there's a chance, but it's going to be critical that they at least. Actually, no, they should save the op. Save the op. Make sure you save the op.
Maybe he's just going to try and go for kills at this point. Understandably so, almost actually getting caught out by the Astra. I believe the information as to this Astra's position is certainly known. Cheese is going to re-aggress around towards Art. The sprint is heard and shut down. The operator will be saved, so no real harm done here for UT Arlington. The op they bought up in an really conventional scenario will be saved over, so the rest of the team can still buy. But it's still something that probably could have cost them. And Idaho, speaking of costing them, by the way, only 2 players stay alive because one died at the spike. So, on the back foot just a little bit coming into our first real gun round.
Yeah, definitely going to be on the back foot a little bit. Okay, I would buy up there. You're going to have a... Honestly, I don't even consider this a gun round anymore. But, I mean, Guardians have done work. Don't get me wrong. We did see that ace in one of our earlier games, but what we need to really see is Idaho try to counter this aggression from UT Arlington. They are losing way too many players to all this aggression, and that was on a gun disadvantage, let alone now when we have Vandals.
Galaxy Vortex, Peeker's disadvantage there. I don't really know what the call was. Rain actually flashed them into the angle and actually did land the flash, but still, unfortunately, Galaxy Vortex fell. Rain was to follow up, and the Prowler towards Plaza will find information, and Styx will be dropped because of it. Maybe playing aggressive near the doors towards the B side of mid. Certainly an advantage should they actually be able to find a kill, but they need to be able to do something with it. They'll pop a smoke so 8plant can get up and over, but here's the aggression from Maybe. They at minimum find one, looking for a second out of Cheese towards a top side of mid, but they'll get away with their life and just barely so. It's still a 2 versus 3 with both players significantly split. Unfortunately, the Chamber's pushing up and Cheese doesn't seem to know it. The sound cue with that reload should be heard, and they find the spike.
Down, attacker spawn.
They find the spike, 30 seconds left. They are going to have to commit.
A trademark behind them, making sure it has to be taken out, or taking out this Phoenix, who looked to aggress. Disguise will be seen, though, and taken away. The spike is retrieved at a bare minimum, so B has to be the call, but I don't think he has time. 8plant has no time. This is a round over. UT Arlington won it solely based off the clock, and Idaho took too dang long. And, in all fairness, didn't really worry about the fact that A main could be occupied. Nonetheless, it's Arlington to walk away with a victory.
They do, and yeah, not really much else to say there. I mean, a great. Did I say great play? By
2 times.
Excuse me. Sorry, 3 times. 3 times to really mean it by Jaquavius to make sure that they were protected from the back. So UT Arlington go up 3-1. This is going to be another weird buy, especially because 8plant lived. They have a chance again, but it's one of those where you just need to deny a lot of the long range duels.
I think that Haunt found at least 2 towards the main. That's a benefit for the time being. Jaquavius also finding an opening gives UT Arlington again an early advantage. And there really isn't all that much that Idaho's doing to try and remove these early advantages. Aggression around towards long. Galaxy Vortex looking straight down to the ground to try to avoid the spray through. Well-placed flash, and even better shot onto Bird Person as they even tried to fall behind the pillar. They were a little late in doing so. And the University of Idaho falling off again. She's trying to aggress. We'll find a first and a second as well. We're right back to a 3v3. A single play can do that to you.
Yeah, single play indeed. But already, maybe in a great spot. I think.
Missed.
Oh, it missed. This might be the downfall.
Oh no, he's missing two! The spray is just not going in! Maybe could have just peeked around the smoke and found the kill. The rendezvous is prepped here. Strix trying to just at least get around that corner. They may be able to get out. No, they're unsuccessful in doing so. Cheese, the jump peak will not find the information there for maybe. The second attempt will indeed. As they swing, no headshot found. Certainly information at a bare minimum. The second player, unknown as to the whereabouts of that Astra, but they need to be able to have that information. A star put down and a gravity well almost certainly to follow. It does indeed. The flick from Jaquavius, though, doesn't care about your gravity well. It's a 1v2 here for 8plant, who's trying to take them off that fuse, but they don't! The shots miss, and UT Arlington get the sneak defuse in, and also take away 8plant. No saving your rifle in that round. At minimum, you get losing and dying bonus credits, but that by no means matches your shield and rifle total.
Yeah, and I definitely thought the breach pick was a bit unorthodox, but it's kind of been working out for them. I definitely like some of the util they've been using out on the map just to, to deny space, or at least to slow it down just a little bit. I think so they can just get a little bit of a better angle. Exactly right here. Oh,
There's the opener. Disguise finds a follow-up as well. Gets healed up, not even needing any of their own utility to heal them into this one. They'll pull the run it back to try and aggress onto the site itself, but this site is down. UT Arlington can't do a dang thing about it, and they need to try and retake. They have the Cosmic Divide to do so, nothing else.
Nothing else indeed, and I think this might just be this is just going to be a safe call. I don't think you should attempt to push it, especially when you have this operator. Don't lose the op. Just save it. Just go for the save. You can full bite next round. You're going to be 4-2 up. It's totally fine. Just go save.
I still think they want to go for this. The Haunt's taken out, and she's caught on the backside. They don't clear the front side of CT, though. The Astra needs to be taken out of contention, and they just do not do so. 8plant will find the kill. The Nightfall will find 2 in towards main, and they want to aggress. Maybe we'll be able to find 1, but K-Beater not only gravity welled off the spike, but shut down from disguised headshot. Idaho win the round. A little costly for UT Arlington, not only using the Nightfall, but dropping over the operator. Probably a save call would have been a little smarter there, but again, they're still up 4-2.
Still at 4-2, and actually I was wrong. They are not able to full buy there. So yeah, I definitely would not have gone for that retake now. And now knowing this, that might have just been a hey, why not? Let's just go for it. But sadly, it was definitely a risky play. But now they're going to be going down B1 because I think they understand they have the range advantage, especially with this tour de force, with all of these guns. How does Arlington try to counter this?
I think Arlington's just going to try and play close to one another. The Cosmic Divide up doesn't fully relegate the back corner of screens. They can play in front of it and still have sound cues. This is beneficial for UT Arlington. And Disguise may be running into it, may not know, and doesn't. It's a misplaced Cosmic Divide. That's an issue they're going to run into. A return Rolling Thunder, the aggression from Rain, finding another, looking for even more, and will be able to find it. It's malfeasance in terms of ultimates, countered by even better ultimates. Galaxy Vortex using the run it back, finding one, looking for more with that Sheriff, but will be unsuccessful in doing so. It's a 1 versus 4 for Cheese, though, and they can't do a damn thing about it. UT Arlington will run away with a thrifty round in this one. At Idaho, it's off the back of mistakes and just superior gunplay from the Mustangs.
I mean, yeah, they definitely hit the shots at the end, but it has to be stated how much I think that Cosmic Divide. And yeah, in the moment, it's hard to place it down correctly. You're trying to execute fast, so I'm not going to fault 8plant for that. But the fact that Rain was able to get 2 off the bat with the Stinger, pick up another gun, and just force the rest of UT Arlington to have to play into that Astral Divide, that was just... It's a mistake that usually you can't make, especially in a competitive series like this. 5-2 up on Pearl.
There.
And I actually really like the attacking chances of Arlington. So this is gonna be an interesting game for sure.
Martial shot, body shot, no headshot, unfortunately. Jaquavius will stay alive for the time being and will teleport out with their life. Idaho want to aggress seemingly around towards A. A split has been called. However, there's a Phoenix and a Fade between them and the site in the art position, and a breach between them and the site towards long. It'll be a 3 versus 2 and a 2 versus 1, both of them favoring Idaho, but they're walking into crossfires, of which K-Beater can immediately flip should they be called to do so. Benefit, at this point, UT Arlington.
I would say so as well. Ooh, that Astra pull. Okay, they just recall it for just a second. I think they're just trying to figure out where they are. Oh, no. Okay, so they figured out too. But a lot of plays there. Oh, a nice concussion, but they're not going to be able to follow up on it.
Flash into a swing, though. Prowler doesn't find anything. At minimum, finds information. Rain finds a double as they look to swing. Disguise looking for a refrag. It's a flash straight through, but they don't think Disguise is around Art. A 3v2 retake. The spike yet to go down, though, and the spike's actually down towards Art. I didn't even notice it went down. And UT Arlington have all the control they need. A flash being prepped, the curveball will land onto both players. Galaxy Vortex finds the first and the second for the swing onto Styx, cleaning out the round, finding a double of their own, and giving UT Arlington, again, at the exact same point it was last map, at minimum, a halftime even split.
Gun here.
Yeah, very well played by them. Yeah, so definitely a needed save round. I'm not a huge fan of shorties on attack when you're trying to save, just because you're hoping that Arlington will play aggressively. And
That works.
a couple rounds ago, or the first couple rounds, yeah, I would say they would be playing aggressive. But now they've slowed it down because Idaho are just having to use so much util to just take any amount of space. So a Bucky, very, very risky choice, and I don't think it's going to pay off here.
I just don't think it's worth it at this point. University of Idaho need full gun rounds and all the utility in the world even to get close to UT Arlington, especially at this point. Remember, one of the 2 rounds they picked up was the bonus round. That's half of the rounds they picked up is, well, the ones on paper. The rest, where it's anywhere near a 50-50, they're giving away. And even a round they should have won on paper, of which UT Arlington really just had pistols and a stinger, they still dropped. Something they have to worry about as the game progresses, especially as push continues to come to shove. The Haunt is shot, and the Tracer will give away the fact that there's at least one down towards the bottom of that B mid position. K-Beater only finding one will give away a rifle, but Bird Person stuck in the fault line, Rain following up with a double of their own, and even a flash straight into 8 Plant, who almost dies, is lucky to not do so. But it's still just 2 left alive for Idaho. One of them, yeah, has a rifle, but they're converging onto a site that has 2 players on it.
2 players on it, but a nice shot regardless. Oh, but with 8 Plant going down, Cheese has to make the incredible happen, which they might get the play on 1, but are they going to get the play on 2? Yeah, this is exactly what you need to do. You need to make sure to group together and then go in for this retake. Oh, they're just going for it. They're
Holy
playing
W.
risky. They're trying to deny the plant.
And they will. UT Arlington
will.
cut it away. Cheese, a little unfortunate in that scenario, but not really something they really should have won anyway. A 1v3 there when it came down to it, and a technical 1 versus 4 with 8 Plant really not doing anything in the overall 2 versus 4, still a disadvantageous position, and already 7 rounds for UT Arlington. I'm going to say it again, at a bare minimum, they will walk away from this half with a lead instead of what was a tied-up scoreline.
That they will, and I think something that should be mentioned is I think Idaho need to stop doing these kind of force, trying to buy up pistols, trying to keep going with something, because I don't think it's working out for them. Just honestly completely safe, especially because it hasn't been going on in your favor. Because when you just buy classics, you can actually full buy right afterwards, and no.
Strike down A.
Rolling Thunder into the aggression here again. Galaxy Vortex blinding 1 into Bird Person, who's apparently Blind Person. Cheese, 1 versus 4 again, a 1vx, this time a little bit better. Already finding 2 kills, has spike control as well, has a full rifle, and a whole lot of time to work with. Not only that, but the Haunt's about to come back online, they still have the Seas in their back pocket, and the Nightfall's on the board. This round is far from over. While yes, it may be a 1v2, and UT Arlington looked in favor for most of the round, When push comes to shove, it's the last few seconds that really matter.
Last few seconds, indeed. Cheese just with an incredible shot there. Oh no, are they rotating back towards A? I loved this rotation out towards B because that would have been the right call. Right now, though, if they're caught out at just the wrong moment,
Well, they'll know.
oh no, that sound cue. They know where they are.
And the issue is he has absolutely no idea. A haunt's going to be thrown over. Cheese is going to have to worry about it and look straight up as soon as he's being swung. Not only from there, from the backside of dugout as well. Will at minimum find at least a third. The chamber towards the backside of dugout, swinging through. It's Cheese with the clutch, and Idaho somehow pulling that round out of absolutely nowhere. What is that?
Just a bit of an aggression by KB there. I think, yeah, that's where you always make sure that you were playing together, at least to trade, or at least to give you an opportunity to trade. I think if Jaquavius was there with the headhunter, with maybe a rifle, they could have been able to trade it out and make sure that there was an 8 on the board for UT Arlington. Now, now it's going to be a full buy versus a full buy.
Teleport's ready.
And we've usually seen these in UT Arlington's favor, but it depends here.
Jaquavius still playing aggressive here with the Tour de Force. 2 shots expired, down to 3 for the rest of the round, or until they die, whichever one comes first, or in case they expire then. Another one baited out, this time by the run it back. A trade of ultimates, at least a 5th of one for a whole one. I feel Jaquavius wins that specific duel. But there's also a flank being established. Look at the Phoenix all the way on this flank, waiting in towards T-spawn. I don't think they know about this. The Prowler there, trying to aggress. A return curveball. There's the aggression. There's the due diligence, crossing their T's, dotting their I's, and clearing their flanks. University of Idaho seem to be revitalized here on Pearl. Never mind.
This is still a risky play. You should definitely be trying to get out of here, unless KB catches our Cheese. No.
Tactical first-person shooters and timing, ladies and gentlemen. Name a more iconic duo. University of Idaho able to build off of that now as they aggress towards B. There's still the tour de force between them and the site itself. The Astra all the way over towards that A side will play no further part in the round unless there's a post-plant scenario or a sound cue is given over early enough for them to make a full rotation. Jaquavius here with only 2 bullets remaining. At minimum, they'll be able to find 2 should they hit the shots. A first one landed almost lining up 8 plant in that same single fire, but they're trying to get the spike down, and they may not have the time to do so. The aggression around the backside of screens, Sticks held it with their operator. It's a 1v2 again. This time it's the Astra, and this time it's UT Arlington's.
This time it's UT Arlington's indeed, and this is going to be a hard one though. There's still 2 smokes remaining, 4 maybe, so just maybe a chance.
What do you clear first? Seems like screens is the call. Straight through the smoke they'll have to go. Shots missed on both sides, though. You have to re-aggress and quickly so. Play to your advantages, but the Astra has vacated the premises. We're on the backside of your second smoke now popped, and they're playing inside of it. No easy way in, no way out there for maybe, other than, I suppose, the easy way if you're GTA. University of Idaho will find a 4th, then UT Arlington at best. It's an 8-4 split. At worst, you're looking at a 2-round deficit.
Yeah, so definitely I think a good timeout just to try to breathe, slow down the momentum. I honestly would have called that right after Cheese clutches 2, 1v2s twice in a row, but I think this is still needed. I think what I would tell them is just go back a few rounds. Let's keep doing that. I think maybe they were trying to have Jaquavius play a little bit more aggressive, maybe a different angle with that operator, and it just didn't work out for them there. I still think they have a couple ults though for a retake for any bit of aggression. As long as they deny, I think the Sage res, I would favor the retake to Arlington depending on the buy.
Fair enough. I feel the main issue, if you're on the UT Arlington side, is just team morale has to be plummeting at this point. Look at the ability for them to buy. Jaquavius can drop a rifle over towards Rain, and that does indeed become the case. Maybe can't even buy a rifle and full shields. They'll have to relegate to half shields and a bit of utility. But Idaho, off the back of their last 2-round victories, have a clear and obvious advantage into this round.
Yeah, definitely. Just a very, very rough, very rough issue here at the moment.
Dropping spike. I
I'm
have
gonna be curious to see what they do, because you know the thing for me at this moment is that they are holding a lot of different angles. I kind of like this half angle towards B, but they haven't been going towards B, so I think they're just hoping that, hey, it's the last round. Maybe they're gonna push doors here and we can catch them out. Idaho though are playing so slow. Even I can't even figure out where they're going exactly.
UT Arlington are playing slow as well. I feel both teams are removing their aggression into the final round of the half. They know when the halftime switch does indeed occur, it'll be something they have to worry about in terms of returned aggression, whether it be the attacking side continuing their attack on the defensive side, or the defensive side continuing their attack on the attacking side. It's a real Venn diagram of chaos, as has been really the entire day here on the B stream. By the way, A stream, twitch.tv/official EGF, Weber State, DePaul. I don't even know if that game's still going. It was Weber State dominating earlier on, so we'll get an update for you on that in just a minute. Disguise is stunned out, though. Nice swing, but Galaxy Vortex, unaware of Styx's aggression. There is a trade, though, a 2-for-1 trade overall, favoring University of Idaho. And the aggression's still here, but Rain still finds a kill. Still advantage on the University of Idaho side, and they can even get a resurrection off. And they find even more. It's a 1v4 for the Chamber.
1v4 for the Chamber. Does Jaquavius clutch it out? Maybe, but I mean, at this point, it's going to be... this is going to be very hard. They might get one cheeses at a very aggressive angle. So they might be able to get one, maybe get two. But no, they're not going to get anything. It's 7-5.
The pop and swing. I love it. Iconic. 7-5.
Switching sides.
Idaho almost matching their previous map's total. In all fairness, this is their map pick, and it's kind of defender-sided. It's leaning a little bit more towards the attack nowadays. But 7-5 is not unreasonable to come back from by any means. Usually you see 6-6 or 7-5 in either direction. It really just comes down to team specificity.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting. Only due to the fact that I'm going to be curious to see how Arlington play this. Do they play it aggressively? They were playing a very split defense. They were very rarely playing together, except when they were trying to push down aggressively down mid. And I don't think Idaho are going to be doing that. Even if they are, I think they might be able to catch out one or two players.
I'm really looking at how the University of Idaho can play defensively and still lock down the University of Texas at Arlington. Maybe playing aggressive towards mid. Has Art control already. The Ghost to take out the Prowler. At minimum, they know one player's towards Art and one is over towards B long. Any other information is just a guessing game as it stands here for this very dominant University of Idaho defense in other scenarios. Not so much, at least in the last map against UTA.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think it's going to be down to how many times can they bait maybe util Astra or util from Astra? Can they bait all of the util before you even push on site? That's going to tell you a little bit. That's going to tell you even more.
It's two different classics shooting that one out. And with UT Arlington coming into this pistol with a really utility advantage, they need to be able to use that later on. With Idaho only using their utility to gain cursory information, they need to be able to play aggressive and work off of the information they've gained. A Haunt gaining anything in towards that backside of CT Link. A Shorty inside of the smoke, as 8-plant will be able to find at minimum one. A Prowler to follow up, but it really doesn't find anything. They hear the 8-plant reload, and down to 40 HP will go, but down to nothing maybe sends. And this seems like such a clean round, but maybe not so much. UT Arlington brings 3 back. It's down to a 1 versus 3. Pistolround.exe has stopped working, apparently.
Yeah, but they are all very... Oh no! Wait, what?
Okay.
What?
Yeah. So that happened. I don't want to analyze that round, so instead I'll give you an update on the other stream, because that was confusing to say the very least. Weber State had a 9-1 lead, starting off on the defensive side of Ascent. And they decided to lose 12 of the following 13 rounds and lose 13-10 to DePaul. So DePaul takes map number 1 over there. An update as it stands. They're actually playing Pearl as well, so an update as that map continues. 7-2 for DePaul right now.
7-2 for DePaul at the moment. I think it's, talking about this run, Arlington winning that definitely is going to be absolutely needed for anything to come back from, from Idaho. How would I'm trying to debate how I would want to play this from Idaho, because I think a lot of their shorty plays worked very well for them. It's just, they went for an aggressive play and it didn't work out too well. They're pinging, interestingly enough, they're pinging towards each site. And okay, so it's gonna be Spectres and it's gonna be a Marshall, which that tells me B, only because I think Marshalls are way better down on a post plant on B.
No, I feel for Idaho, if they're trying to come back into this, they really need to be able to play close angles, and Styx is going to be a proponent to that, but they've been cleared out. The Prowler will find the information, not fully as to where they've teleported, but at minimum that they were on this B side. And at this point, UT Arlington should be running for the hills. It's a second round, of which you've already found at least one. 2 Aster Smokes on the site itself. You're trying to get the spike plant, but the question is, do they aggress? And seemingly yes, and straight through the smoke they'll be able to fire you down. The haunt lands, the information gained, and University of Idaho have a 2-man advantage. A weapon disadvantage, sure, but manpower is significantly better than the weaponry.
Yeah, okay, it's all gonna be up to how they take this first duel. If Rain gets 2 there, oh, that would have been absolute chaos. But at the moment, these are some decent angles, maybe some decent util to take the site. I think once all these Astra smokes go down, it's going to be a lot better, especially if you can flash out. If you can take out 8 plant. Do they peek? They peek? Oh, a great headshot by Maybe. And I think that might just turn it on its head.
The over-aggression here from University of Idaho, and unfortunately unnecessary aggression, that'll cut them out right off rip. The Astra playing inside of the smoke. This is not her own, by the way. Sitting inside, can't do a dang thing because the shorty has such a close fire range. Bird person, trying to aggress you on the backside of screens, is seemingly being watched by Jaquavius, the information gained, and being held. Jaquavius finds both of the final 2 kills and a triple in the round. UT Arlington somehow still win the round technically flawlessly, only after losing those first 2 picks. It was flawless post dropping very bad.
Yeah, no, and actually a great play by them. I really enjoyed that. I don't want KB to be buying up here. Okay, good, they're not. I was very worried for just a second. And yeah, I think if Idaho are going to be mind gaming this, they stacked B because they knew, hey, they're going to have guns. They're going to be playing a range advantage. Let's stack B this time. Now, if they're thinking it's a bonus, I would have stacked more towards A, or at least more towards mid, because you want to try to negate, or, at least holding from longer angles to negate the Spectre damage.
It's aggression again from UT Arlington. They do have a weapon disadvantage, and I feel it's a relative bonus, at least as it stands. I don't see anything out of the blue. You can see the Phoenix who, it's just sticking with the pistol, understandably so, but University of Idaho really looking to make sure they can pick this one up. Again, on paper, this is a round they should win. Statistically, bonus round victories are easier said and come by than actually come by. And they need to pick this up. They lose this and Arlington pick it up, probably the map over.
Probably. It's going to be up to... Oh, I think they peek away just at the right time. Do they get aim with Guardian? They get 1, but they don't get 2. And actually, people are going down.
Reload.
What's going on?
Maybe had to reload that Spectre, so it's down to a 2 versus 2. They would have denied that kill onto the spike planner, but they just could not switch to this classic in time, nor find the kill in time. They seem to be relatively aware that a flank is set up, but they don't know that the Sage is around towards dugout, waiting. As it stands, towards the back corner of the site, or just off-site itself. They have to clear this, and they have to do so quickly. A fake spike plant to try and bait Bird person out. Second attempt will indeed be the hold. They still have yet to clear out the Sage. The other Sentinel, that being the Chamber of Styx, aggressing in towards Art and down short. It's being held as well, but on that side, it's being held down by the Chamber, of whom finds the kill. They at least separate one fight. A 1 versus 2. Bird person wins both single fights. And the University of Idaho win the bonus round, but it was so very costly. A single rifle is all they saved over.
And honestly, if they had played it I think if Jaquavius had just been a little slower, I think they might have been able to get it. I think they might have been able to mind game it, just because it just seemed like Bird Person was going for the play, like was going for the defuse. They weren't trying to go for the kill on Jaquavius, and it was just, yeah, that might have been an absolutely tragic moment for Idaho if they hadn't gone for that. So a nice bonus for Arlington. That was definitely what you wanted. And now you're going to be on a full buy. Now you want to play careful because you don't want to be giving these rivals to Idaho at the moment. But 2 stack towards Art is what I'm looking at.
Well, it was 2-2. Now it's just 1, and down to 0 in Art. 1 on A, 1 on B. A clean round from UT Arlington, at least at face value. They've also retrieved an ultimate orb, so 4 ultimates are available here for the attacking side. Bird Person first back into the smoke with an aftershock to make sure the backside of site is indeed clear. A wall to follow up just to make sure that the T's are crossed and that eyes are dotted here for UT Arlington. This is exactly what you said they needed to do. Play careful and play smart. They've done just that, and to a T. 6 and a 1 versus 5. Won't even fight at first, at least not first shot attempt. Second misses in the classic, not even out quick enough. 10 rounds for UT Arlington, and Idaho were forced onto a save. Maybe not, actually.
Yeah, no, because they didn't full buy that last round.
They pulled the old buy for next. Good discipline.
Yeah, that they did. But now this is what I'm very, very worried about is Idaho are gonna be having the ults next round or the round after that. They're all 1 or 2 away. But right now, Arlington have an ultimate advantage. Excuse me, I had to cough there for a second. And if they play it well, they only really need to use 1 or 2 of them, I think, to take site to win this round. And then all of a sudden you're 11, you're 12 up, and it's gonna be really hard for Idaho to try to come back.
If at all possible, first ult that should be used is run it back. Maybe not towards mid right now, maybe in the next round or just to gain some information. The haunt over top won't find anything. Sticks smartly place themselves behind and will actually avoid at least the first attempt of the Rolling Thunder. The follow-up is indeed there towards the backside of screens. I don't know if the sound cue is though. The Prowler will find the information and Sticks cannot teleport out. K-Beater with the Prowler landing will be able to get the spike plant down for free, but will have to stay on this side of the map. The run it back I talked about will indeed come through, looking for some aggression and will indeed find it. It's disguised using his first, but it's the run it back on the opposing side coming in following. Galaxy Vortex around towards A short is the next one to pull it forward, or B short, my apologies. As Cheese tries to reaggress, will fall. A 1v2 now for Disguised. Trying to pull back anything they can. Galaxy Vortex baiting them in, but Long is still a worry, and they just have not dealt with it. The Molotov also lands just too far up, and I think this round's over. The Gravity Well's available. The wall at best will come through, but it's still something that can spray straight through the smoke, and it's exactly what's going to happen. Maybe you'll get the kill. UT Arlington just 2 away from closing out the series.
Yeah, 2 away from closing the series, and having 3 ultimates that you can take A, you can take B. It's kind of whatever you really want to do. So, yeah, beforehand, I would say running back in the breach ult would actually maybe be filtered towards A. So maybe that's why there was kind of a few more towards A at the moment, but oh, what are they doing? They're stacking towards A, and look at all the pings. It's a piece. It's a full B push. Damn.
University of Idaho have taken a 50-50 gamble and gambled so incorrectly. They have put it all on black, and the die have certainly landed all on red. The Cosmic Divide in towards the B site. Jaquavius even fighting an opener, and a follow-up as well will finally be taken away, so a Vandal will be retrieved. But a 3v4 retake onto a site of which is already difficult to retake. Not only with that, but a man disadvantage, a weapon disadvantage, and, well, an ultimate equalization, I suppose. They have the Cosmic Divide, the Resurrection, and the Fade Nightfall, but still not this something that they should be able to come back from. Cheese just takes out K-Beater because they weren't looking.
Okay, so now their own Cosmic Divide going to be used, but Astra Util going to be nice as well. Flash is going to be rough, but they get 1 pick. That's critical.
There's a flank as well. Maybe hasn't been cleared. On the backside, misses every shot. At least hits 1. 1 versus 1 as it stands. A star available, but they do not have a gravity well nor a stun, and because of it, Bird Person wins. Maybe he had that in the bottom of his hand, and the tips of his fingers just could not pull it off. I think he has enough time, and he does indeed. Just barely at that. 0.3 seconds between the University of Idaho and facing 6 straight match points.
Yeah, Idaho actually playing that well, or actually, excuse me, Bird Person playing that well. They knew that they had to get that kill now, because if they were going to go for the defuse, they had to stick it to half at least, or else they weren't going to be getting it for the rest of. They just weren't going to get it. So great play by Bird Person. I would have actually would want maybe to just play back entirely. Sadly, they missed those shots. I think if they get the kill early, they just win. So sadly, a bit of a mistake, but I'm not too concerned. We all make mistakes. I think maybe we'll bounce back from that very well. Especially look how much mid pressure they have.
Not only that, but look at the lack of mid pressure from Idaho. Idaho are metaphorically flying blind. Other than the trademark, they know that nothing's coming towards B, but even then you could technically smoke off the trademark and then aggress anyway. In goes a Nightfall. No way easy out here for Styx, who will be forced back. The decay effect alongside the deafening effect both coming in, and the Prowler giving away the information as to their whereabouts. K-Beater trying to swing through this, but opts not to do so. The spray actually landing, even without a sound cue, apparently doesn't need it. They're still aggressing on towards this B site, though, but there's a flank being established. Keep an eye on that maybe for later, but not for the time being. Maybe finding a kill of their own, finally landing when they need to. It's a 2 versus 3, but a 1 versus 3 on the site for the time being. Maybe finds a third. This flank finally coming into fruition as the chamber starts to work their way from behind in through CT spawn. The timing not going their way. They at minimum find it first. Styx will have to turn around. They do indeed, but not quick enough. Jaquavius finds a double. It's UT Arlington with match point.
You need to watch mid. There's just no ifs or buts about it. I think Idaho are starting to try to take risks, and it didn't work out for them. And now look at this buy. They are having to buy as much as they possibly can. But Stingers, Marshalls, Bucky's, it's risky.
Bucky's the
and
restaurant?
It's what... Sorry, what?
Bucky's the restaurant?
I have literally never heard of that.
It's a Texas thing. All my UT Arlington fans will understand that one. I don't even live in Texas, nor have I ever been there. I just know it exists.
I have been to Texas multiple times, and I still didn't know it existed. Oh no, that's not an early pick. And run it back. Actually, this could be a lot. If they get 1 off this, okay, good.
They didn't have that extra flash, and that's the issue. A return Nightfall will at minimum find 2. That's some information for them to work off of, but really not all that much. Cheese looks to reaggress, finds the fact that nobody's there, but you said it. No more initiation utility whatsoever. The extent of ultimates available is a Tour de Force and the Resurrection, of which they can use maybe later on, the reason the Sage is still over towards that A side. But it'll have to be a 5v5 retake of B, because look at UT Arlington, again, just holding W into B and relatively unrestricted at that.
Right there.
Yeah, unrestricted at that, and I think they might get a stun. Oh! I mean, what a picture perfect, frame perfect stun there, Jaquavius. Oh, playing this, holding it. Oh
Tour de
no.
Force from behind.
Oh no.
Both players,
Oh,
however,
double.
finding a kill with the Tour de Force. That's the main issue. With the Resurrection coming through, the Sage will be rotating a little bit later on. They have to worry about that Chamber who has moved and vacated the premises. A second flank comes through. They have to worry about the Phoenix, and they do indeed. It's a triple kill for Galaxy Vortex and a triple for Jaquavius as they close things out. And it's a victory, again, for UT Arlington. They close out the series.
Yeah, no, definitely a nice little bit of slow lurks at the end there. They didn't go for any lurks for most of the game, and then at the very end there, they went for I think 3 or 4 in a row, and it just worked out because I'm kind of confused why Idaho didn't start catching on to that, especially that where it was match point and there or like where what made it match point, and you let someone kind of walk all the way through R, all the way through CT. It's a risky play, but it worked out for them, and it let them 2-0.
It played convincingly in the favor of UT Arlington. The University of Idaho really not able to pick up any steam on their own Met pick either. That was the disadvantage they ran into. They lost Haven relatively convincingly. Pearl to follow up, unfortunately. But that'll close things out, at least for the series. We're going to see if we can get an interview in with one of the UT Arlington players. Whether that'll happen or not is to be determined. So either A, we have an interview, or B, we just happen to end the stream in the next 5 minutes. Whichever one comes first, you'll know. Hopefully it's an interview after the break.
compare my feelings for you. Just give me a chance. Au revoir. Maybe I found another star. I don't know if I love you. Yeah, I need to compare my feelings for you. Just give me a chance to fly so far. Maybe I found another star. I don't know if I love you. I don't know if I love you. I don't know if I love you. I need to compare my feelings for you. Please give me a chance. Au revoir. Maybe I found another star. I don't know if I love you. You're just one of the billion. One of the billion, yeah. Let me try it out. Let me try it out. I don't know if I love you. Maybe I fly. Maybe I fly to another star. I don't know if I love you. Maybe I found another star. I don't know if I love you.
It is indeed an interview as our final segment kicks underway. I'm Time to Delight, joined alongside me Zohan, and now joining us for the first and probably last time of the week, at least for the time being, until hopefully next Saturday, assuming they win, is maybe from the University of Texas at Arlington. Maybe to open things up, how do you feel about a 2-0 victory, especially over top of Idaho?
I'm pretty happy. Obviously, we have some corners to face because we've faced some other top teams before. They were definitely like they challenged us a couple rounds. We saw some new shit that we haven't seen before. So we just gotta clear up our corners and we're good.
And a lot of those rounds became chaotic, especially later on. I know a few flanks, especially later on in Pearl itself, but I want to start things off with Haven. You really started off with dominance and you continued off of that in the second half. Talk to me about your transition between the first and second half over on Haven.
So on defense, we knew they were going slow based on our aggression on A and C main. But so after that, we just kind of defaulted out, made them waste time, push somewhere, just just the basics overall. And then bleeding into attack, we kind of started off slow, kind of figured out where we were going. Again, we had a sub if anybody didn't know this half, and he's playing on Breach, so he did amazing. Shout outs to him. Thank you for filling last minute. Love you. And overall, we just again we felt good going into the games and everything, so we're good.
Right, and I mean, I'm gonna go to Pearl. I mean, both of you, both teams picked this, but why Phoenix?
We felt like Phoenix was necessary because we didn't want to run a jet because no flashes other than breach, and we kind of wanted to like separate the two a little bit. And then we kind of ran Phoenix for that wall. Just getting that wall on B and getting across the plant is pretty, I'd say, good to get that post plant down, especially when I have 2 stars left. It's easy win after that. But overall, we just practice with Phoenix. We've practiced hit Pearl a couple times. We don't know the perfect comp yet, but we're getting there.
Wait a
Is
second. So you're
Breach
telling me that you
usually?
use Wait, hold up. So you're telling me you use the Phoenix for his kit that wasn't only the run it back? There's no way this
Of course.
So is Breach actually your normal Pearl comp, or is that due to the fill-in?
I think Breach is our normal pick. It's just our Phil was on that, so we had to like kind of put him in places, tell him what's going on and stuff like that.
Well, the flexibility was there, and seemingly the dominance as well. Gun skill clear in your favor, but I want to talk about your adaptability. I noted this a little bit earlier on, and Zohan really brought it up before we sent it to a break, before we kicked off this interview. It was the lurks. You were really playing to the advantage of the fact that they just did not clear out your lurks or your flanks that were established, especially in the last round. It was Jaquavius finding a triple, just chilling in B link. Nobody cleared him. Talk me through how you made that adaptation.
Obviously, I don't see it from his point of view, but from what we were getting from him on comms and everything, we're pretty confident in Jaquavius' ability to lurk and everything. We trust him 100% to pull us back, to get a kill, anything. So we just gave it all up to him and let him shine.
Well, the team trust is there at UTA. A final question for you, as we do with every winner's interview here, maybe. Any final thoughts, any final notes, maybe on the series, or any shout-outs you want to put forward? The floor is yours.
Just shout out to all team members, Ian, Gala, Khaled. Clay couldn't be here today. That was our missing player. And then obviously our coach. Thank you for like preparing us and everything. And then shout out to UTA for giving us this opportunity.
Well, the prep was there, as was the play. A 13-6 victory twice over there for the University of Texas at Arlington. Maybe thank you very much for your time, and again, congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
Well, this is my least favorite part of the broadcast, because this is when we send it away. No more to talk about, no more games, no more series. Any final thoughts on the day, Zohan?
Definitely a very interesting kind of set of series. I mean, a 2-0 to start us off with, and quite a clean 2-0 at that. William and Mary played absolutely, to the top of their abilities with their compositions. I really liked seeing that FPX comp, and then we saw kind of varying degrees of, hey, what's meta, what's not, but when what fits our team. And it's fun to see a Phoenix and a breach on Pearl. So I'm excited to see more Valorant in the coming weeks.
Yeah, next week is Saturday. Next week, by the way, is the final Saturday in which Valorant will be hosted. It'll be moved to Fridays to make sure it doesn't interrupt collegiate Valorant, like the overall overarching Riot-sponsored collegiate Valorant. So that's why we're moving it to Fridays. So if you see Counter-Strike and Valorant on the same day, do not fret. That is planned from, I believe, the 28th or 29th onwards. Nonetheless, that's all we have for you. If you'd like to stick around, we're going to be rating the official stream, or just go to the top of your URL bar and remove the 3 from the URL and just hit enter again, and that'll take you to the main stream as well. They will have the University of Hawaii at Manoa Rave Riders taking on the Marquette side of things. You'd be hard-pressed to find two teams that are further apart from one another in quite literal geographical locations, one from New York, the other from, well, Hawaii and Manoa. We'll see how that game pans out when we raid the mainstream, or you just head over there. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
But I don't wanna be controlled. I wanna be somebody, but nobody like you. Oh, and I don't wanna be the king, but I don't wanna be controlled. I wanna be somebody. Please give us some space to breathe, yeah. Give us some freedom. Give me some space to breathe.